Chapter 51, Experimental Subjects Cooperating. You are too slow. The sun is setting. What were you doing? Upon Shiraishi's return, Ruri furrowed her brow and asked. I apologize. The medicinal ingredients I needed were quite rare. It took a while to find a place that sells them. Here, this is the natto you wanted. Shiraishi apologized and tossed the bag of natto snacks to Ruri. Ruri took the bag and her expression softened slightly. By the way, if I don't have anything else to do, I'll go back to the lab. There's still a lot of work to be done there. Seeing Ruri still sitting there motionless, Shiraishi lifted his foot and left the room. Having obtained Ayana's fresh body data, the remaining work can only be done by himself. The next mission would be coming soon, and they would leave the village again within 2 weeks at the latest. Konoha still had a fierce battle to fight. As one of Konoha's top elite jonin and their Team 5 leader, Hitaki Sakumo couldn't stay in the village for too long. As for the specifics of the upcoming mission, Shiraishi couldn't deduce any useful information from the available intelligence. However, he was certain that the mission's difficulty would be at least A level. Upon returning to the laboratory, he opened one of the secret doors, revealing a 30-square-meter room with an emergency toilet and shower. This was where the 5 individuals used for human experiments usually resided. The lights inside were always on, so when Shiraishi opened the door, he could clearly see their appearances, causing their bodies to shake unnaturally. One person then walked out consciously in order. Although their spirits had recovered to some extent after a long rest, terrifying memories flooded their minds, and they likely knew what Shiraishi had planned for them next, causing their faces to turn pale. Shiraishi nodded with some satisfaction. That's right. If they cooperated willingly and didn't resist, they would receive rich and nutritious meals as a matter of course, making their lives much better than those of the wandering bloodthirsty criminals outside. After the man walked out, Shiraishi looked at the remaining 4 individuals, took out 2 moderately thick books from his ninja bag, and tossed them in front of them. Read these books when you have nothing to do. Books are a valuable tool for human progress. The 4 prisoners exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what Shiraishi was up to. Shiraishi didn't explain further. The main reason was that these individuals often appeared bored, so he found 2 books for them to read. It would help them pass the time and greatly contribute to their mental recovery. Shiraishi closed the secret door. When he turned around, he noticed that the man who had come out earlier was already lying on the operating table, staring at the ceiling lights with wide-open eyes. If they couldn't resist, they might as well try to enjoy it. After all, they didn't need to worry about food and clothing. Their situation was indeed much better than the chaotic existence outside. Shiraishi-sama, could you give me more anesthesia? The man turned his head and asked Shiraishi in a low voice. Shiraishi didn't know how to respond to the request. However, it didn't align with the experiment's objectives. Excessive use of anesthesia could lead to circulatory failure and cardiac arrest in the human body. Caution was required in both dosage and usage. Don't worry. Based on humanistic principles in conducting experiments, I am responsible for your health and safety. Compared to last time, my experiment has made significant progress, and it shouldn't be as painful. Shiraishi explained patiently. Konoha didn't establish guidelines for human experiments, but Shiraishi always adhered to the ethical principles from his previous life. In conducting human experiments, which were inherently unethical, they couldn't be used haphazardly. To protect the physical well-being of the subjects, advance medical development, and adhere to the principles of science, Shiraishi followed these guidelines. When a subject showed signs of mental breakdown, the experiment was promptly halted, and another subject would be substituted. Furthermore, successful implementation of magic could contribute to medical advancements. The experiment itself aligned with scientific principles. With a complete theoretical foundation in accumulated animal cases, the risks were relatively low. Starting with human subjects from the beginning wasn't because progress was slow, it was a violation of the first principle of informed consent from the parties involved. However, in these war-torn years, Shiraishi felt he could take liberties and didn't need to differentiate so meticulously. Shiraishi picked up a syringe filled with liquid natural energy and began injecting it into the subject. To avoid complications, he adjusted the injection of natural energy based on the subject's physical qualities, including their maximum chakra capacity, to ensure a neutralizing reaction and the creation of complete fairy chakra within the subject's body. After achieving the senjutsu chakra, it was necessary to carefully observe the experiment subject's reaction to the chakra, the duration of the reaction, and whether it caused damage to various organs in the human body. He already knew that practicing Sage Mode was fraught with unknown dangers when he performed combination of chakra and senjutsu chakra on animals. It was precisely because of these unknowns that he needed to proceed with caution and not take overly ambitious steps. In the experiment, the entire body of the subject was connected to delicate wires, with the wire terminals linked to a large computer that could promptly record and accurately store various physical data of the subject in its database. Thus, the experimental subject was placed on the operating table, and the computer continuously recorded the data. Shiraishi initiated another experiment, the breaking of the caged bird curse. The question of whether chakra would perish after being depleted had been weighing on Shiraishi's mind. However, such an experiment couldn't be conducted directly on a human body, so he started with animals. Similar to humans, animals in nature also possess chakra within their bodies. To this end, Shiraishi prepared 50 guinea pigs for the chakra depletion experiment. If this experiment succeeded, it would greatly aid in deciphering the caged bird curse. Even if a perfect solution couldn't be found, it would at least provide a reasonable approach. An hour later, the experiment involving the neutralization of natural energy and ordinary chakra had concluded for the subject. The results of the experiment showed some improvement compared to the previous attempt. At this rate, there was a high probability that Shiraishi would discover a system of immortality suitable for human cultivation before leaving Konoha. He disconnected the wires from the subject and allowed them to return to the room behind the secret door. Before leaving, the subject took 2 books from the shelf beside them and glanced at Shiraishi, curious about his reaction. Shiraishi simply turned a blind eye and remained silent. The shelves contained various books, including history, geography, chemistry, and biology, but no important research materials were among them. Learning was a vital process for enlightening human beings. With their enthusiasm for learning, Shiraishi was naturally willing to support them. However, when the time came to be a test subject, it was important to fulfill that role. Shiraishi looked at the guinea pig on the testing bench that had perished due to chakra depletion and shook his head. The experiment had failed. Although he had tried to save the lives of these mice, the results were still unsatisfactory. Seeing that it was nearly time, Shiraishi was about to leave the laboratory when a sudden chill gripped his throat, causing his entire body to tense. A sharp kunai was positioned just in front of Shiraishi's throat, poised to end his life with a single stroke. Chapter 52, The Question of Offense or Defense. What are you doing, Ruri? Is something wrong? Shiraishi asked, noticing Ruri's silent presence behind him and wearing a relieved smile. Speaking of which, even standing silently behind him, Shiraishi sensed that Ruri's strength had significantly increased. The Uchiha bloodline truly was formidable, and Ruri, who effortlessly controlled its power, was even more formidable. Ruri didn't remove the kunai from Shiraishi's throat. Her voice came close to his ear, resonating in the dimly lit laboratory. You haven't been hiding anything from me, have you? Why do you say that? Shiraishi was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. He appeared genuinely puzzled by Ruri's statement. Your behavior today was a bit strange. Usually, when you go out to buy something, you just leave without saying a word. But today, you came to say goodbye before leaving. So, I've been wondering if you're hiding something from me. Ruri's expression remained casual, her eyes as piercing as ever, giving the impression that nothing could be concealed from them. Ruri, when did you develop a sense of humor? It was just a spontaneous gesture, Shiraishi replied, trying to convince himself as well. Just a spontaneous gesture that happens once every few years? That's quite coincidental. So, I've been thinking, are you secretly meeting someone behind my back? You've misunderstood me. You should know the nature of my relationships, right? Yes, but precisely because of that, something feels off. I have a strange sensation that someone else's scent is on you, and it's a woman's scent, Ruri said, even taking a few sniffs at Shiraishi's shoulder. You don't have the Inuzuka clan's sense of smell. Your surname is Uchiha. Shiraishi couldn't help but complain internally. Just as Shiraishi was about to respond, Ruri removed the kunai from his neck, and her tone was no longer as cold as before. But forget it, whoever you meet is none of my business, is it? I'm not yours. As Ruri spoke, a faint smile formed at the corner of her mouth, intensifying Shiraishi's sense of unease. Normally, Ruri wasn't one to make jokes. Well, you're overthinking it. You really didn't meet someone secretly. Despite claiming not to care, it was evident that Ruri was deeply concerned. His eyes grew darker, and a hint of murderous intent began to emanate from him. Of course not. Don't you know who I am? I never lie, Shiraishi responded, looking directly into Ruri's eyes with utmost sincerity. Then how do you explain this photo? Ruri presented a photograph that captured Shiraishi and Ayane together. The photo was taken right in front of Shiraishi's former residence as they were about to enter together. Shiraishi found himself tongue-tied, unable to explain clearly, his mind thrown into a state of panic, freezing his thoughts. You were too careless, really. You were caught so easily by me. If it were someone else, your secret would have been exposed long ago. At that time, you wouldn't have received mere interrogation, but a severe punishment from my clan in the mountains. Ruri sighed, her disappointment evident. Hey? No scolding, no reprimanding, and no anger? This didn't seem right. Then, this, what does it mean? Shiraishi asked, his expression one of utter confusion. Though you have many merits, you are still naive in several other ways. You don't fully grasp the importance of Sage Mode. 2 or 3 years ago, while you were conducting your research on Sage Mode, I had my parents prepare 200 wild cats of various breeds, smuggling them into Konoha through official channels to act as my spies. Since they were ordinary cats, not ninja cats, and there were plenty of stray and domestic cats in Konoha, even the ANBU hadn't detected anything amiss. After all, these cats were brought into Konoha in batches over several months through regular channels. Moreover, they roamed in areas far from Konoha's core, behaving like ordinary cats. Even if they transmitted information, it was done publicly, without raising any suspicions. Shiraishi remained frozen in place. Observing Shiraishi's almost petrified state, Ruri smiled with satisfaction. But in the process, I accidentally discovered some of your little secrets. Did you think I wouldn't find out about your research on the Hyuga clan's caged bird? Ruri wasn't sure about the exact details of what Shiraishi and Ayane had discussed, but she could infer some information from the situation. Ah, well. I'm a bit confused at the moment. So, you already knew? Shiraishi replied, his mind in disarray. About a year ago, it was a little careless, but you and Ayane found ways to contact each other. Unless one pays close attention, it wouldn't be easy to detect. It was just a short meeting between friends. In an era of frequent wars, ANBU has limited manpower and no time to focus on you. ANBU typically operates with a staff of 60 to 70 members. One unit is assigned secret missions abroad or gathers crucial intelligence. Another unit remains in the Land of Fire to prevent enemy sabotage and report for additional support if needed. The remaining 2 units patrol the village and monitor dangerous ninjas with evident anti-Konoha sentiments or enemy spies. However, Shiraishi's combat record was mediocre, his performance in the Will of Fire exam was excellent, and he showed no signs of being anti-Konoha. Therefore, there was no reason or motivation to put him under surveillance. Regarding his close association with the Uchiha clan, Konoha didn't pay much attention to it. Although few civilian ninjas had a good relationship with the Uchiha, there were still dozens or even hundreds of individuals who maintained a positive rapport with them, including Jonin and Chunin. After all, the Uchiha were part of the village, and some ninjas held no particular prejudice against them. Instead, they believed that the powerful Uchiha made trustworthy companions on the battlefield, enhancing the team's overall effectiveness. Over time, relationships naturally formed. As a precautionary measure, Ruri had placed 200 cats in Konoha to act as her own spies, cutting off any potential risks and ensuring Shiraishi's safety. When it came to immortality, Ruri couldn't afford to be as careless as Shiraishi. Although Shiraishi believed he had concealed himself well, he now realized that Ruri deserved the credit for that. Should he call her a genius from a prominent ninja family? She flawlessly executed the main plan and implemented effective measures to handle unforeseen circumstances, ensuring there were no leaks. He could anticipate future situations in the ninja world based on his knowledge, as well as from a historical and political perspective, but there would inevitably be some deviations in the details. Hey! Ruri exhaled, feeling a sense of relief without understanding why. Shiraishi sighed, smiling wryly. I really can't hide anything from you. You've always been perceptive since you were a child. Years of experience have made you complacent, and you haven't made any progress at all. Remember to be more cautious next time. Now, let's go out for dinner. Ruri stored the kunao in her ninja bag and walked ahead. Ruri, were you actually concerned about me earlier? Shiraishi's laughter echoed from behind. Ruri stopped, turned her head, and stared at Shiraishi with a serious expression. Which eye did you see I used in caring about you? Hey, really? You fool, I'm only interested in immortality. Power is everything. Your actions and achievements are inconsequential. Wake up and focus on your own dreams. After speaking, Ruri turned around, her black hair slightly swaying as she arrogantly walked away. Is that so? I'm quite interested in controlling others. Is that okay? There was no response to his question. Shiraishi helplessly scratched his head. What a chaotic day. But, it shouldn't be a major issue. In other words, next time could he bring Ayana here for a proper examination of her body? Chapter 53, Jiraiya and the New Prophecy. At the training ground, Shiraishi and Ruri engaged in actual combat practice. It had been a while since their last combat practice during the Ninja Academy, and Ruri's strength had rapidly grown during this time, making it challenging for Shiraishi to assess his true abilities. Entering the battle state, Ruri's body naturally exuded a sharp and deadly aura, evidence of his experience in combat and bloodshed. The Sakumo squad had been established for less than half a year, but it had already participated in over 10 battles, both large and small, providing them with extensive combat experience, including direct confrontations with higher-ranked shinobi. Though Shiraishi was primarily known for his medical ninjutsu skills, he had personally faced several ninja in battle, making him less intimidated by Ruri's murderous aura during their dual training. However, Ruri was no easy opponent. Her physical techniques alone felt like a thunderstorm in motion. In an instant, Ruri moved from in front of Shiraishi to behind him, launching a swift leg whip towards his head with lightning speed. Responding quickly, Shiraishi laid down, using his palm as an axis to turn his body in the opposite direction, somersaulting a few times away from Ruri to create a safe distance. He then retrieved a well-made Chokyuto. Being a ninja with limited chakra, Shiraishi sought to conserve his during battle, using taijutsu to minimize chakra consumption. Furthermore, his body had been permanently strengthened by new drugs derived from natural energy, granting him superior physical abilities compared to ordinary people. A small amount of chakra was enough to enhance his speed and strength in taijutsu, allowing him to quickly defeat opponents with slower reflexes, particularly chunin. When facing jonin, it was more challenging to disrupt their ninjutsu performance. Against a jonin skilled in taijutsu, the outcome depended on various factors, such as the environment, psychological state, tactical arrangement, and the types of taijutsu employed. In the battle with Ruri, Shiraishi found it difficult to interrupt his ninjutsu, as Ruri was proficient in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, leaving no clear path to victory. Moreover, Ruri possessed the troublesome bloodline limit, the Sharingan. The training ground became a fierce battleground, and if anyone were watching without sufficient dynamic vision, they would only see a blur of afterimages, followed by metallic screeches before everything went silent. Both Shiraishi and Ruri moved at high speed using pure physical techniques, without the need for teleportation jutsu. The constant use of instant body techniques was a benefit of taijutsu users, but it put significant strain on their physical strength and bodies. Fortunately, both Shiraishi and Ruri had been enhanced by natural energy medicines, giving them remarkable resilience and endurance in high-speed battles. This was why Ruri had managed to endure during his first mission, even against 2 or more genin. After a prolonged battle, Shiraishi's chakra was depleted, and he was catching his breath. Observing this, Ruri stopped and twirled his fingers in a circle before putting away his kunao, concluding the intense fight. Ruri preferred direct frontal attacks using taijutsu and ninjutsu over relying on illusions. To him, this method of fighting was more refreshing and straightforward, allowing him to fully experience the essence of battle. You didn't last long. Well, I don't have the natural chakra reserves of SN Uchiha. Especially after awakening the Sharingan, an Uchiha had an abundant supply of chakra in regular battles. But I'll be practicing with natural energy next, which should improve my situation. Isn't that already done? I experimented with it, but I haven't actively absorbed natural energy. Now that the risks are minimal, I plan to use medicine to assist me in grasping the feeling of absorbing natural energy. If the risks are low, I'd like to try it too. I can't let you have all the fun. Ruri also had a strong desire to master natural energy. Natural energy was more potent than ordinary chakra, even if it couldn't create senjutsu chakra when fused, it significantly increased physical energy. Once mastered, natural energy meant an endless supply of energy. Natural energy existed all around water, air, Trees it could be found everywhere in nature, providing a permanent source of energy. Yes, that was my original plan. Shiraishi didn't refuse. In fact, without the support, connections, and location provided by Ruri, he wouldn't have reached his current stage. The power of capital was invincible. If you couldn't get along with anything, money could get you through. Alas! Humans had created the system, but they had become enslaved by it. The world had truly fallen. Are you also going to Ayana's place? Ruri strolled to the table outside the training ground, picked up a wet towel to wipe her face, and suddenly asked this question. Her tone wasn't very cold, but it carried a daunting sense of oppression. Yes, I am. Ayana's Byakugan has been a tremendous help in solving many research problems for me. Shiraishi averted his gaze, feeling guilty. He thought that after Ruri found out about it that day, things could be calmly discussed, but he didn't expect it to be brought up again, making Shiraishi feel somewhat embarrassed. Wait, why am I embarrassed? Isn't it normal for teammates and classmates to help each other? Shiraishi found himself questioning himself again. Perhaps he had overcomplicated the matter. Really? Ruri gazed at the blue sky, stroked her long black hair behind her ear, and turned to leave. Shiraishi stood there, pondering. What does really mean? Women's minds are really hard to comprehend, be it Ayane or Ruri. Their personalities are easy to understand, but sometimes their words leave people puzzled. There's an ancient saying that a woman's heart is like a needle in the depths of the sea. It has truly stood the test of time. Never mind, the most important thing now is to practice natural energy. The grass here is green, birds sing, and the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers. It exudes vibrant life. Towering toadstone statues stand all around, creating a paradise-like atmosphere in this secluded place called Mount Myaboku. Alongside the Ryuoka Cave and the Shikotsu Forest, it is known as one of the 3 sacred places of the ninja world and a birthplace of ancient fairy techniques. Throughout history, countless powerful ninjas have come to this place seeking to master the art of immortality. Some have become the basis for the toad statues, while others have succeeded in their pursuits, becoming renowned ninjas in various towns. However, with the rise of the ninja village era, the existence of fairy arts is now mainly recorded in the books of major ninja villages. In reality, after the passing of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, fairy arts have become more of a legend in the ninja world, their authenticity uncertain. Up until now, no ninja has mastered fairy arts and shown in the ninja world's conflicts. Boss Fukasaku. A human voice echoes through Mount Myaboku, a voice that shouldn't belong in one of the 3 sacred places. Dressed in Konoha's Jonin uniform, a forehead protector emblazoned on his head, 2 distinctive red markings beneath his eyes, the young man, aged around 16 or 17, boasts white hair and a face full of youthful energy and confidence. As he arrives, he greets the toad at the entrance to the main hall deep in the mountains. This toad, waiting in front of the hall, is draped in a grey robe, possesses green skin, and stands about the height of a human child. Yet, despite its appearance, it exudes an otherworldly aura. Oh, it's Jiraiya boy. You've finally come. The old face revealed a kind smile greetings him. This young ninja is none other than Jiraiya, a jonin of Konoha who has formed a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 sacred places. He is one of the legendary Sunin, along with Tsunade and Orochimaru, and the current disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya is a highly skilled jonin who carries on the will of fire. Recently, he completed his 3-year mission in the Land of Rain. After returning to Konoha, he was about to head to the front lines of the Land of Fire when he received a message from Mount Myaboku, requesting his immediate presence. Boss Fukasaku, what's going on? Why did you call me here at such a critical time? I apologize for summoning you at such a critical moment, but this is the order of the Elder, and I can't disobey. Fukasaku, the sage toad, knew that the ninja world was embroiled in a war, and Konoha was actively involved. As one of Konoha's few high-level jonin, Jiraiya was naturally required to join the front lines and fight against the enemy. Jiraiya had no intention of blaming the sage toad. As one of the 2 great sages in Mount Myaboku, the sage had personally taught him the sage mode during his time there. While Jiraiya hadn't achieved any significant progress, just gaining insights into such legendary arts was an accomplishment in itself. Considering that it's a legendary art, it's expected to be challenging. Even without mastering the art to the fullest, he had already surpassed many others. Is Shima-sama not here? Jiraiya inquired about the absence of the other sage from Mount Myaboku, Shima. Shima is the wife of the sage Toad and also an incredibly powerful sage in Mount Myaboku. The two were usually inseparable, which prompted Jiraiya to ask about her whereabouts. She went out to buy groceries. I see. So it was the great Toad sage who summoned me this time, right? I don't know the specifics either. This is the elder's order. Follow me inside. Leading the way, Fukasaku guided Jiraiya inside the hall. In the huge and magnificent hall, right in front of the gate on the opposite side, there was an unbelievably large reclining chair, and an equally unbelievably large giant old toad was lying there. It had a big pipe in its mouth, and even when it closed its eyes and dozed off, smoke circles filled the hall, creating an atmosphere of clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Fukasaku quickly jumped to the high platform under the big toad's right hand, clasping his hands together with a solemn expression. Jiraiya stood before the big toad, looking up. No matter when you look at it, this shockingly large toad seemed to be half a step away from death. Geet Elder, I'm here! Jiraiya shouted from below. The old toad didn't react at all and continued blowing smoke rings with a content expression. Fukasaku's awe-inspiring expression quickly faded as he took a deep breath and turned to use Senjutsu Chakra to amplify his voice. Master, Jiraiya has arrived. Only then did the old toad take a casual glance at Fukasaku next to him, then at Jiraiya below, and finally react. Has everyone arrived? My apologies, I almost fell asleep. Great Sage, did you summon me for something specific? The Great Toad Sage is the master of Mount Myaboku, known for his incredible ability to prophesy. He had made prophecies for Jiraiya before, and they had all come true, leaving Jiraiya in awe of the Great Toad Sage's abilities. The ability to see the future made him seem like a true sage. Especially after witnessing certain events in the Land of Rain, Jiraiya became even more convinced of the Great Toad Sage's powers. Regarding this matter, Jiraiya, what's your name again? The Great Toad suddenly asked, embarrassing both Jiraiya and Fukasaku. Master, this is Jiraiya. You made a prophecy for him before, and he's our contractor from Konoha. Fukasaku added reluctantly. Oh, I remember now. Jiraiya, I almost forgot. Seriously, Jiraiya couldn't believe that such a forgetful toad could be considered a sage. Yet, the prophecies he had made forced Jiraiya to believe them. Furthermore, the sage arts of Mount Myaboku was genuine, not a hoax. Jiraiya, I called you here this time for another task. What? Is it about the chosen child again? Jiraiya thought that only a momentous event like that would warrant the Great Toad summoning him in person. It's not directly related to the chosen child. I recently had a very peculiar prophetic dream. A peculiar prophetic dream? Yes, it was so bizarre that I can't even describe it. The Great Toad's tone remained nonchalant, as if half asleep. Then what's so peculiar about it? It foretells an immensely tragic war, one that will wipe out all ninjas from the world. Death and the fires of war will ravage the entire ninja world like never before. Both Jiraiya and Fukasaku were shocked. Even the prophecies about the chosen child had never been this extreme. The chosen child's prophecies had two possible outcomes, destruction or ushering in a new era of peace. As long as the chosen child was properly guided and educated, the chances of peace prevailing in the ninja world were greater. But this time, the prophecy was one of absolute destruction, with no room for choice. That disappear means. Jiraiya couldn't accept such a sudden turn of events, and urgency filled his face. Basically, it means that all the ninjas in the world, including those from Konoha, will vanish from the ninja world. Konoha, gone. Jiraiya was already in a state of panic. When it came to Konoha, he couldn't remain calm. The reason? Is it because of the chosen child? Jiraiya asked anxiously. Considering his 3-year stay in the Land of Rain, Jiraiya believed the kid he trained was the ninja who would bring change to the ninja world. After all, he possessed the Rinnegan, the Eye of the Six Paths, and this reinforced his belief in the Great Toad Sage's prophecy. But he had spent 3 years trying, which should have been enough to guide them, even though this matter has nothing to do with the chosen child. Jiraiya felt relieved upon hearing the Great Toad Immortal's response. Then why is this happening? I don't know. The Great Toad gave a simple answer. What? Jiraiya was also stunned. I don't know. The one who will bring absolute destruction to the current ninja world is now in Konoha. You must investigate it carefully. Please, Jiraiya. In Konoha. Jiraiya looked shocked. How is this possible? The person who will bring destruction to the ninja world is in Konoha? Who could be that terrifying within Konoha? And why hadn't they noticed anything at all? They should be a powerful ninja from Konoha. Great Sage, Who? From the giant toad sage's seat, there was only the sound of contented purring. Was the prophecy just now a mere joke or dream? But that seemed unlikely. If it were just an ordinary dream, the great toad wouldn't have bothered to summon him. But Konoha is huge, with so many ninjas. How can I find them? Jiraiya sighed in the hall. And he was about to head to the battlefield soon, he wouldn't have time for this. Moreover, he wasn't even sure if the person was male or female. Checking everyone individually would be exhausting. Chapter 54, The Toad's Warning. After returning to Konoha, Jiraiya chose not to share the strange dream predicted by the great toad sage with his teacher, Sarutobi. As the Hokage, it was a matter of personal belief whether one chose to believe in it or not. Investigating innocent ninjas without proper reason could lead to chaos within Konoha. Even the Hokage had limitations on inquiring about a ninja's secrets, and certain matters needed to be prioritized. Thus, Jiraiya decided to handle this matter himself. The Toad Sage had warned that the dream prophecy would lead to the disappearance of all ninjas, including those from Konoha. Being a firm supporter of the Will of Fire, Jiraiya couldn't let such a catastrophic event occur. He devised two plans. The first was to find the person mentioned by the Great Toad in Konoha and confront them directly, which was the most direct and effective approach. However, this method did not align with his personal principles, leading him to consider the second plan. The second plan involved finding the prophesied individual and providing them with the right guidance, avoiding the disappearance of Konoha and nurturing an outstanding ninja for the village. Jiraiya's decision would depend on finding the prophesied person. Without locating them, any discussion would be futile. However, Jiraiya couldn't shake off his worry. The toad's handling of the prophecy dream did not indicate whether the prophesied person could be guided to choose the path of light over darkness. Instead, it directly foretold the disappearance of the ninjas led by Konoha, accompanied by an unprecedented world war. This concern weighed heavily on Jiraiya's mind. If the prophecy couldn't be rectified, it might lead to further destruction. As July drew to a close, the sun's scorching heat intensified. In the courtyard, under the shade of a tree, Shiraishi and Ruri meditated together, practicing the extraction of natural energy from the environment. Natural energy was different from physical and spiritual energy, being more abundant and omnipresent in the air, water, flowers, and trees. Absorbing natural energy could greatly enhance physical and mental capabilities, leading to overall improvement and vitality. In theory, if all ninjas in the world mastered the method of absorbing natural energy, human lifespans would increase by several decades. They would maintain strong energy and vitality even in old age, aging gracefully. However, such an ideal scenario clashed with the reality of the world. Promoting this practice method without a well-organized system could lead to disastrous consequences and an unprecedented war. Thus, the best course of action for Shiraishi was to continue practicing discreetly, ensuring his safety and avoiding unnecessary risks. As Shiraishi focused on extracting natural energy, Ruri suddenly opened her eyes. A cat with orange fluff had jumped onto her shoulder. This seemingly harmless cat moved with unmatched agility despite its chubby appearance. It opened its mouth, speaking with a voice that leaned towards a neutral tone, neither clearly male nor female. Ruri-sama. The cat addressed Ruri. You, is there something wrong? You was the most capable of the ninja cats under Ruri's summoning contract. Responsible for managing hundreds of cats in Konoha village and transmitting information, it had come to report something of importance. I don't know why, but the number of toads in Konoha has increased significantly in the last few days. You jumped off Ruri's shoulder and looked at her. Toads. Ruri frowned. Yes. I found it strange, so I came to report it. What do you think could be the reason? Having spent almost half a year sending hundreds of cats into Konoha through various formal channels, Ruri had ensured their integration and anonymity. Vigilant from past experiences, she was alert to any anomalies. I'm not sure. Ruri-sama, what should I do next? Ruri considered the sudden increase in toads. It might be a natural occurrence, or someone might be manipulating the situation from behind the scenes, planning something sinister. Regardless, she had to remain vigilant, not overlooking any suspicious signs. When the clan transmit information in the future, have them do it from high buildings, away from any toads. If you notice anything unusual with those toads, let me know immediately. Ruri emphasized the importance of caution at all times, as overlooking the smallest detail could lead to dire consequences. Yes. After Yu finished his report, it vanished before Ruri's eyes with a swift motion. Soon after, Shiraishi, who had been meditating in the shade, opened his eyes and stood up. How did it go? Ruri inquired. It went well. Now, I feel like I have an endless source of power in my body, and my mental state is much better than usual. I could go without sleep for several days and nights without feeling tired, Shiraishi replied with a satisfied smile. As Shiraishi had expected, natural energy had incredible benefits for living beings. If this method were extended to the entire human population, it could rejuvenate both the body and the spirit, preventing serious diseases and bolstering immunity. Minor ailments would become insignificant, easily overcome by their strong immune systems. Although Shiraishi's body seemed unchanged, it now contained not only chakra but also natural energy absorbed from nature. He didn't realize this through experiments, but now, having extracted natural energy, he felt that it could function as a complete energy system even without chakra. This observation aligned with his expectations. Natural energy could serve as a valuable energy supplement in battle, especially for enhancing physical skills, which had been proven in previous experiments. Further research was needed to determine if separate natural energy could be used to release ninjutsu and illusions. If that were possible, natural energy could become an excellent substitute for chakra. However, in practice, the two energies complemented each other, creating the magical chakra produced by their fusion. Chakra, natural energy, and senjutsu chakra followed this order in their progression. In theory, since natural energy could be used independently to strengthen physical and mental activity, it should logically be possible to use it alone to release ninjutsu and illusions. But theory and practice didn't always align perfectly. Despite this, Shiraishi was satisfied with the results. His fighting style mainly revolved around taijutsu, with medical ninjutsu as his primary technique. Now that he had a superior substitute for chakra in the form of natural energy, he could conserve the limited chakra in his body. He could then utilize natural energy to enhance physical and mental activity, achieving better results than with chakra alone, and showcasing remarkable endurance. Consequently, calling natural energy an energy source that would never be exhausted was not an exaggeration. By the way, he had heard the voice of Featherfire earlier. Curious, he asked Ruri what had happened. Ruri didn't hide anything and shared that Yu had come to report that there had been an influx of toads in Konoha recently, prompting them to exercise caution. Toads. Shiraishi tilted his head. It was true that there seemed to be more toads in Konoha village, but it was challenging to notice this without paying special attention. The toads were small and often concealed in dark, damp sewer environments, making them inconspicuous. Ruri explained that Mount Miyaboku, one of the 3 sacred places, was the lair of the toads, and Jiraiya, as a jonin, had a deep connection with them. Do you think these toads might be from Mount Miyaboku? Shiraishi wondered if it was a matter of concern. The records of the Uchiha's classics indicate that the 3 sacred places have a long history and possess incredible power. We can't take it lightly, whether it's the Sunin or any other powerful entities involved, Ruri replied. That's true. I'll keep an eye out, Shiraishi agreed, feeling that discussing such matters felt a bit strange. He understood that Ruri had a complete intelligence system at his disposal, making his involvement unnecessary. Besides, the sudden increase in toads in Konoha was indeed odd, but he decided to stay inconspicuous and avoid unnecessary complications. He had been hiding effectively so far, with Ruri handling most of the aftermath issues. He now lived as an ordinary Konoha chunin. Thus, he resolved to continue this approach. Chapter 55, Restarting the Meeting with Destiny. At the training ground, a powerful impact resonated. Boom! Ruri's fist collided with the ground, causing a deafening explosion. The force created a hole several meters in diameter, with gravel scattering in all directions. The figure was obscured by the sudden rise of sand and dust. As the smoke and dust settled, the pothole remained, revealing shocking cracks that extended deep into the ground. Ruri's fist appeared slightly red, and a dull pain surged through her hand. However, the discomfort quickly dissipated, leaving no trace. The power of natural energy is truly formidable. A mere punch can rival the impact of ninjutsu, Ruri exclaimed. Not only that, she felt an incredible lightness in her body. Replacing chakra with natural energy had a remarkable effect on enhancing her physical abilities. This newfound realization made Ruri develop a profound respect for the power of nature. Comparing herself to the vastness of nature, the natural energy within her seemed insignificant, a mere drop in the sea. Lost in contemplation, Ruri came to the realization that humans, including ninjas, were minuscule in the grand scheme of nature. Survival hinged upon the land and sky, and no matter how powerful one became, they remained bound to this world. Everything was bestowed by nature, and the chakra formed by the human body seemed inconsequential before such immense power. Shiraishi carried a convenient medical kit, prepared to tend to any injuries they might sustain during their practice session. Observing Ruri deeply absorbed in thought after testing her body art, he couldn't help but inquire about her unusual behavior. "It's nothing. I just suddenly feel how insignificant human beings are in the face of nature," Ruri replied. This response prompted Shiraishi to burst into laughter. "Why are you laughing?" Ruri asked, her eyes narrowing, and her fists raised. "It's just that it's quite out of character for you to contemplate your place in life like this," Shiraishi explained. Okay, no need to worry. Humans are an integral part of nature, but they are also a prominent group within it. Let's not consider ourselves superior beings surpassing nature. As we gain more knowledge, we realize our limitations," Shiraishi elaborated. Ruri carefully considered Shiraishi's words and found herself in agreement. She had once been ignorant and fearful of everything. But as she grew older and wiser, she began to appreciate the vastness and grandeur of nature. Before such immense power, she felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Returning to the main topic, Shiraishi asked, "Okay, how does natural energy feel?" Instead of answering, Ruri responded by punching Shiraishi in the face. Shiraishi deftly tilted his head, allowing Ruri's fist to pass by his ear, as if he had precisely calculated the distance. "As you said, this feeling is incredibly powerful, far beyond my previous self. With the power of the Sharingan, I should be able to maybe match Teacher Sakumo's speed and counterattack at the right moment," Ruri stated. The inexhaustible energy flowing through her body invigorated every cell, making her feel more comfortable than ever before. "That's right. Next, let's see if natural energy can be directly applied to ninjutsu and genjutsu." Similar to physical energy and spiritual energy, extracting natural energy required specific steps. Drawing natural energy from nature was merely the initial step. Effective assimilation, storage within the body, and identifying the most suitable entry point required continuous experience. The same applied to physical and spiritual energy. The amount and type of food intake, as well as emotional stability, all influenced the extraction of physical and spiritual energy. Theoretically, chakra could be used for taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Since natural energy enhanced taijutsu, it should be able to enhance ninjutsu and genjutsu as well. Ruri agreed, curious to know if natural energy could be used for ninjutsu and genjutsu. As she formed hand seals, she focused on balancing the natural energy gathered within her. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. The Uchiha clan's signature fire jutsu was far more potent than ordinary fire jutsu. Although Ruri successfully formed the hand seal and gathered natural energy, there was no significant reaction. "What's wrong?" Shiraishi rushed over, seeing Ruri's slightly unnatural expression and signs of pain. Ruri turned her head, took a breath, and managed to ease her discomfort. "My tongue is burning." It appeared the experiment had failed. The natural energy emitted an unimaginable heat within Ruri's mouth, but it didn't materialize into a fireball as expected. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Every time Ruri attempted the Fireball Jutsu, she had to drink water to relieve the burning sensation in her mouth. The experiment of using natural energy for ninjutsu and genjutsu ended in failure by the evening. A week passed since the failed experiments of using natural energy to replace chakra in releasing ninjutsu and illusions. In summary, natural energy alone couldn't replace chakra for those techniques, its role was limited to enhancing physical and mental abilities. However, Shiraishi didn't consider the experiment a complete failure. He believed that the lack of success might be due to the wrong approach. Unexpectedly, an order arrived from higher UPS, summoning the Team Sakumo to start an immediate mission on the front line of the Fire Nation battlefield. This forced Shiraishi to abandon his work and neatly hide everything in the laboratory. The experimental equipment was entrusted to the ninja cat summoned by Ruri. After nearly 20 days of relaxation, the team was finally deployed on a new mission. At the Konoha gate, Shiraishi and Ruri arrived slightly late due to the time consumed hiding the equipment. However, they still had ample time before the scheduled meeting. Upon gathering, the 4 team members exchanged few words. Over the past half a month, their faces had subtly changed. Sakumo's aura had become more pronounced, indicating a significant improvement in his skills. "Sakumo-sensei, we're all here. We can go," Shiraishi said, ready to proceed. "Wait a second, another team will be joining us. They should be arriving soon," Sakumo replied, with a smile, patiently waiting. The 3 Shiraishi members looked puzzled at the mention of another team. As expected, shortly after, 2 individuals arrived, an adult man with white hair dressed in a Konoha Jonin uniform and a young boy with golden yellow hair. The boy was identified as Minato Namikaze, a fellow student from the ninja school. He had graduated early and become a genin before the 3 of them. Shiraishi greeted Minato, the boy, in a friendly manner, and Minato responded with a smile. Apologizing for the delay, Jiraiya, the white-haired ninja, joined them. He was talkative and cheerful, but also one of the 3 Konoha Sunin and the disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Shiraishi noticed Jiraiya's strong aura, indicating his formidable skills. However, he was preoccupied with the recent appearance of many toads in Konoha, suspecting Jiraiya to be involved. After exchanging a few words, Jiraiya mingled with Sakumo, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Shiraishi was wary of Jiraiya's persuasive and thick-skinned personality, avoiding giving away any crucial information during their talk. As the team set out towards the front-line battlefield, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. He had previously placed some toads in Konoha but wasn't confident that he would find anything significant. Additionally, his focus was on the current mission, leaving him no time to delve into the toad's prophecy. He wondered if there truly was a powerful ninja among Konoha, and who could be the prophesied person to bring war and destruction to the ninja world. However, as many powerful ninjas were closely related to him, he couldn't be certain. Nonetheless, he was convinced of his loyalty to Konoha. The mystery remained: who was this prophesied person, and where could they be hiding within Konoha? Chapter 56, Root Ninja. Starting from the entrance of Konoha village at noon, it would take at least 10 hours to travel to the front-line battlefield of the Land of Fire. In the evening, Shiraishi and his group of 6 found a piece of terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack and rested for the night, preparing to start the next morning, and then in the evening of the next day, they should be able to reach the Konoha camp on the front line. In this ninja war between Suna and Konoha, the border line is at the border between the Land of River and the Land of Fire. This is a small country that lives between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. The north is adjacent to the Land of Rain. There is a certain amount of ninja power in the country, but the organized ninja villages are too weak and not popular. Therefore, in this war, the power of the ninja in the Land of River is almost negligible. The 6 people were resting in an open space, but the desire to communicate with each other is not very strong. After a long journey, everyone was already tired, and they all hoped to have a good rest. Second, the 2 teams were not very familiar with each other. Maybe Jiraiya and Sakumo have a good relationship, but there's no connection between Shiraishi and Minato. Even if they knew each other, they only heard each other's names by chance. They were nodding acquaintances, not even ordinary friends. "He's powerful." Shiraishi, who was leaning against a big tree, was frowning and contemplating the matter of natural energy, when Ruri suddenly said this. "What?" Shiraishi finished thinking and raised his head subconsciously. "This guy has no flaws in his body. Even when he is resting, he chooses terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and he judged it at the first time. It can be seen that his analytical skills are also first class." Facing Sakumo-sensei, he didn't appear to be arrogant or impetuous, and was not overwhelmed by Sakumo's aura. He was very confident in his own strength. Shiraishi understood who Ruri was talking about. It was Namikaze Minato on the other side. Shiraishi nodded in agreement with Ruri's evaluation. How can a ninja who can be brought by Sunin be so simple? What's more, at the academy, the other party had already been famous, and is a well-known genius. According to Shiraishi's estimation, Minato's current strength is likely to have reached the level of Joinin. But compared to you, Ruri, it should be a little worse, Ayuna said with a smile. Ruri's strength in Sakumo's team is second only to that of the leader, Sakumo. In addition to the excellent Kekii Genkai of the Uchiha clan, it is generally difficult for Jonin to defeat Ruri. This kind of thing can only be known after one fight. Although Ruri was proud, she felt that Minato, who could follow Sunin, was not comparable to a normal Jainin. However, Ruri is also very confident in her own strength, especially after she has mastered natural energy. Her physical skills alone will be a problem for high-level ninjas. What's more, in the battle, you should always pay attention to her Sharingan. Overall, if a battle does occur, Ruri doesn't think that she has the possibility of losing. But it is also a fact that the opponent's strength is not bad. If the situation allows, she really want to try it out, but there wasn't an appropriate place. So she had to restrain herself. Okay, it's almost time for patrol. Shiraishi got up and ended the topic about Minato. Even though the last mission annihilated an elite unit of Suna, there has been no news of the destruction in the Land of Fire recently, but it cannot be relaxed. As long as you leave the village to perform tasks, you must pay 200% attention to prevent accidents from happening. The patrol mission of Team Sakumo has always been a team of two. Shiraishi and Ayano were in charge of the first half of the night, while Ruri and Sakumo were in charge of the second half of the night. Now that the sky is almost dark, Shiraishi and Ayano have also started their patrol work in the first half of the night, to check around to see if there are any enemies lurking. Nodding at Ruri, Shiraishi and Ayano disappeared from the spot and started patrol work. Ruri glanced at the backs of the two and said nothing. The task of patrolling is relatively simple for Shiraishi's group. After all, there is Ayano's Byakugan. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, as long as there is an enemy approaching here, there will be nowhere to hide in the white eyes. Although it cannot be compared with Perception Ninja in terms of range, Perception Ninjutsu can only determine the distance, direction, and number of targets, while Byakugan's omnidirectional monitoring ability can know what moves the enemy uses to attack, and what means they need to use. Take advantage of the enemy and quickly suppress the enemy's morale. It is precisely because of Byakugan's credit that Konoha can avoid the traps carefully designed by the enemy in every war, making any conspiracy and tricks of the enemy invalid. It's almost here. In another forest, Shiraishi stopped. Ayano has rolled her eyes. As long as anyone approaches here, she will be discovered by her. Next, they only need to circle around regularly to complete the patrol mission in the first half of the night. Shiraishi took out a note from the book and put it in Ayano's hand. Ayano tilted her head incomprehensibly, but she still held it in her hand, looked left and right, found nothing abnormal, and opened the note. It says, "Are there toads around?" Toad. Ayano didn't quite understand why Shiraishi asked such a question, so she just shook her head slightly. There are quite a few insects around, but the closest toad is more than 100 meters away from here, and it is still in the river. It looks like there are no toads. Yes, there are no traces of toads around. But why should Shiraishi-kun pay special attention to toads? Ayano blinked and asked her doubts. That's because a lot of toads suddenly appeared in Konoha village recently, and I'm worried that someone is using them for espionage. Using toads for espionage? Yes, it's highly likely that Jiraiya Jonin, one of the 3 Sunin, is involved. I heard he formed a summoning contract with the toads from T Mount Myaboku. Toads are inconspicuous creatures, making them perfect for collecting information unnoticed by others, don't you think? That's why Ruri focuses on training cats, as she suspects that others might be using toads for information gathering. Are you looking for something? Ayano appeared thoughtful. It's not very clear, but it might be for surveillance purposes. Anyway, the toad matter doesn't directly concern us. We just need to be vigilant when sharing information in the future. That's true, indeed. Ayano nodded in understanding. There are no signs of anything abnormal around them, and there is no envy monitoring, indicating that their secret has not been exposed. It's best not to overreact or draw unnecessary attention. Even if something unexpected were to happen, they should stick to their usual routine. By the way, there's another troublesome thing I need to tell you. Shiraishi scratched his head, sighing with a sense of helplessness, struggling to find the right words. Troublesome? What is it? It's about Ruri. Shiraishi's gaze shifted awkwardly. Ayano immediately caught on to his implication. Shouldn't it be? As you suspect, our secret relationship has been revealed. So from now on, when the 3 of us are together, I won't need to hide my strength. I'll fight at full power. Shiraishi continued to scratch his head, sensing that the situation was becoming more complicated. Due to Ruri's response to the situation, he couldn't deduce any useful information. But it was all right. In the future, when they act together, he won't need to conceal his abilities anymore. Perhaps, this would be a better way to complete their missions. After that, as long as Ruri and Ayane received credit, he could still remain as an inconspicuous individual. After all, safety must come first. That's how it is. Ayane lowered her head slightly, ensuring no one could read her expression. She refrained from asking why it got exposed because such a question would be meaningless. Moving forward, they just needed to relax and cooperate with one another. Still, she couldn't help feeling a bit reluctant. After all, she was the first one to learn about Shiraishi-kun's true secret, right? Ayane couldn't help but feel a tad bit worried. Are you all right? Shiraishi asked, concerned that Ayane might be overthinking things. I'm fine. Actually, I think Shiraishi-kun should have confessed to Ruri earlier. Ayane raised her head, offering a smile. She had managed to sort out her feelings of disappointment and hid them well. Whatever thoughts were swirling in her mind, she kept to herself. Shiraishi couldn't read anything from Ayane's cheerful expression, but he realized how much she had grown compared to before. To avoid any awkwardness, it was better to conclude this topic swiftly. Continuing the discussion in front of a woman about another woman seemed like a recipe for disaster. With that, Shiraishi gave Ayane the natural energy training method and the supplementary medicine, encouraging her to freely use natural energy as soon as possible. Among the three of them, Ayane would probably benefit the most from natural energy. As a member of the Hyuga clan, her primary fighting style was Taijutsu, the gentle fist technique, which she combined with Byakugan. Shiraishi couldn't fully fathom how much Ayane's gentle fist's power would increase after mastering natural energy, but the benefits she reaped were likely to surpass his and Ruri's. He eagerly anticipated witnessing Ayane's growth with the power of natural energy and soft fist. Instead of starting her training right away, Ayane joined Shiraishi for a patrol around the area. No problems arose during the first half of the night's patrol. However, since Jiraiya's team was also involved in patrolling, the night patrol was divided into 3 shifts. As a result, Shiraishi and Ayane completed their patrol mission 2 hours earlier than usual and returned to the camp to rest. The night passed uneventfully. In the early morning of the second day, the group of 6 set off once again. They traveled all day, and as evening approached, they finally arrived at the border area between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers. This was the general base of Konoha's attack against Suna. More than 2,000 Konoha ninjas were stationed here, and the commander was Orochimaru, the same rank as Jiraiya, with Tsunade as the deputy commander, supporting Orochimaru. Despite the strong presence of Konoha ninjas, the battle situation on the front line was still intense and should not be underestimated. After passing through a strict inspection, the Konoha ninjas guarding the camp allowed them to enter. Once inside the camp, Shiraishi noticed a heavy and somber atmosphere, in stark contrast to the liveliness of Konoha. Paramedics carried the wounded on stretchers, while groups of ninjas gathered near tents, holding simple hot food with blank expressions, eating with little enthusiasm. Many of them couldn't stomach the food and ended up vomiting, clutching their chests and seeking relief from water. Passing through the medical area, painful screams of injured ninjas emanated from the tents. Tensions were high, as the slightest trigger could ignite the pent-up negative emotions in their hearts, leading to mental breakdowns. This was the reality of war. Sakumo and Jiraiya needed to meet with Commander Orochimaru, leaving Shiraishi and Minato waiting outside the camp. Fortunately, the wait wasn't long. After a few minutes, Sakumo emerged from the tent, holding an additional scroll that contained the tasks assigned to his team. Let's go. Yes. With limited time, Sakumo planned to explain the mission to Shiraishi and the others while they were on the move. Then, they bid farewell to Minato, and Sakumo's team departed, leaving the camp behind. Now, we'll divide our troops into 2 groups, and our task is to cut off Suna's supply line. Without wasting time, Sakumo halted their progress a few kilometers away from Konoha's camp and briefly explained the mission. Is it just the 3 of us? The trio of Shiraishi was taken aback. There will be Anbu to assist along the way. However, this mission is of great importance, and we cannot risk any leaks. So, if you encounter anyone who isn't one of our own on the way, kill them all. Sakumo's demeanor turned stern, and Shiraishi felt a chill down his spine. Suna village's supply line could not be left intact within the Land of Fire, so they had to venture into the Land of River to cut it off. This meant that even if they encountered ordinary people in the Land of River, they had to eliminate them to prevent their mission from being compromised. From this direction, about 15 kilometers away, you'll find a team of Anbu. Sakumo pointed southwest. The three of them looked in the direction he indicated, and beyond that lay the region of the land of rivers, outside the land of fire. If you understand, let's get moving. Once Sakumo finished speaking, he vanished in the opposite direction. The three of them exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. Not only were they tasked with a difficult mission of cutting off Suna's supply line, but they were also given a merciless order to eliminate all witnesses. Even with Enbu assistance, this mission was fraught with danger. Shiraishi let out a sigh and said, "Let's not worry too much. If the higher UPS assigned us this task, it means they believe we can accomplish it. Our priority now is to meet the Enbu." Indeed, while Sakumo provided them with the mission's objectives, he didn't divulge the specific steps. It seemed that Sakumo had his own mission and only revealed as much as he deemed necessary. To proceed further and cooperate with Enbu, the trio needed to rendezvous with the Enbu staff. Both Ruri and Ayane agreed, so they acted promptly. In about 10 minutes, they arrived at the designated location 15 kilometers southwest. As Sakumo mentioned, there were Enbu ninjas from Konoha, 4 of them in total. However, something was amiss. The masks they wore were slightly different from the ones Shiraishi had seen before. The mask patterns exuded a sense of depression and gloom. Especially their eyes behind the masks, cold and emotionless, like machines. "You are. We are members of Enbu's route. We'll be collaborating with you to carry out the task of cutting off Suna's supply line." The leader stepped forward and addressed the three of Shiraishi indifferently. "Route." The three of Shiraishi were puzzled, but the leader didn't explain further. He continued in a detached tone, "Your team will be responsible for feinting and distracting the enemy, while we will handle the destruction." With that, he and the other 3 ninjas lifted their shirts, revealing numerous detonating tags affixed to their bodies. "We'll also have detonators on ourselves. So once the feint is successful, make sure to find a way to leave the battlefield quickly. These detonating tags are powerful, and if you die, don't blame us for not warning you." It became clear that, in this mission, they had to be more vigilant of their own allies than of the enemy. Who in their right mind would stick exploding tags on their bodies, ready to blow up at any moment? They were dealing with a group of fanatics. The three of Shiraishi felt a headache coming on. Chapter 57, Deceptive Intel and Missions. The meeting with the route from Enbu concluded in less than 10 minutes. Afterward, these individuals once again went dormant. It was assumed that they would reconvene only when official action was underway, in order to confirm the readiness of both parties. Upon reaching a concealed spot within the grass, Shiraishi, Ayane, and Ruri gathered in a circle. "By the way, what exactly is Enbu's route organization? Does it exist as a separate entity within Enbu under Hokage's command?" The Enbu was directly under the Hokage, and the academy's curriculum contained specialized courses about it. This was mainly done to prevent future ninjas from misconceiving Enbu within the village as an enemy. To circumvent this awkward situation, all of Konoha's ninjas were made aware of this organization. Ninjas who entered Enbu were all elite. The main structure of Enbu consisted of 70 members, divided into 4 squads, each with 4 classes, and across the 4 squads, there were a total of 16 squad leaders. Furthermore, every squad leader's prowess was at the highest level. Their main function was to protect the Hokage and undertake various classified high-risk missions. In essence, they were the hidden defenders of Konoha. However, Shiraishi had never heard of Enbu's route, which led him to question the identities of those ninjas. Ayane also shook her head. Enbu's affairs were veiled in secrecy. Most ninjas were aware of the organization's existence, as well as its structure and numbers. But details like who was part of it and the particular skills each Enbu member possessed were kept strictly confidential. Ruri furrowed her brows slightly, her hands crossed over her chest. After a moment of silence, she explained, "I've heard of Enbu's route before. An elder in the clan mentioned it to me once. It's said to be a specialized division directly under Enbu, and it operates even more covertly. Their motto is better to eliminate a false target than to let a true one go, and they silently safeguard Konoha from the shadows. They follow a kill first, question later approach? Would Hokage-sama condone such a thing?" Shiraishi found this puzzling. Such an operation could severely damage the high-ranking official's reputation, led by Hokage, if it ever came to light. Even with Enbu, there was a phase of interrogation to ascertain whether a captured individual was friend or foe. Members of Enbu's route division, however, bypassed this process. They eliminated anyone they subjectively deemed a threat. Improperly managed, this organization could easily tarnish the ruling authority's prestige, possibly resulting in forced resignations. Such actions must be tacitly approved. Without that, Root wouldn't have grown within the framework of Anbu. These ninjas have no names, no emotions, no past, and no future. They are driven solely by their mission, Ruri clarified. After listening to Ruri, Shiraishi and Ayane recalled this mission. The Root members planned to detonate their own bodies to destroy the Suna ninjas' supply point. This strategy did indeed align with their mentality. Their existence was defined by their mission. Means and sacrifices were secondary concerns, to be addressed after the mission or possibly not at all. These individuals are truly fearsome, Shiraishi sighed. Regardless of the era, those who were willing to give up their lives to accomplish a goal were undeniably frightening. Without the pitch-black darkness, the serene and beautiful lake wouldn't exist. In every era, silent operatives like these were indispensable. Let's move on to the task at hand. What are your thoughts on this mission? Ruri unfurled the map provided by the Root and laid it out on the ground. It was a comprehensive map of the land of rivers, detailing various locations along with distance and environmental information. Ruri pointed to an area within the land of rivers where the Suna's supply point was situated. This was also the spot that Shiraishi and the others were to attack. Surveying the map, Shiraishi began, the supply point is in close proximity to Suna's camp. According to the marked distance, we have only about 10 minutes after creating a large-scale disturbance with the diversionary attack. Within this time frame, we must finish our task and exit the battlefield safely. Given our current strength, it's a tall order. The plan's division of labor was clear. Shiraishi and the team were to serve as the diversion, creating maximum chaos. Once that was accomplished, they would withdraw quickly. Meanwhile, Root would intervene and detonate their explosives, obliterating all the supplies at the Suna supply point and completing the mission. The challenge lay in inciting a large-scale disturbance in just 10 minutes, capturing the Suna's attention, and providing a secure attack window for the Root ninjas. Subsequently, they had to evacuate swiftly to evade the explosives. However you look at it, 10 minutes is an incredibly short time, Ayane agreed, concurring with Shiraishi. It was highly likely that the Suna ninjas guarding the land of rivers supply point were numerous, including several Jainin-level fighters. The area being so crucial, there might even be over a dozen Jainin. Apart from Jainin, there would also be a considerable number of Chunin. Under such heavily fortified circumstances, completing the diversion in 10 minutes was theoretically implausible. Once a commotion is initiated, I can use a large-scale fire release jutsu. Since the supplies are of great importance, Suna will refrain from using extensive ninjutsu, making it a favorable setting for us. However, extricating ourselves from Suna's encirclement won't be simple. I recall you prepared quite a few useful tools before embarking on this mission, Ruri observed, casting a glance at Shiraishi. I didn't anticipate needing them so soon, Shiraishi sighed, retrieving a scroll from his pouch. Unsealing it released a cloud of white smoke, revealing a collection of items. What are these? Ayane asked, intrigued as she picked up a projectile that resembled a smoke bomb. Highly toxic smoke bombs. They have an extended range and duration compared to ordinary ones, and I've also brought along the antidote. But what if the enemy disperses them with wind-style jutsu? That's not an issue. I can use the fire release technique. In the event the enemy uses wind release jutsu, my fire release will be reinforced and its range expanded. In this manner, wind-based jutsu couldn't be easily utilized, and the three of them could exploit the poisonous mist for the diversion and create chaos. After that, they'd have to contend with a horde of Suna ninjas on their trail and carefully strategize their escape. As night descended and the river valley region along the border between the land of fire and the land of rivers was enshrouded in darkness, chilly gusts of wind occasionally swept through the area. Let's discuss our escape strategy on the way. We must reach the mission site by midnight. We have less than 6 hours remaining, and time is of the essence. This mission relied heavily on the element of surprise, leaving them little time to craft elaborate countermeasures. The Suna supply point needed to be obliterated before it could be relocated. Once the opportunity passed, discerning the location of Suna's supply point would become an arduous task. In the heart of the night, silence blanketed the Konoha camp along the border of the land of fire, with not even the faintest chirping of insects. Inside a tent, the dim illumination from simple lights barely reached the center of the room, leaving the edges shrouded in darkness. Tsunade stood by a table, meticulously sorting through a pile of information. Given the gravity of the intelligence at hand, a thorough review was imperative. At that moment, a white-haired ninja entered the tent from outside. "Tsunade, are you still at it?" "It's quite late," said the visitor, none other than Jiraiya, who, like Tsunade, was a prominent figure within Konoha. Upon entering, he greeted Tsunade with a smile. "Ah, it's you, Jiraiya. Is something the matter?" Tsunade glanced up at Jiraiya before returning her focus to the information spread before her. Her demeanor suggested she was in no mood for idle chatter. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Jiraiya sighed softly and spoke, "I regret the incident with Orochimaru. If I had been there, had a conflict between Konoha and Suna arisen, he could have returned swiftly, potentially preventing the tragedy that befell Nawaki. However, the past could not be undone, and no amount of wishing could resurrect the fallen." Seeing Tsunade's smile wane, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a mixture of concern and remorse. "This is not your fault." Tsunade's voice turned chilly. Though Jiraiya's mention of Orochimaru and Nawaki caused a pang in Tsunade's heart, she quickly rallied, refusing to be disheartened by such matters. At present, the lives of countless Konoha ninjas rested on her shoulders, and she couldn't afford to display weakness. This was a moment when she must stand tall and resolute, showing strength that would not invite anyone to underestimate her. Jiraiya remained silent by her side, choosing not to contest Tsunade's statement. "Now that you're here, just do your part and don't hinder my work." Tsunade's tone softened slightly, though her intention to focus on her tasks was evident. Jiraiya didn't utter a word, but a sense of lost purpose shadowed his expression. "Wait." Tsunade halted him suddenly. "What is it?" Jiraiya inquired, perplexed. "This mission to surprise attack the Suna supply point. It's assigned to the Sakumo team, right?" Tsunade posed an unrelated question, capturing Jiraiya's attention. "Yes, it's Sakumo's team. Given the mission's significance, and considering that only Sakumo is best suited for this task, the responsibility was assigned to his team," Jiraiya confirmed. The success of this operation, which aimed to sever Suna village's supply line, held substantial implications for the ongoing conflict. A flawless execution could weaken Suna's internal stability due to shortages, achieving a considerable advantage for Konoha with minimal sacrifice. This could potentially pave the way for peace talks between the two sides, ending a war that had raged on for over 2 years. However, failure would prolong the war's duration and consequences for both Konoha and the Land of Fire. Jiraiya held immense confidence in Sakumo's abilities, and this mission only solidified his conviction further. He wasn't alone in this. The village had already initiated preparations for peace negotiations between Konoha and Suna. Observing Tsunade's growing concern, Jiraiya's heart clenched, and he inquired urgently, "What's wrong?" "The information provided contradicts the plan I devised with Orochimaru. Furthermore, this isn't the standard signaling method used by Anbu." Tsunade produced one of the many documents. Jiraiya's expression shifted upon hearing this. "Jiraiya, when you received the information from Anbu in the village, were you certain no one tampered with it?" Tsunade's brow furrowed as she regarded Jiraiya. Due to the mission's critical nature, Konoha's intelligence was entrusted to Jiraiya by Anbu, one of the village's 3 high-ranking ninjas. Jiraiya was then dispatched to the front lines to ensure the information's secure delivery. "Impossible. I've been with Sakumo's team the whole way. There's no chance anyone could have interfered with the information." Jiraiya snatched the document from Tsunade's grasp and meticulously combed through its contents. His expression darkened with each line. "What's going on? Why does the content here differ from what Sarutobi-sensei explained?" Jiraiya's shoulders began to tremble, his disbelief evident as he scrutinized the information before him. "It seems you've been deceived. As no issues arose during transport, there's only one possibility. The Anbu who passed you the information aren't under Sarutobi-sensei's command." Tsunade's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Jiraiya's body to stiffen, cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was dire news. Not only did it jeopardize the mission's success, but if he had unknowingly fallen into enemy hands, the consequences for the Sakumo team could be catastrophic. "No, I need to save them." Jiraiya, too, was drenched in sweat, dashing out of the tent without a moment's hesitation. "Wait, Jiraiya. Don't act hastily. Even if you rush over." But as Tsunade gave chase, Jiraiya had already vanished into the enveloping darkness, leaving her helpless and staring at the tent's entrance. Chapter 58, Root's Trap. Deep in the dark and chilly forest, the clock had already struck 1 in the morning, and the trio pressed on towards their target. Bathed in the pale moonlight, one could discern a complex network of wires spanning between the colossal trees, forming an impenetrable web, awaiting its prey. While it might seem logical to begin an assault from a safer angle, this proved to be the point of least resistance. The vital Suna supply point lay further ahead, rendering a noiseless intrusion virtually impossible. Moreover, such a pivotal location would undoubtedly be under the watchful eye of a sensory ninja, quite possibly exposing their presence. Upon severing the steel wire web, a barrage of kunao and shuriken rained down from the inky night sky. Some of the kunao were adorned with explosive tags, their fiery tails casting an eerie glow. Boom! Boom! The incessant bombardment battered at eardrums, the earth quaked beneath the onslaught, and the once serene night was consumed by roaring flames as trees ignited. Yet, this very fact underscored the importance of the supply point. Such an elaborate defensive trap wouldn't exist were it not a crucial asset for Tsunagakuer. Even the untrained eye would discern its significance, unable to breach it without triggering some reaction. Here they come. 11 from the west, 9 from the south, and 17 at the rear, Ayane reported calmly, her Byakugan granting her a clear view of the approaching ninja force, 37 in total. The majority were Chunin, interspersed with a handful of Jounin, each commanding their respective teams. Start taking the antidote, Shiraishi instructed, popping a white pill into his mouth, soon followed by Ruri and Ayane, both consuming the antidote as well. Subsequently, Shiraishi retrieved 2 smoke bombs from his pouch and deployed them into the forest, cloaking the area in a haze of grey mist. Though ineffective against sensory ninjas, the smoke could potentially disorient other foes, plunging them into disarray. Curses, this smoke is poisonous. Clear out, quick! The disciplined sand-hidden ninjas infiltrated the misty zone but quickly recognized something was amiss. Their bodies grew weak, breathing turned labored, and a suffocating agony enveloped them. Some with lower resistance to poison collapsed, writhing in pain. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Ruri's hands wove a series of seals, and a chakra that was far larger than the fireball technique accumulated in her mouth, and she released it all in one breath. Under the raging inferno, the night blazed crimson, the once frosty air now simmering, its heat rendering skin as hot as boiling water. 3 silhouettes dashed through the flames, certain that these theatrics wouldn't go unnoticed by the Suna ninja at the supply point. Ruri's vast fire release covered extensive terrain, and with countless combustible trees, a wind release user would only exacerbate the fire's intensity, making these flames beyond comparison from the standard fire release jutsus. The fire required water release jutsu to douse, a nutshare not mastered by the ninjas, and considering its vast expanse, only an extensive effort could extinguish it, a process far from swift. With only 10 minutes of maneuverability, the diversion seemed effective, though gauging the attention garnered from Suna proved uncertain. Regardless, Shiraishi's trio was committed to completing their task to the best of their ability. Upon the mission's culmination, successful or not, their priority would shift to extracting themselves from the battlefield. Within the searing forest, agonized screams echoed, the Suna hidden forces encountering Shiraishi's team swiftly met their end. Kunao twirling in his hand, Shiraishi dispatched an oncoming ninja, swiftly severing their carotid artery. Vacuum palm. Ayane's swift hand thrust forth, releasing a chakra shockwave akin to an air cannon. The unsuspecting ninja behind her crumpled, vomiting blood, thrown into a tree. This technique, derived from the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, was an unseen, colorless ranged assault, baffling to the naked eye. Unperceptive ninjas would struggle to evade it, defenseless against its invisible trajectory. This long-range technique had been a reward for Ayane's prior mission. Negotiations between Hokage and the Hyuga clan had resulted in Ayane receiving further training in their closely guarded secret techniques of gentle fist. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm was one such technique. In the present operation, Shiraishi and Ayane spearheaded the supply point assault against Suna. Ruri's role was to accumulate chakra and unleash a torrent of fire ninjutsu, amplifying the destruction and drawing attention from the Suna ninja. Her conflagration would create an opening for Enbu operatives to infiltrate the local supply point. A sweeping tide of roaring flames surged outward, merging the searing heat, the ferocious blaze swept away the frigid forest air. Traces of devastation from the inferno marred the surroundings. However, the cost was steep. The repeated use of high-level fire release jutsu had drained Ruri's chakra reserves rapidly. It was anticipated that only a few more such intense techniques would leave her chakra reserves depleted. Recognizing the dire situation, Ruri swiftly closed her eyes. The riot here has almost reached its peak, and she still needs to move forward for a while to try to further expand the scale of the riot. As they ventured deeper into Suna territory, they approached a stream preceding the supply point. Across the stream, there were a large number of tents stationed, surrounded by tall trees that could be used to shelter the camp. A fire broke out in the opposite forest, which had already aroused the alertness of the Sandy ninjas here. Under the effective command of the Jounin, the Sandy ninjas who were waiting here were not at all chaotic, and they were not worried because of the fierce attack of the enemy. Could it be Konoha's ninja? Why attack here? Have they stumbled upon the secret weapon? Pondered Asuna Jounin with furrowed brows. If that's the case, we're in a tight spot. We can't afford any negligence, especially under watchful eye. Whatever the situation, we mustn't leak the use of the tailed beast weapons. And Konoha will be caught off guard. The eyes of the Jounin glinted murderously, determined to eradicate the Konoha invaders without leaving any trace. Across the riverbank, Ayana suddenly jolted and halted in her tracks. Observing Ayana's reaction, Shiraishi and Ruri came to a standstill as well. What's the matter? With Ayana's Byakugan as their sole guide, Shiraishi and Ruri were like lost travelers, wandering aimlessly. Something's amiss. I can't locate the warehouse storing the supplies. This isn't a Suna supply point. Ayana's complexion turned pale, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Sakumo had emphasized the mission's primary goal to cut off the Suna supply point requiring cooperation with Anbu. Although the ninja who identified as Root was an Anbu subgroup, they shared a similar understanding of the mission, engendering trust among Shiraishi's trio. However, Ayana's survey of the land unveiled a troubling reality: this so-called supply point had no warehouses storing provisions. Instead, it was heavily guarded by Suna ninjas, and nothing more. No warehouses, no supplies, nothing that would constitute a supply point. Ayana's conclusion was unequivocal. Shiraishi and Ruri's expressions darkened upon hearing Ayana's findings. They had been deceived. The realization struck like a blow. Move. Shiraishi's instincts kicked in, mission or not, they deserved an explanation. Faced with deceit, Shiraishi had no intention to continue. If the mission failed due to their inadequacy, he would humbly accept it, but if misinformation led to a mission's downfall, they had no obligation to persist. The trio hastened their retreat, yet at that moment, the Suna ninjas had positioned themselves, sealing off any escape routes, forming a large airtight net to surround the three of them. On a distant cliff's summit, 4 Root ninjas stood or sat, silhouetted by the moonlight as they looked down indifferently upon the chaos and flames below. They're capable enough. It's no surprise Danzo-sama wants to eliminate that Uchiha prodigy, allowing her to grow up poses a significant threat. In the end, the Uchiha are inherently untrustworthy. Such a shame for the Byakugan and the medical ninja. It's unavoidable, but if the evil Uchiha can be eliminated, the two of them should know that they died well. By doing so, White Fang will carry the stain of an incapable leader, failing to protect his subordinates. The upcoming Hokage will be Danzo-sama. Only he can guide Konoha to a stronger path. The 4 conversed in a fervent manner, unwavering in their faith towards Danzo-sama. Initially, according to the plan, they were supposed to start a suicide raid on the Suna camp from here, but now they're just watching here as bystanders, completely ignoring their own village. The ninjas are surrounded by the enemy, and they were indifferent. Are you leaving now? There's not much to see, one remarked. Chapter 59, One Tail's Rampage. As numerous Suna ninjas encircled them, the trio began to experience brief emotional fluctuations. However, they quickly suppressed these emotions. With the situation at hand, panicking would only worsen their predicament. Ayane, how many enemies are there in total? Shiraishi inquired, tilting his head. Counting the Suna ninjas who haven't engaged, there are 176 of them. Presently, 103 Suna ninjas are attacking us. This Suna base wasn't expansive, allowing Ayane to easily assess the numbers and positions of their adversaries. 103, meaning each of us has to face around 34 opponents on average. This is a significant challenge. Moreover, Ruri had nearly depleted her chakra during her earlier uproar, and currently, she had only about half left. Against ordinary adversaries, her remaining chakra would suffice. However, facing this many Suna ninjas, including several Jounin, it appeared an insurmountable odds. In the upcoming battle, let's conserve our chakra as much as possible and rely on natural energy for combat, Shiraishi suggested to Ruri. Ruri nodded, having the same thought. In comparison to the finite chakra, natural energy seemed a more inexhaustible resource to use in this dire situation, reserving the chakra for crucial moments. Now, we'll change our tactics. Ayane, you'll focus on scouting a way out using your eyes, while Ruri and I will handle the combat. We'll pinpoint the weakest point and break through. Initially, Ruri's fire release technique had served to protect her and prevent distractions during their prior commotion. However, now, they would rely on Ayane's Byakugan for scouting, while Shiraishi and Ruri concentrated on defense. I'll do my best, Ayane affirmed, her expression serious. This multitude of ninjas posed a considerable challenge for Ayane's eyes. Let's discuss our strategy later, escaping is our immediate priority. If there are no objections, let's proceed. The intelligence lapse, the anger, and the bad mood, these feelings afflicted not only Ruri and Ayane but also Shiraishi. Yet, rationality should prevail over fury during this situation, they must plan logically to ensure a successful escape. Whether the village intentionally baited them or there was a glitch within Root's actions, they had fallen into a trap. Follow me. Ayane wasted no time. Their lives were at stake, and they had to find the best escape route. Shiraishi and Ruri trailed her. Simultaneously, they suppressed the chakra movement within them, instead, focusing on absorbing natural energy from the surroundings. Since natural energy varied in different locations, affecting its absorption rate, they had to take advantage of the abundant natural energy in the forest. Within seconds, Shiraishi and Ruri were replenished with natural energy. This influx brought an extraordinary lightness to their bodies, making them capable of feats like punching the ground. However, now was not the time to relish newfound strength. Faced with elite ninjas, they had to remain cautious. Their gratitude extended to Ayane's Byakugan. Thanks to her early detection of the fake supply point, they could thwart a potential trap and escape. Before the Suna ninjas could seal the encirclement, Ayane had pinpointed the weakest escape route. Only 29 Suna ninjas guarded this section, a lesser number than the rest. Clang! Clang! Shiraishi deflected incoming kunao with his kunao, engaging 2 Suna ninjas in battle. In the darkness of the forest, only rapid movements were visible, accompanied by sparks as kunao clashed. Realizing Shiraishi's strength, the 2 Suna ninjas were pained after just a brief clash, struggling to maintain their hold on their kunao due to the pain. Taking advantage of their vulnerable state, Ruri, who was positioned at the rear, swiftly approached and executed precise strikes, dispatching the Suna ninjas. Due to their quick maneuvers and aversion to prolonged combat, they dealt with the obstacles efficiently. Wind release, gale palm. A powerful gust swept from behind, carrying a flurry of kunao and shuriken. The storm's influence heightened the projectile's speed and penetration. Ruri, fortified by natural energy, deflected the oncoming projectiles with ease. Kaboom! However, some kunao carried detonating tags. The explosion sent Ruri hurtling through the air, her landing on a branch requiring considerable effort as her face turned pale. Don't let them escape. Eliminate these Konoha ninjas. All around, the air was filled with the sounds of movement and shouts of battle, coming from every direction. Among this group of Suna ninjas, there were skilled sensory ninjas. No matter which direction Shiraishi and the others tried to break free in, there were always Suna ninjas hot on their trail. Moreover, the number of ninjas was growing, and the ones blocking their path were all elite warriors. They were determined to delay Shiraishi and his companions, buying time for reinforcements to arrive. Let's avoid unnecessary combat. Shiraishi noted, seeing the frustrated expression on Ruri's face. He understood her desire to fight back against this group of Suna ninjas, considering the provocation they had endured. However, this wasn't the moment for recklessness. Even with their enhanced natural energy, they weren't invincible. Trapped in the midst of numerous Suna ninjas, fighting them all was a losing battle. Understood. Don't give me orders, Ruri retorted, her irritation fueled by the detonating tag's recent explosion. The blast had rattled her and kindled her determination to fight. I don't want to do this either, Shiraishi sighed inwardly. This pack of ninjas was like rabid dogs, chasing and biting. Was it really worth the effort for these non-essential supply points? Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them. Shiraishi, Ayane, and Ruri felt a chill run through their bodies, struggling to maintain their balance as the earth shook. The pursuing ninjas were also taken aback. They hadn't anticipated the sudden earthquake, which left them unsteady on their feet. Wait, that's... Damn it, is that monster going berserk? These Suna ninjas seemed to possess some knowledge about the situation, their voices laced with fear and confusion. It was a reaction driven by sheer terror. Rumble. The intense tremors continued to shake the ground. Everyone was left bewildered by the unfolding events. What's happening? Shiraishi sensed the unnaturally violent vibrations, which seemed to exceed the limits of human capabilities. Simultaneously, a monstrous roar resonated, followed by a chilling and malevolent chakra presence in the air. It sent shivers down their spines, a weight pressing on their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Shiraishi was awestruck by the immense chakra. Despite the apparent distance, its origin seemed far away, yet it managed to permeate the atmospheric barrier and reach them. This extraordinary chakra exceeded the realm of comprehension for normal individuals. As the earth continued to tremble, deep cracks started to snake across the ground. Trees in the forest swayed, and a violent hurricane churned in the distance. Escaping was nearly impossible in these conditions. Shiraishi clung to a nearby tree, employing chakra to maintain his balance. Ruri and Ayane followed suit, grabbing onto solid objects to stabilize themselves. Cold sweat streamed down the faces of the pursuing ninjas. They too were caught off guard by the overwhelming chakra. After the tremors subsided, just as everyone began to heave a sigh of relief, an enormous black shape emerged from the distant forest. It loomed like an insurmountable mountain, sending panic through the crowd. With its appearance, the sound of screams filled the air. The storm intensified, heavy chakra blanketing the atmosphere. This chakra felt distinct from ordinary chakra, emanating an icy chill and an aura of danger. One tail. The one tail has emerged. Is that monster completely uncontrollable? Damn it, I thought it was safe. Did the ninja from Konoha do something? Curse it! Though Shiraishi didn't fully understand what one tail was, he could sense the panicked responses from the Suna ninjas. It was clear that this unexpected turn of events had thrown them into chaos. Tonight, their actions were limited to starting a fire. How could they have released this enigmatic monster? In truth, the origin of this huge monster itself was highly suspicious. For the first time, Shiraishi's understanding of the ninja profession wavered. While Ruri's fire release ninjutsu was already an impressive high-level technique, capable of igniting entire forests, it paled in comparison to the potential destruction wrought by this unidentified giant creature. Ha 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 ha, I'm back! The monster bellowed with laughter, a mix of elation and a desire to obliterate everything. Standing like a huge fortress amidst the forest, its presence dwarfed that of any human. The creature exuded an aura of violence and devastation. A casual flick of its sandy yellow tail resulted in the decimation of a forest. Its movements stirred up violent storms, toppling trees and causing the earth to quake. Over a dozen Suna ninjas were caught in the chaos, their screams adding to the terror. Chapter 60, Tailed Beast Chakra. After a while, the monstrous creature roared and turned, exposing its terrifying form to all present. In its eyes, humans appeared as insignificant and feeble as ants. Its body was bloated, covered in violet curse lines arranged in a chaotic pattern. You wretched human insects! How dare you seal me for so long? I'm going to destroy you all! This creature, referred to as One Tail by the Suna nins, possessed an exceedingly loud voice, accompanied by an acutely piercing quality that could cause discomfort like a knife being thrust into one's ear. Wind Release Gale Bomb. A substantial amount of chakra began accumulating within its maw, and it commenced releasing enormous typhoon-like bursts in a fan-shaped spread, sweeping away everything in its path including the forest trees and adversaries. An intense explosion resounded through the air. Both its power and range surpassed that of an average ninja's techniques. At this juncture, Suna nins, Shiraishi and the others ceased their combat, opting instead to seek cover and evade the fearsome typhoon onslaught. Who? Are the two of you unharmed? Shiraishi clasped his shoulder, where his attire had been inadvertently grazed by the wind blades dispersed by the wind spheres, revealing a grievous, bleeding wound. Truthfully, situations like these were incredibly vexing. Misfortunes seemed to be occurring one after the other. What had ostensibly been a routine mission to destroy supply points was now hampered and necessitated a premature retreat due to faulty information. As a result, facing this rampant behemoth, Shiraishi was at a loss for words. Presently, the paramount concern for Suna shinobi was avoiding becoming ensnared within the creature's sweeping attacks. Fortunately, the chakra of this creature feels rather ominous. It's the most powerful chakra I've ever encountered. It's difficult to fathom such an entity existing within the ninja world. Ayane inhaled sharply. Her Byakugan allowed her to directly perceive the terrifying nature of chakra emanating from the creature known as One Tail. Among those she was acquainted with, Ruri already possessed formidable chakra as a ninja. Yet, when they were exposed with this creature, they realized their chakra levels were leagues apart. Of course, it's Suna's tailed beast weapon. I never expected Suna to deploy such a thing onto the battlefield. We must retreat quickly. Ruri appeared to possess some knowledge, her expression assuming a solemn expression. A tailed beast. Shiraishi raised an eyebrow. He had come across mentions of it in various documents, but this was his first encounter with the actual entity. It was said to be a creatures ranging from 1 tail to 9 tails from ancient times, referred to as a tailed beasts by ninjas. Their origin remained unknown, only their existence since ancient times and their extensive lifespans were known. Each tailed beast boasted a reservoir of chakra beyond a ninja's comprehension, capable of causing tremors with the slightest movement. Dealing with such a creature, even when suppressed through sealing techniques, demanded significant sacrifices. Truly a fearsome entity. It instilled a greater sense of dread than what Shiraishi had gleaned from books. The trio took refuge behind a boulder, defiantly facing the storm head-on. Their surface was already marred by numerous marks, like countless blades carving into them. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere and the ceaseless tempest, Shiraishi massaged his throbbing temples. It wasn't so much that the current situation was more perilous than before, the monster's rampage had compelled the Suna to halt their pursuit and turn their attention to the one tail. However, the predicament lay in one tail's wide-range attacks ensnaring the trio. Wait a moment. Ayuna suddenly perceived something through her Byakugan. What's amiss? Quickly. Ayuna lacked the time to elaborate, merely urging Shiraishi and Ruri to move swiftly. Shiraishi and Ruri dared not linger. Ayuna must have discerned something, otherwise, her urgency wouldn't be so palpable. Indeed, the chakra permeating the air grew increasingly intense. The white section of its eye turned obsidian, while the pupil assumed a sandy hue. Shikaku's penetrating gaze. The gaze was as sharp as a knife's edge, with exaggeratedly parted lips that revealed a perilous and cunning grin. It tore open its gaping maw, and chakra began converging before its visage. After each chakra sphere merged, it morphed into a substantial black chakra sphere. A mystic lavender halo surrounded the outer layer of the black chakra sphere. Resembling a colossal black gem radiating purple luminescence, it formed a perfectly spherical shape. The atmosphere stagnated, frigid tendrils penetrating the skin, inducing an unsettling trepidation. Just as it was poised to launch, a heavy blow caused its bloated form to stagger, and the purple-hued black sphere soared skyward in a parabolic trajectory. Despite its parabolic trajectory, the black sphere's velocity was formidable, like a fleeting gust of wind. The trio, proceeding in the opposite direction of the encampment, lifted their heads, observing the enormous black sphere soaring above them and vanishing into the distance. Light illuminated everything. Figures, trees, and the earth all vanished from view. The trio reflexively shut their eyes against the intense brilliance of the explosion. An eerie silence prevailed for several seconds, disrupted by a resounding boom. The forest quaked, the riverbed crumbled, creating an abrupt precipice ahead. A tsunami-like wave of dust rolled in. The expanse spanning kilometers transformed into a colossal crater, devoid of vegetation. Cough, cough. Shiraishi rose from the soil, his body caked in dust, his expression one of embarrassment. He suddenly noticed Ayuni and Ruri also emerging from the soil, their appearances mirroring his embarrassment. Their sleeves and thighs showed signs of wear, stained with numerous blood spots. Their injuries appeared quite severe, and it was astounding that these injuries had been inflicted outside the blast range. Had the chakra ball landed even slightly closer to their position, it was likely they would have been instantly obliterated. Shiraishi shook his head and gave his ear a pat, trying to clear the dust that had settled inside. Was this still a battle among ninjas? As they gazed at the devastated landscape before them, Shiraishi and his companions couldn't help but entertain such a thought. In any case, the notion of instantly sinking such a large area of land seemed utterly excessive. If the chakra ball were to be repeatedly deployed, it didn't matter how formidable the ninja force was, it wouldn't be enough to counter this monstrous slaughter. Right up ahead. Stop them, don't let them escape from here. Footsteps accompanied by fleeting shadows sounded from behind. Scarcely had they recovered from the shock of one-tailed beast's devastating power when a realization struck. The Suna ninjas displayed an unwavering determination, unwilling to permit their escape at this critical moment. Was it possible that they sought to prevent the revelation of these events? Indeed, a weapon of such extraordinary power couldn't be allowed to fall into enemy hands, potentially leading to a surprise attack. Moreover, given the upheaval caused by the one-tail rampage, the Suna ninjas were resolute in preventing Shiraishi and his companions from fleeing. The exposure of this information might undermine their meticulously laid plans. With the Sunanins in hot pursuit, Shiraishi and the other two had no choice but to sprint in a straight line, aiming to vacate the battlefield with all possible speed. A silence hung over One Tail, whether due to renewed containment through the sealing technique or some other phenomenon, evading Shiraishi's understanding. Their primary objective remained evading the pursuit of the Suna ninja. As they traversed the barren terrain ravaged by Shao'er's onslaught, clusters of dark chakra gas, accompanied by a lavender halo, hovered in the air, distinctly visible. Observing this, Shiraishi's thoughts were set in motion. An intuitive grasp of One Tail power settled upon him. This power had the potential to quicken anyone's heartbeat. Without hesitation, he retrieved a glass bottle from his ninja pouch, uncorking it, and began to collect the residual physical chakra that hadn't yet dissipated. After a brief interval, the chakra had been collected, and Shiraishi securely returned the glass bottle to his pouch, a satisfied smile playing across his features. Evidently, this endeavor hadn't been in vain. If circumstances allowed, he. Chapter 61, The Reversal. The once thriving Suna camp lay in ruins, an utter chaos now. Everywhere bore evidence of the One Tail brutal rampage, transforming the entire forest into a wasteland, obscuring any trace of the camp's original appearance. Within the space that once held a bustling camp, now a desolate terrain, the frigid chakra of the tailed beast lingered, refusing to dissipate. Where the tailed beast had once stood, a figure in a black cloak now occupied the space. This individual was the current leader of the Tsunagakuer, the most exceptional and formidable ninja within the village, known as Suna's third Kazekage. Across the barren land, a sprinkling of black sand and dust scattered about as he observed an unconscious monk lying on the ground nearby. The monk's skin bore burn marks, yet his vitality was being restored at an extraordinary rate. Even to the third Kazekage, this was an astonishing spectacle. Instead of an ordinary Jinchuriki, he should have perished. Remarkably resilient. He mused to himself. One Tail was a tailed beast that the Tsunagakuer had possessed for long. However, due to the overwhelming might of the tailed beast, mere mortals, even at a distance, would tremble with fear at its presence. Thus, the tailed beast was sealed within a human host using sealing techniques, sacrificing the individual to harness its power and deploy it when necessary. The monk lying there was Jinchuriki, the guardian of the beast within Tsunagakuer. Kazekage-sama. A horde of nins surged toward the scene, their numbers totaling 400 or 500, all elite practitioners from the village. One jounin approached and, upon seeing Jinchuriki's stable condition, exhaled a sigh of relief. Gazing upon the leader, the third Kazekage, the jounin's eyes gleamed with respect and admiration. The third Kazekage nodded in acknowledgement of these nins. As expected of Kazekage-sama, the One Tail should be incapacitated for the time being. One of the jounin remarked, to which the third Kazekage shook his head, countering, "It's not so simple. The One Tail is uncooperative. If it were cooperative, I wouldn't have needed to resort to such extreme measures." The monk had a special bond with the One Tail beast sealed within him. Consequently, the containment had remained stable over the years. However, issues arose. The monk who has compassion and benevolence was averse to combat. During the reign of the second Kazekage, an attempt was made to militarize the One Tail's power. The second Kazekage imprisoned the monk, delving into the tailed beast's strength within him, resulting in the development of a series of magnet release ninjutsu. Yet, the monk resisted the second Kazekage's influence. Upon the second Kazekage's death, his disciple, the third Kazekage, assumed power, inheriting the ambition to militarize the tailed beast. The current predicament was an experiment, aiming to exploit the tailed beast's might, surprise Konoha, and seize the abundant resources of the Land of Fire. However, the outcome fell short. The beast's volatile mood hindered cooperation. Sensing a disturbance in the seal, the third Kazekage hastened to suppress the rampaging One Tail, resealing it within the monk. "What's our next move, Kazekage-sama?" the jounin inquired. "Leave the Jinchuriki aside for now. We'll find a way to make the stubborn monk cooperate." "But what's the status of the Konoha ninjas here?" Suppressing the One Tail had proven relatively effortless, considering the third Kazekage's mastery of this ninjutsu. However, compared to its exposed position, the sudden attack by Konoha ninjas presented a more pressing concern. To deploy a tailed beast onto the battlefield required secrecy, enabling swift defeat of Konoha and an invasion deep into the Land of Fire. "We're unsure. A group of Konoha ninjas launched an unexpected assault. The Jounin's expression soured as he responded. Tailed beast matters took precedence, ensuring no leaks. Reassess the personnel here. The third Kazekage issued the order. Yes. The Jounin nodded solemnly. Currently, the village likely harbored a traitor. By the way, what are those Konoha ninjas up to? Fear not. When I arrived, a detachment of ninjas had already been dispatched to track them down. Good news should arrive soon. The third Kazekage gazed into the distance, his eyes composed, confident in the soonest pursuit of the Konoha ninjas. The Jounin nodded, lifting the unconscious monk from the ground, his duty to relocate Jinchuriki. Kazekage-sama, I'll proceed with relocating the Jinchuriki. Go ahead. I'll bolster security accordingly. This time, there can be no more mishaps. Understood. In the heart of the land of rivers, a valley nestled beneath towering forest cliffs. What? Having driven a kunao into the enemy's chest, Shiraishi let out a breath and took a step back. He wearily sank onto the ground, clutching his crimson-stained side. These foes are truly formidable. Wind blades. It was no small feat to carve such a deep wound into Shiraishi's body, reinforced as it was by natural energy. The wind blades used by the elite Suna ninjas were undoubtedly a sharp and powerful ninjutsu. Shiraishi's brow furrowed, a faint green light shimmering on the palm covering his side, as he began to mend the injury. Beside him, Ruri and Ayana sat breathless, their attire dusted, as they ingested ration pills to restore their chakra. Around them, 21 shna-nins lay strewn in pools of blood, kunao and shuriken scattered amidst the carnage. Among them, 3 were high-ranking leaders, the rest being chunin. The annihilation of this unit exacted a steep toll upon Shiraishi and his companions. As Shiraishi mended his side and rummaged through his ninja pouch, he discovered it nearly emptied, leaving only 2 sealed scrolls and a vial containing the one-tail chakra. Do you still have any ration pills? While taijutsu didn't deplete chakra, medical ninjutsu required it. Unfortunately, there were no ration pills left in his pouch. Even if fashioned from local resources, Suna shinobi must account for the uncertainty of their next encounter. No, we just used the last one. Ayane responded apologetically. Ruri shook her head as well. Ration pills primarily sated hunger, with chakra recovery serving as a last resort. Even Shiraishi's specialized military pills only partially restored chakra. Shiraishi sighed, resigned. He leveraged his strength to rise from the ground and struggled over to the fallen Suna shinobi, scavenging for usable equipment from their pouches. Thankfully, the first corpse he touched yielded undamaged kunao and 2 explosive tags within its pouch. Shiraishi stowed these items in his own pouch. Suddenly, a fallen Sunanin's eyes snapped open, a gust of cutting wind gathering in his hand as he thrust a wind blade towards Shiraishi. Startled, Shiraishi hadn't anticipated another survivor feigning death. Instinctively, he twisted his body, several strands of hair severed by the whistling blade. A cold sweat beaded on Shiraishi's brow as he rolled away in embarrassment. The Sunanin showed no mercy, his body soaked in blood as he lunged toward Shiraishi, his visage twisted into a demonic grimace. Boom! A fireball collided. The Sunanin was unable to shield himself in time, writhed and screamed within the flames, eventually succumbing to death. Ruri inhaled deeply, her weariness now amplified. The recent fireball had nearly depleted her last reserves of chakra. Continuing to drain her chakra could prove fatal. Idiot, can't you distinguish between the living and the dead? My apologies. Shiraishi clambered to his feet, dusting off his attire. Afterwards, he resumed searching the fallen, but this time exercised greater caution, mindful of potential survivors. Before approaching a corpse, he'd fling a kunao to ensure no one feigned life. Fortunately, this concern was unwarranted. Only one of them remained partially alive. Ultimately, Shiraishi collected a combined total of 40 to 50 kunao and shuriken, along with 16 ration pills and roughly 10 explosive tags. Before Ruri and Ayane, visibly fatigued, he began to distribute the spoils. Ruri and Ayane didn't hesitate, more due to their weariness than anything else. Shiraishi and Ayane each claimed 4 ration pills from the 16, while Ruri obtained half due to her heightened consumption as a ninjutsu user. The trio promptly consumed raw-on pills, rejuvenating their chakra. Once restored, Shiraishi intended to employ the healing technique on Ruri and Ayane. No need, these wounds are minor. We can tough it out. Ruri deftly wrapped her bleeding calf and arm with a white bandage, despite the profound ache of her injuries. Ruri is right. Our present circumstances aren't entirely secure. These injuries won't hamper our combat effectiveness for the moment. There's no need to waste chakra. Ayana nodded in agreement, tending to her wounds much like Ruri, stemming the flow of blood. Agreed. Shiraishi offered no resistance. An icy wind swept through the valleys, nipping at them as they clung to their collars, a slight chill settling in their bones. To evade pursuit by the Suna, the trio circumvented the beaten path, venturing into the river valley's cliff-bottom depths within the land of river. The terrain was intricate, the environment harsh, veiled by dense fog. Up close, the fog bore a milky hue, yet within its depths, and darkness like to an immense black void hanging ominously above their heads. The trio took a moment to rest, allowing themselves to recuperate and regain some physical strength before embarking on a search for an exit. The surroundings were encased in damp rock walls, growing increasingly dim as they ventured further. The deep valley was shrouded in a cold, thick fog that seemed to chill the skin. Pressing onward with somber expressions, the three tread silently. Their restraint stemmed from a desire to conserve energy, understanding the importance of maintaining physical stamina in their precarious situation. With the assistance of the chakra-replenishing ration pills, Ayana's eyes fluttered open in the dimness. Despite the limited visibility in this dark environment, she employed her chakra meridian system to sense any potential ambushes. Someone is here, likely Sunanin's. Ayana halted, her observation keen. Shiraishi and Ruri shared a brief exhalation but remained silent. How many are there? Ruri eventually inquired after a pause. 11, Ayane replied. I have a plan to incapacitate them all at once. Ayane, find a narrow intersection where we can eliminate them. Ruri's announcement caught Shiraishi and Ayane off guard. Yet, her assured demeanor convinced Ayane that she had a viable strategy in mind. I understand, Ayane assented. The Sunanins were still some distance away, affording the trio ample time to locate an appropriate bottleneck. While uncertain of the specifics of Ruri's plan, Shiraishi trusted her prowess as the group's core combatant. He believed she wouldn't advocate for an impractical approach. Before long, Ayane identified a narrow intersection with only two paths, one forward, one rearward, enclosed by towering rock walls that eliminated any possibility of retreat. Is this location suitable? Ayane queried. Perfect. How long until they arrive? Ruri's expression turned resolute. At their current pace, we have around 2 minutes. Remind me when we have just 10 seconds left. Ayane nodded, in agreement. Shiraishi, however, appeared perplexed. Although he held faith in Ruri's capabilities, he remained ignorant of any enhanced ninjutsu she had developed, as she hadn't divulged any such information prior. Hence, Shiraishi's assessment of Ruri's suppressed chakra indicated the capabilities of an elite Sunanin, giving him pause. Yet, he had no choice but to trust in Ruri's plan. As the seconds ticked away, Ruri positioned herself at the forefront. Her unwavering figure amid the tempest evoked admiration, akin to a steadfast flower blooming upon a mountain. They're approaching. Ayane's voice cut through, heralding the final 10 seconds. Ruri didn't waste a moment, immediately initiating hand seals to activate a highly specialized fire release technique. Channeling her chakra and the recovered natural energy, Ruri forced their fusion without undergoing a customary safety test. The result was a flood of formidable energy surging throughout her body, an unprecedented sensation. True to her expectations, Ruri surpassed Shiraishi in her command of natural energy. Empowered by this proficiency, she dared to merge the remaining chakra with the natural energy, generating a magically charged chakra capable of amplifying her prowess without a prior test. Fire release, extinguishing flame. Wait, Ruri. Shiraishi's realization came a moment too late. With Ruri's current chakra reserves, she couldn't possibly conjure the explosive fire required to extinguish such an extensive fire release attack. Insufficient chakra could not only diminish the jutsu's power but also endanger the user. Unfortunately, Ruri's use of the jutsu outpaced Shiraishi's admonition. Moreover, she would likely dismiss his caution even if she heard it. Ruri was her own warrior, resolute and unwavering in her combat approach. A torrential surge of flames surged like a tsunami within the valley's depths, morphing into an all-devouring beast that engulfed everything. The formerly chilly surroundings now resembled the scalding inferno of hell itself. Before the group of Sunanin could even react, they were ensnared by the fire. No refuge. No resistance. The darkness ablaze. The air itself seemed to warp amidst the scorching heat, an ominous manifestation of the high temperature. The searing, skin-cracking heat continued to ascend, the sea of fire ever expanding within the confined space, consuming all life in its path. Standing alongside Ruri, Shiraishi and Ayano couldn't help but inhale sharply, their throats seemingly filled with scalding water, their breath stifled by discomfort and pain. The once rugged rock walls, now subject to the searing sea of fire, transmuted into resplendent scarlet flame crystals, radiating an incandescent brilliance. Chapter 62, Surpassing Styles. In the early hours of the morning, the sky gradually brightened. Still no sign of them. Sorry, Jiraiya-sama, I haven't found any trace here. Minato, following Jiraiya in the southern valley of the Land of River, responded with a slight shake of his head to Jiraiya's query. Damn it, who would have thought a mission would turn out like this? Jiraiya punched a nearby tree in frustration, his teeth gritted. As for Sakumo's team, Jiraiya wasn't overly concerned, since their mission details hadn't been tampered with. The issue lay with the other 3 members who had fallen into the trap set by Root. Given his unfamiliarity with the Root's tactics, Jiraiya had no insight into how they might handle Sakumo's subordinates. In any case, their current predicament was a result of their own momentary lapses. Yet, it was unexpected that even within Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu, spies could be embedded by the Root. Jiraiya was eager to seize this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the Root's activities. The audacity of Anbu, charged with confidential missions and Hokage's protection, made this no trivial matter. Despite Anbu's responsibility for secrecy and the safety of Hokage, Jiraiya suspected that the outcome would likely amount to no more than a verbal reprimand, given Sarutobi Hiruzen's affection for his old companions. Please don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. The 3 of them might have their own reasons for their actions. Our priority now is to locate them swiftly, regardless of whether they're alive or not, Minato reassured Jiraiya. I know, I'm just venting my frustration. There's only one area left to search, the bottom of the cliff ahead. I've been there with Tsunade and Orochimaru before. The terrain is quite complex. Minato, make sure not to stray too far from me. Understood. Minato nodded. While confident in his abilities, he recognized the gap between himself and Jiraiya, a formidable jonin. I hope the 3 of them are safe. Otherwise, Uchiha. Jiraiya was well informed about the situation in Konoha. Among their clan members, there were joins who possessed 3 Tomo Sharingan, a highly troublesome bloodline. If united, they could potentially wield immense power, capable of surpassing most ninjas outside the Senji clan. In contrast to the reserved and gentle Hyuga, the Uchiha were often seen as a rebellious bunch, capable of unpredictable actions when provoked. Contemplating this, Jiraiya couldn't help but direct his frustration at Danzo once again, internally cursing him. The morning sun was already up, yet the thick fog over the deep valley obstructed its rays. Bubbles of light dispersed through the fog, casting a faint glow. Within the dark cave, only a solitary fire burned, dispelling the pervasive cold and darkness. Ruri's eyes remained shut, her hands clutching her chest, her face edged with pain as she panted heavily. A feeble breath hinted at her precarious state, as if her life hung in the balance. A power aura, residual sage mode, enveloped her being, powerful yet untamed. How is she? Ayane inquired anxiously. This was the first time she had seen Ruri in such a vulnerable state. Her face, once vibrant, now appeared ashen, her labored breathing betraying her near-fatal condition. Yet, considering the immense power behind her fire release technique, such consequences were unsurprising. Though the force of this fire technique might not rival that of tailed beasts, it remained a formidable weapon, far beyond the reach of ordinary ninja. Sage mode. Ayane pondered. She couldn't help but admire Ruri's audacity, recognizing the incredible feat of merging natural energy and chakra. Undoubtedly, it was no small task. Their bold fusion was the cause of Ruri's current predicament. It's rather critical. We need to perform surgery immediately. Assist me in restraining her. Shiraishi retrieved a scroll from his ninja kit, unraveled its contents, and conjured a medical kit replete with an assortment of supplies. Despite his advanced medical ninjutsu skills, Shiraishi understood the risks at hand. Time was of the essence, and the delay in surgery could compromise Ruri's best chance for recovery. I understand. Ayane knelt beside Ruri, pressing down on her body with both hands. Taking a deep breath, Shiraishi rolled up Ruri's clothing, exposing her pale abdomen, the bandage stopping just short of her chest. A flush of crimson crept onto Ayane's cheeks. Don't let your focus waver. Maintain your hold on her. Shiraishi's voice, steady and composed, cut through. Right. Ayana lowered her gaze, her blush deepening. Undisturbed by Ayana's flustered thoughts, Shiraishi placed his hand on Ruri's exposed abdomen. Closing his eyes, he concentrated for a moment, his expression growing increasingly solemn upon opening them. The chakra and natural energy within Ruri's form were in disarray, particularly the once stable natural energy, now thrown into chaos by the abrupt chakra infusion resulting in a volatile immortal magic. To restore Ruri's precarious state, the natural energy had to be extracted from her body. The challenge lay in separating the intertwined chakra and natural energy, a risky endeavor. Due to the sage mode, Shiraishi's envisioned final form remained untested, a theoretical construct. Extracting natural energy alone would have been straightforward for Shiraishi, given his extensive knowledge of high-level medical ninjutsu. However, considering the circumstances, he had to tread cautiously. Cold sweat began to form on Shiraishi's brow. This marked the first surgical procedure with uncertain odds since his career began. Hopefully, the data from his prior experiments and his envisioned sage mode weren't too divergent. The safest approach entailed extracting both chakra and natural energy as a unit. Though simple, it was effective in preventing any potential dangers. Yet, the act of extracting chakra might carry lethal consequences, raising the question of whether returning the chakra afterward would indeed revive Ruri. Should this supposition prove accurate, her current affliction could be easily remedied. Her current crisis stemmed from the fusion of natural energy and chakra, precipitating the unchecked surge of sage mode. Removing both chakra and natural energy should resolve Ruri's dilemma. Nonetheless, such an endeavor bore great risk and an uncertain success rate. Hence, Shiraishi opted to separate it into natural energy and chakra before proceeding to extract the natural energy. Separating natural energy necessitated a meticulous technique, one synonymous with advanced medical ninjutsu. This method involved extracting adverse elements from the body, potentially negating the need for surgery. Shiraishi's foremost challenge lay in differentiating the sage chakra into its core components. Withdrawing a syringe from the medical kit, Shiraishi prepared to introduce the medication into Ruri's body. After administering the medicine, Ruri's complexion improved noticeably, and while her breathing remained weak, it was a vast improvement from her previous state. Observing this positive change, Shiraishi proceeded with the operation. Throughout the procedure, Ruri made several attempts to resist, yet Ayana managed to keep her restrained. In this manner, Shiraishi was able to focus solely on the delicate process of separating the magic within Ruri's body. Grimaces of pain escaped Ruri's lips, even with anesthesia the pain was intense and unrelenting. As time elapsed in this manner, Ruri's condition gradually ameliorated. Her pallor lessened, a hint of color returned to her face, and her breathing gradually steadied. Shiraishi breathed a sigh of relief. Though he hadn't fully extricated the senjutsu chakra, the majority had been decomposed. Now, he needed to extract the natural energy from her system. Upon returning to camp and acquiring complete equipment, the threat would be eradicated entirely. A verdant light began to emanate from Shiraishi's palm as he initiated the delicate extraction technique to draw out the natural energy from Ruri's body. At that moment, sounds of movement outside the cave reached their ears, causing both Shiraishi and Ayana to tense up. Ayana swiftly activated her remaining chakra, her eyes surveying the situation outside. "Who's out there?" "Suna Nins." "No, it's the root ninjas." Ayana's voice held a tinge of bitterness. Had it not been for the intervention of the root, their dire circumstances wouldn't have escalated to such an extent. "Are they planning to be the final move?" Shiraishi murmured, a steely glint appearing in his eyes. Though the pursuing Suna ninja had been dealt with, the relentless pursuit by root ninja persisted. Having previously eluded your keen observation, they're well aware of the 5-kilometer range of your Byakugan. They possess information about us. Everything. Not all of it. If they had, Anbu would have already reached out. Shiraishi's analysis was calm and collected. Based on Ruri's initial information, though Root was a faction within the Anbu, it wasn't directly affiliated with the Hokage. Instead, it was led by another influential elder of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. The purpose behind their actions remained shrouded in mystery, leaving Shiraishi with many unanswered questions. What's our next move? Ayana's uncertainty was palpable. With her chakra nearly depleted and no proficiency in natural energy manipulation, her combat capabilities were limited. We'll confront them when we exit. Now that Ruri is out of danger, it's acceptable to interrupt the operation. Shiraishi concluded the medical procedure, placing Ruri aside. With a nod, Ayane exited the cave alongside Shiraishi. Sure enough, 4 figures stood outside the same route team that had initially engaged with the trio. Donning unsettling masks and exhibiting emotionless, cold eyes, the root ninja maintained an unwavering stance, their focus fixed on Shiraishi. Just as one of them moved to strike, Shiraishi acted preemptively. But instead of attacking the root ninja, he targeted Ayane. With swift precision, he pressed Ayane to the ground, her face turned toward the floor, and pinned her hands behind her back. Shiraishi-kun. Caught off guard, Ayane's exhaustion left her incapable of resisting Shiraishi's action, and she found herself firmly restrained. I've no choice. Can't you see the situation? I didn't expect you to be this naive. I don't intend to die with you, I want to live. Shiraishi's voice held a tinge of resignation. Meeting the root's gaze, he addressed their leader, I'm a medical ninja, a minimal threat and a valuable asset. I'm willing to join you. Whether it's through mind control or poison, I'm not interested in dying. Will you give me a chance? The leader contemplated Shiraishi's plea. As Shiraishi had pointed out, his threat level was indeed low, and their need for skilled medical ninjas, especially for their forbidden human experiments, was dire. Though the potential for betrayal lingered, it was a calculated risk they seemed willing to take. I respect your practicality. I'll offer you an opportunity. The captain hurled a kunai at Shiraishi's feet. Eliminate the woman beneath you. Understood. Without hesitation, Shiraishi raised the kunai. His face betrayed a fleeting conflict before morphing into a malevolent grin. Raising the kunai towards Ayane's neck, he prepared to strike. In an instant, a shuriken whizzed through the air, knocking the kunai from Shiraishi's grasp. Shiraishi cast an incredulous gaze at the root ninja, recognizing the interrupting action. Your resolve is impressive, but it wouldn't bode well killing Konoha ninjas. The captain's tone was feigned, concealing his true intentions. Given the heritage of the Byakugan, even in the branch family, a living body proved more valuable than a corpse. Moreover, with Ayane's dwindling chakra, the risk was minimal. Understood. I have no desire to be labeled a traitor by ending a fellow comrade's life. The captain was content with Shiraishi's calculated acquiescence. His belief in Shiraishi's compliance assured him of an extended existence. 2 of them advanced toward Shiraishi. Standing still, Shiraishi raised his hands, assuming a submissive posture that betrayed no hint of menace. It's astonishing to me that you are this kind of person. It's a shame that Ruri and I placed so much trust in you. One of the ninja produced a length of rope, securing Ayane's wrists behind her back. Ayane shot Shiraishi a resentful glare. Living outweighs all else in this situation. In this harsh era, unlike individuals from prosperous clans, I have to earn everything through my own efforts. Shiraishi retorted. Another ninja appeared behind Shiraishi, readying a length of rope to bind his wrists. Swoosh! Before the ninja could act, a blade sliced through the air, penetrating the ninja's body and piercing his heart. Withdrawing the blade, it now bore a crimson hue. At the same moment, the rope that constrained Ayane snapped, her freedom restored. Shiraishi held the blood-stained blade, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he addressed the remaining 2 ninja. How's my swordsmanship? Though I may not compare to Sakumo-sensei's prowess, I can still manage to catch you off guard. You cunning brat! Impossible. His chakras should be nearly depleted. How could a medical ninja possess such agility? Moreover, didn't he lack these combat capabilities? The captain's astonishment transformed into anger. Shiraishi's smile remained, unaltered by the changing emotions around him. Chapter 63 Deception. From Shiraishi's perspective, the situation on the battlefield remained rather ambiguous. While it was a 2-on-2 scenario, Ayane's combat capabilities had been compromised, her limited chakra barely sustaining her consciousness. Engaging in any form of combat, even the softest punches, seemed a distant possibility. Having eliminated 2 of the root ninja earlier, 2 adversaries remained, one of whom was undoubtedly the team captain, a formidable ninja. The remaining figure, another root member, was unlikely to be a run-of-the-mill ninja, given their association with the secretive root organization. Efforts to exploit the enemy's carelessness and secure a victory were challenging. The recent encounter had triggered a heightened sense of alertness within their adversaries. Gradually, the 2 individuals on the opposing side regained their composure, their eyes still icy but reflecting calculated restraint. While they were driven by a desire to eliminate Shiraishi swiftly, they had to consider the strength the young ninja wielded. The ninja among the root members extended his hand, releasing a swarm of black insects from his sleeve. The insects encircled Shiraishi from all directions. A Barame clan, Bai Shi mused internally. Recognizing the insect manipulation, Shiraishi deduced the opponent's origins. Only the Barame clan within Konoha possessed this unique secret jutsu involving insects. The clan had an allocated forest within Konoha dedicated to breeding combat-suitable insects, each with distinct capabilities suited for reconnaissance, defense, and offense. These insects ranged from specialized reconnaissance bugs to potent venomous varieties, causing considerable trouble when encountered. As the swarm of insects enveloped Shiraishi, he remained relatively composed, his body swiftly vanishing from sight. The insects converged on Shiraishi's previous location before redirecting their assault toward the spot he had moved to. Despite the swarm's swift movement, Shiraishi found their pace rather sluggish compared to his own agility. Evading the insect attack posed no substantial challenge for him. However, his rival wasn't just any root ninja. The captain, their most formidable member, observed the unfolding events. Predictably, the captain discerned Shiraishi's movements and retrieved a sword, holding it in one hand while forming hand seals with the other. Shiraishi narrowed his eyes, a faint breeze rippling around him. Swiftly sidestepping, Shiraishi managed to dodge the blade's trajectory, retaliating with a counterswing of his own. The captain's gaze gleamed coldly, and he withdrew his blade, parrying Shiraishi's attack with a swift, sealing motion. A resounding crack echoed as Shiraishi's ninja sword fractured, and the captain's blade sliced through the air with a peculiar sound akin to glass shattering under pressure. Konoha swordsmanship, sonic slice. Shiraishi's brow furrowed as he instinctively turned his head, yet a cut marred his face. The invisible blade of air left its mark on Shiraishi's face, as well as his arms and calves, the sound resembling stone scraping against glass. The technique was known for its piercing and sharp resonance, causing Shiraishi to take a step back, contemplating the situation. His ninja sword was visibly weakened, a few more exchanges likely resulting in its destruction. Undeterred by Shiraishi's retreat, the captain pressed forward with unyielding resolve, brandishing his ninja sword. With limited options, Shiraishi evaded the captain's strikes, the eerie sound of the blade's passage haunting him. Evading, are we? The captain's surprise was evident as he observed Shiraishi expertly evade the blade's invisible assaults, narrowly avoiding each one. Additionally, the captain noted Shiraishi's swift comprehension of his swordsmanship, no doubt an impressive feat. Nonetheless, Shiraishi responded humbly, "It's merely due to my basic understanding of wind-based swordsmanship. Those air blades, do they trigger upon sound? I've encountered similar attacks before." "Is that so?" Their conversation, though juxtaposed with their adversarial stance, conveyed an oddly casual tone. Though the second strike proved ineffective, it might actually be to your advantage. A swifter demise awaits you. The captain's nonchalant tone indicated his willingness to end the battle. Shiraishi momentarily faltered, a surge of blood spurting from the wound inflicted by the air blade. His body sagged weakly as he collapsed. A missed opportunity. A ninja like you, if aligned with Danzo-sama's ambitions, could prove invaluable. Nevertheless, your chosen path is unwavering, even in the face of adversity. The captain hoisted Shiraishi onto his back, a tinge of regret coloring his words. The ultimate error was challenging me in swordsmanship. Within Konoha, only White Fang surpasses me in this art. The captain lamented the potential Shiraishi exhibited at such a young age. Not only was Shiraishi an exceptional combatant, but also a rare medical ninja, a unique asset. Should he join Root, the organization's progress towards its grand objective could accelerate, propelling Konoha into a new era, one ruled by Root. Shiraishi-kun. Seeing Shiraishi's limp body falling, Ayuna's expression shifted to one of shock, and she rushed towards him. The captain ninja didn't halt. Shiraishi's injuries were so severe that survival seemed improbable. When grazed by his airflow blade, his chakra would seep into the enemy's body over time, guided by a curse to launch a fatal internal assault. Yet, this maneuver depleted a substantial amount of chakra, making it a tactic reserved for formidable foes. In his estimation, Shiraishi warranted the use of this jutsu. "There's no need to mourn for the passing of your friend, Hyuga girl, at least in this mission record, you will be heroes. Of course, in the form of a heroic battle with Sand Ninja and exhaustion." This gesture could be construed as an act of compassion, albeit it harbored the deepest malevolence. The captain approached Ayuna with a sinister killing intent concealed beneath his eyes. This time, he wouldn't err in judgment. All that remained was to reclaim Uchiha's Sharingan, discreetly disposing of the 3 bodies, culminating in the mission's successful conclusion. Captain! Be cautious! The Abarame ninja seemed to sense a threat, anxiously shouting a warning. Yes. The captain turned his head slightly, scrutinizing his subordinates suspiciously. Then, an eerie sensation crept over him. A shadow loomed before him, and then swept past. Rib! Blood gushed forth. The captain's strangled cry was silenced as he clutched his gushing neck wound, collapsing and convulsing on the ground. Shiraishi, bereft of breath, crouched by Captain Ninja's side, dragging his bloodied body. Eyes filled with trepidation met Captain's fearful gaze. Natural energy allowed Shiraishi to perceive the air currents within his body, granting him prior protection against the air blade's assault. Consequently, the resultant injury proved less severe than anticipated. Crouched over, Shiraishi retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch and unhesitatingly plunged it into the captain's chest, ending his life. I've never been inclined towards heroism, but I humbly accept the title for now. Shiraishi gazed at the last remaining root ninja with an icy glare. The foe was paralyzed by Shiraishi's menacing aura, audibly gulping in fear. Observing Shiraishi's survival, Ayuna's anxiety dissolved. Shiraishi's feigned demise had momentarily fooled her, a testament to his mastery of deception. Yet, the simulated bloodshed was genuinely unsettling. Generally, under such dire circumstances, survival was improbable. Nonetheless, Shiraishi defied the odds, his vitality unyielding. With one enemy remaining, Ayuna matched their fierce gaze. You may leave, Shiraishi suddenly stated. Ayuna and the remaining root ninja exchanged bewildered glances at Shiraishi's unexpected directive. Allowing me to leave. The root ninja appeared skeptical of Shiraishi's words. I'm wounded and lack the certainty to overcome you. Moreover, you're unlikely to desire your demise here. Let us cease hostilities. After all, you're obligated to report this encounter to your superiors, correct? Shiraishi persisted. Ayuna, comprehending Shiraishi's intentions, concurred with a subtle nod. The root ninja's incredulity persisted. Facing an ostensibly weakened Shiraishi, he anticipated a more formidable resistance. Unexpectedly, Shiraishi candidly admitted his injuries, causing the root ninja to waver. Truthfully, his intent for vengeance lingered, but Shiraishi's imposing aura overwhelmed him. Ultimately, it was mutually advantageous to cease the battle. Confirming Shiraishi's sincerity, the root ninja inquired once more, you truly intend to spare me? Yes, as I've mentioned. My injuries render me unable to defeat you, and it's unwise for you to perish here. This outcome benefits us both, we shall part ways amicably. The root ninja relented, exhaling deeply. Retreating several paces, Shiraishi and Ayuna maintained their positions, prompting the root ninja to trust Shiraishi's words. Utilizing the body flicker jutsu, he departed. Roughly 3 to 5 seconds after his departure, Shiraishi abruptly collapsed, panting heavily. Agonizing pain contorted his features, his complexion paling. The captain's swordsmanship had inflicted grievous harm, only mitigated by Shiraishi's utilization of natural energy. This intervention had spared him from certain death. Are you all right? Ayuna hastened to Shiraishi's side, her expression marked by concern. I'll manage, my chakra requires time to recover. Medical ninjutsu is off the table for now. Shiraishi wheezed, managing a faint smile. Ayuna nodded, supporting Shiraishi as they prepared to depart. Footsteps resounded from behind. The root ninja had returned. Witnessing Shiraishi's weak state, the root ninja immediately grasped the situation. I see. So that was your gambit. You're quite cunning, I nearly fell for it. Had I not returned, your scheme might have succeeded. Ayuna stood in stunned silence. Beads of cold sweat formed on Shiraishi's pallid face. Haha, you really aren't afraid of me, are you? I did kill your captain. Shiraishi's intention to salvage the situation remained unclear. Do you think you can manipulate me with your words? You've been dishonest since the day you were born. Regrettably, your deceitful nature renders your words meaningless to me. The root ninja gazed upon Shiraishi with eyes that saw through his intentions. This is quite ironic, isn't it? Shiraishi persisted, attempting to guide the root ninja's thoughts into a dead end, resolving the current predicament. Yet, his efforts were in vain, as the root ninja remained steadfast in his suppositions, harboring profound skepticism towards Shiraishi's every utterance. Insect Jade. A swarm of black insects surged forth at remarkable speed. Shiraishi swiftly pushed Ayane aside. However, his own evasion was less successful, causing him to tumble along the ground. Undaunted by the insects, Shiraishi charged towards the root ninja. Anticipating Shiraishi's strategy, the root ninja summoned a torrent of black bugs from his garments, erecting a formidable barrier before him. He expected Shiraishi to become ensnared within the swarm, succumbing to a gruesome fate. Footsteps approached from behind. Startled, the root ninja swiveled his head, only to witness a ninja's blade slicing across his neck. Blood sprayed forth, and the already compromised ninja sword finally shattered in the middle. The splintered blade, now stained crimson, pierced into the earth. As the sound of the shattering blade echoed, the root ninja's body collapsed in tandem. His eyes, filled with resentment and defiance, conveyed a message left unsaid: "Liar, you've returned." Gasping for breath, Shiraishi crouched down, shut his eyes, and sighed softly. "Forgive me, I am a deplorable individual. You are right, every word I've spoken to you has been steeped in deceit. However, your decision to fall into this trap isn't solely based on your own actions. Is your judgment truly the most accurate?" Ayane observed the scene from the sidelines, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Was Shiraishi's conduct reprehensible or merely a masterful display of strategy? His injuries were indeed grave, but they hadn't incapacitated him entirely. He harbored uncertainty over whether he could definitively defeat his adversary, thus resorting to a ruse, a means to allow the enemy to evaluate and deduce for themselves. Disbelieving their enemy's words, the root ninja unwittingly clung to their own convictions. Only at the final moment did they recognize the intricately laid trap. It marked Ayane's first encounter with such a battle among ninja, one veiled in deception. If Ruri's combat was characterized by sheer force, Shiraishi's was a contest of cunning, a battle shrouded in deceit. Devoid of grandeur or splendor, it exuded malevolence and duplicity. "I've actually placed my trust in such a person. It seems hopeless," Ayane lamented. Shiraishi lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of energy. "What a wretched day. Root. I'll remember you." Muttering these words, Shiraishi closed his eyes, seeking a moment's respite. Chapter 64, Temptation to return to the village. Around a day later. In the forest at the junction of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire, a trio was hastening their journey back toward the Land of Fire. Compared to the tense atmosphere during their departure for the Land of Rivers, the current ambience had become more relaxed and carefree. This trio rushing back to the Land of Fire consisted of Shiraishi, Ruri, and Ayane. Since the root team had been eliminated, they hadn't encountered any further enemies and had enjoyed a peaceful day. Both Shiraishi's and Ayane's chakras had also been replenished. About half a day ago, Ruri had woken up from a deep slumber. While her injuries from the sage mode hadn't fully healed, her face still remained pale, but she had regained some strength and self-defense capabilities. Considering the possible implications of numerous people being involved in this mission, and the mission's connection to the inner workings of Konoha's high-ranking officials, the three of them had decided, after Ruri's awakening half a day ago, to rush back to the Land of Fire with all their might. Their aim was to uncover the true nature of this mission. The time was roughly 3 o'clock in the morning, and the darkness still held sway. Ayane carried Ruri, who was temporarily unable to move, on her back and hurried onward, with Shiraishi trailing closely behind. "By the way, is it really safe for us to return like this?" Ayane seemed a bit anxious as she suddenly spoke. "What do you mean?" Shiraishi shot her a glance. "The root are part of the Anbu. Despite the differing affiliations, we still ended up killing them." Ayane wasn't convinced that they could just return without facing any consequences. While the root ninja had initially framed them, what if the mastermind behind this incident was a high-ranking Konoha member? What if they found out? Perhaps the three of them might end up being accused of killing the root ninja. Doesn't matter. Didn't we dispose of those bodies beforehand? Once we're back, we can simply explain that we fell into a trap set by Suna. If they inquire, we'll assert that we didn't encounter any root members. Ruri, lying on Ayane's back, spoke softly, her breath shallow. "Will that really work?" "Not for certain, but as long as we deny having seen anything and there's no evidence, there's little they can do. Ultimately, I can leverage the Uchiha influence to manipulate the information flow and apply pressure to the village's upper echelons. If the other party wishes to investigate further, then we can make everything public. Let's see how things unfold." Ruri's tone remained calm. Ayane nodded, finding herself in agreement. She couldn't use Hyaga's influence to exert pressure on Konoha's higher UPS, but Ruri was a different story. As a potential candidate for the next Uchiha clan head, Ruri had a huge influence within the Uchiha clan. She even had a devoted following of loyal fans. This was the power of a prominent clan, and even the top brass of Konoha had to consider it carefully. Sometimes, Ruri, I envy you. Ayane mumbled, a slight smile on her lips. Envy? Speaking of which, the matter of you two secretly getting together behind my back hasn't been resolved yet. Ruri raised an eyebrow, expressing her dissatisfaction. Shiraishi and Ayane exchanged awkward smiles and turned their faces away, avoiding directly addressing Ruri's question. Once we return, it's best to clarify this matter step by step. Got it. In any case, it's not a major issue. Shiraishi scratched his head, looking thoughtful. The question was how to present the matter, should they fully explain or only reveal part of it in a way that would lead to a smooth resolution. The power of words was indeed quite fascinating. Though, I didn't expect you to opt for such a daring approach, using fire release with the incomplete technique. Upon returning, for safety's sake, you should consider undergoing a thorough examination. You sure talk a lot. I'll do as I please. Ruri snorted, flipping her black hair before turning her head away. What a hassle. Hearing Shiraishi grumble again, Ayane chuckled, about to respond, when two figures suddenly entered her Byakugan-enhanced vision. Somebody's catching up from behind. It's Jiraiya and his student. Ayane quickly identified the two pursuing ninjas. Both Shiraishi and Ruri frowned. While they wondered why Jiraiya and Minato were present, the three halted, awaiting the pair's arrival from behind. After a brief period, Jiraiya and Minato came into view before the trio. Both were covered in dust and had signs of battle, suggesting they'd been through some struggles. Upon confirming Shiraishi's group was unharmed, Jiraiya visibly relaxed and greeted them with a smile. Good to see you three safe and sound. Had these three fallen victim to a conspiracy, he might have borne the weight of that guilt for the rest of his days. The clothes of Shiraishi's group were tattered and stained with blood. It was evident at a glance that they had survived a fierce and brutal encounter. Jiraiya and Blondie, what brings you two here? Ruri asked Jiraiya's intentions in a somewhat chilly tone. Well, Uchiha-san, I am Jiraiya, and this is Minato. Enough with the introductions, Blondie. I wasn't asking you. I directed my question at your teacher. Jiraiya gave a consoling pat on Minato's shoulder, who was wearing a wry smile. Minato had heard rumors about Ruri being challenging to get along with during their academy days, so he didn't take offense. This is quite a long story, but the most important thing is your safety. The village will provide an explanation later. Explanation? Ruri's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Yes, I'll personally vouch for you. No need. Uchiha's matters will be dealt with by Uchiha themselves. Outsiders don't need to interfere. Ruri's stance was equally firm. Hearing this, Jiraiya became even more convinced that Ruri and her companions had insight into some of the mission's complications. For instance, the route, no, they must be aware. Especially Ruri, coming from an influential clan, she possessed keen perception and intellect. Jiraiya couldn't afford to take this matter lightly. I'm just doing my duty. If the Uchiha wishes to hold someone accountable, that's your business. My assistance stems from the responsibility and obligation shared by fellow village ninjas. Jiraiya smiled, his satisfaction evident. In fact, he was quite delighted to see someone like Danzo squirm. I hope so. Ruri didn't place too much weight on Jiraiya's assurance. To the entire Uchiha, the so-called Sunin held a limited significance. Moreover, they still belonged to the Senjou lineage. While Ruri appreciated Jiraiya's concern, she only believed half of it. More interesting than this is what kind of punishment Hokage-sama will impose on the senior who blundered. That's the real question, isn't it? Ruri's sly words made Jiraiya sigh in a helpless manner. It was truly remarkable that such a young girl could see things so clearly. The Uchiha clan's might was indeed considerable and couldn't be dismissed lightly. Shiraishi, meanwhile, remained quiet on the sidelines, like a transparent presence in everyone else's eyes. Several hours later, they were back at the Konoha camp. With the rising sun, the Konoha ninjas in the camp began emerging one by one. As the duty shifts changed, medical ninjas who hadn't even managed breakfast hurried to the makeshift infirmary. They were ready to take over from their colleagues who had been toiling all night. As the leader of Team Sakumo, Hitaki Sakumo, had yet to return and was still on the mission. Ruri assumed temporary command. She reported the mission details to the highest-ranking officer, Orochimaru. Jiraiya had taken Minato elsewhere for their respective duties. Shiraishi and Ayano loitered not far from the camp, twiddling their thumbs. "Hey there, Shiraishi, it's been a while. You've grown stronger since we last met." A familiar and jovial female voice rang out from the side. Turning his head, Shiraishi spotted a woman with pale blonde hair, a face he recognized. After a moment of puzzlement, Shiraishi's face broke into a sheepish grin, and he said, "Long time no see, Tsunade-sensei." While he hadn't been Tsunade's direct disciple, she had, nonetheless, instructed Konoha's inaugural batch of medical ninja experimental training. Shiraishi had learned a great deal about medical ninjutsu under her guidance. "Hello, Tsunade-sama." Ayane, too, offered a respectful bow, quickly greeting Tsunade. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, a smile lighting up her face as she said, "No need for formalities. Just be at ease." "Is everything all right with the mission?" she inquired, her tone casual yet purposeful. Shiraishi, without overthinking, responded honestly. "Ruri mentioned that it was a trap set by the Sunanin, who fed us incorrect information to lure us Konoha ninjas into an ambush." His expression showed genuine confusion, as if he hadn't fully grasped the mission's complications. Ayana cleared her throat softly. "Young lady of the Hyuga clan, are you feeling unwell?" Tsunade scrutinized her. "Ah, yes. After returning, I found my throat feeling a bit itchy, possibly the aftermath of a cold." Ayane replied. "Take care of yourselves." Tsunade's gaze shifted back to Shiraishi. With a light pat on his head and a softer tone, she said, "Don't worry, things will work out. I'll ensure everything is properly settled." "Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. But Tsuna tactics are truly despicable. Tsunade-sensei, please be vigilant as well." Seeing the innocent concern in Shiraishi's eyes, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Danzo was a real piece of work. These were the future pillars of Konoha. Tsunade directed her care toward Shiraishi once more, and before entering the tent, she handed him a few scrolls containing her invaluable experiences with medical ninjutsu. Tsunade genuinely admired a straightforward and sincere youth like Shiraishi. While his aptitude in medical ninjutsu might not be extraordinary, and his entry into the Sakumo team could be partially attributed to favoritism, his earnestness and diligence were qualities she found worthy of nurturing. Shiraishi's determination and drive aligned perfectly with the profile of a young ninja she wanted to nurture. The Uchiha girl seemed to hold an interest in him too. Tsunade mused. "Shiraishi-kun, you're quite the scoundrel." Ayano watched Tsunade enter the tent, then turned to Shiraishi, a reproachful tone in her voice. Had she not known the truth, she might have almost believed Shiraishi's fanciful account. "It's not like I wanted to, but survival necessitates these tactics. Plus, I don't feel good about deceiving someone who's been genuinely kind to me. Fujimura-sensei and you, alongside her, are the only ninjas who have sincerely hoped for my growth." Speaking of which, Shiraishi's thoughts turned to Fujimura Taiga, the head teacher who had accompanied him through his 6 years of study. "I wonder if he's finally out of the single dog phase. All his fellow Chunin have found their partners, leaving him the only one running solo. It's a bit worrying." 10 minutes later, Ruri emerged from the tent, her face wearing an expression of displeasure. Due to her physical injury, her walking speed was rather slow. "What's written up there?" Shiraishi and Ayane approached and inquired. Casting a glance at the two, Ruri struggled to rein in her anger and replied, "What else? Commander Orochimaru has ordered the 3 of us to return to the village immediately and stand by." "Immediately? Return to the village and stand by?" These 2 questions, full of surprise, were voiced by Shiraishi and Ayane successively. "Wait, Sakumo-sensei hasn't returned yet. We were told not to wait for his return, but to leave now, and the wounded who can't participate in battle are to be escorted back to the village by other teams." Ruri repeated the order with clear distaste. "Is that so? It appears the situation is more complicated than I thought." Shiraishi offered a thoughtful remark. Though the Sakumo squad's responsibilities were unique, on the battlefield, Orochimaru held the highest command position as one of the 3 great ninja. He wielded more immediate decision-making authority than their leader, Sakumo Hitaki. Hence, even if Shiraishi and his companions protested, it would likely be in vain. They had no choice but to comply and return to the village to stand by. As for Sakumo's situation, it remained an enigma. Many questions surrounding the mission's failure still lingered. Yet, the commander Orochimaru wasn't likely to disclose these details to them. In the end, their lack of status and power was evident. If Sakumo were present, even with Orochimaru's elevated rank, he wouldn't be able to dismiss Sakumo's inquiries so easily. That settles it then. Let's pack up and prepare to leave. Ruri, visibly annoyed, showed no interest in returning to the village. It had only been a few days since they'd arrived on the front lines, and now they were being recalled. It felt like someone was toying with her. Half an hour later, Konoha camp was bustling with numerous ninjas. Several carriages had been readied, accommodating a number of wounded individuals. Aside from the trio, over 30 Konoha ninjas were present, including 4 jonin. The team also included a handful of medical personnel who were tending to the wounded. Why were the 3 of them sent back? Inside the tent, Tsunade sat beside Orochimaru, gazing at the pale young ninja with a confused expression. With his long, dark hair cascading straight down, he bore a strikingly handsome face, although one tinted with a touch of femininity. This individual was Orochimaru, the supreme commander of Konoha's front line against the Tsunagakuer. Alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade, he constituted the legendary trio of ninja. In response to Tsunade's question, Orochimaru gave a succinct explanation: the impending war demands my full focus. I can't afford to be entangled in this troublesome political dispute. But to send them back like this. Sakumo shouldn't be privy to this. His involvement could potentially cause more problems. Right now, Konoha's primary objective is to defeat the Tsunagakuer. I don't want to be sidetracked by such matters. Orochimaru shook his head, demonstrating a lack of interest in whatever underlying truth there might be. He was determined not to let anything distract him, and the ultimate resolution rested in the hands of the Hokage. Orochimaru was not the ultimate decision-maker. I'm not concerned about the Uchiha and the Hyuga girl, but that young man. Do you have a particular interest in him? Orochimaru regarded Tsunade with a curious expression. He was one of my students. I don't wish for him to become embroiled in the village's darker aspects. I want him to fulfill his role as a medical ninja and live his life. Tsunade sighed. Yet, in these chaotic times, mere survival is a blessing. However, personal growth often comes hand in hand with pain, a confrontation with the world's harsh realities. This is true for you and true for me, just like the willow tree by the road. As Orochimaru spoke, he gazed at his hands, a shadow of melancholy passing across his eyes. Chapter 65: A Family's Reflection. The following day, around noon. Investigations are complete, Hiruzen. Inside the conference room at the Hokage building, Homura and Koharu, the senior advisors, sighed lightly after going through the scroll's contents. Their frown indicated their shared discomfort. The scroll contained information relayed by Konoha's frontline commander, Orochimaru. The report exposed discrepancies between the mission to attack Suna's supply point and the actual situation. This error led to severe dispersion of Sakumo's team's combat strength and placed them on the brink of annihilation within Suna's encirclement. While the root's involvement was not explicitly stated, as seasoned advisors, they recognized the subtext. All arrows pointed to another esteemed Konoha elder, Shimura Danzo. The root ninja had used deception to incriminate Sakumo's team. They had even infiltrated Hokage's Anbu, contributing to the debacle. What is your take on this matter? Hiruzen said to them expressionlessly. While Homura and Koharu may have aimed to exonerate Danzo and shift the blame to Tsunagakuer, the others weren't NAVE. Such a strategy would only exacerbate the already grim situation. Danzo has gone too far this time. Is too far even an adequate description? Hiruzen's expression darkened abruptly. Placing an agent within the Hokage's Anbu was a transgression he could bear. However, his stance represented his own views, not those of the Uchiha clan. This aspect truly complicated the issue. Assigning Uchiha Ruri to Sakumo's team for training had been a negotiation between him and Uchiha's top echelons. Now, with the team barely initiated, a catastrophic incident had occurred. How would Uchiha's leadership perceive their Hokage? How do you plan to handle this situation? He is, after all, a senior figure in the village, one who has contributed extensively over the years, countering numerous threats to the village. Listening to Homura appeal on behalf of Danzo, Hiruzen irritably waved his hand, silencing him. Where is Danzo presently? In the land of grass. And his response? He claims everything is proceeding as usual, Except what? His 4 subordinates were on a covered mission in the land of rivers. For unknown reasons, they've vanished, presumably met their death. Hiruzen nodded upon hearing this explanation. I've got a grasp of the situation. I'll discuss matters with the Uchiha. You establish contact with Danzo. Urge him to be forthright and cease these unnecessary actions. Deciding how to address Uchiha remains my responsibility as Hokage. Root interference is unwarranted. Danzo's audacious behavior could likely be attributed to Hokage's recent leniency towards the Uchiha, a potentially dangerous signal for the radical faction of the Root. The Uchiha status within Konoha was complicated. While not fully assimilated into the village, they weren't entirely detached either. Much like Konoha's governing body comprised both conservatives and radicals, the Uchiha community mirrored these divisions. Regardless of their political leaning, the Uchiha's overarching ambitions was clear. They sought increased influence in Konoha, a voice in village matters, and some even harbored aspirations of becoming Hokage, overthrowing the Senju clan. Once the objective was clear, Hiruzen surmised that handling the rest would be straightforward. Barring the Danzo incident, he might have managed to mend relations between Uchiha and the village before the next Hokage assumed control. This could have alleviated some of the tensions. I trust this lesson will prompt Danzo's restraint. Hiruzen sometimes found dealing with Danzo was confusing. With a sigh, he hoped that the man's character would evolve towards greater moderation. Homura and Koharu remained silent. Danzo didn't attain his leadership position by being straightforward. Let's visit the Hyuga clan to explain the situation. While you plan to address Uchiha single-handedly, entrust others with the task. However, remember, regardless of how you seek to placate Uchiha, never place complete trust in this clan. Among them, many ninjas harbor the same dangerous sentiments as that individual. Casting Hiruzen a searching glance, Homura concluded and exited the conference room with Koharu. Uchiha Madara, his Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen sat contemplatively, murmuring to himself. Uchiha Madara's clash with the first Hokage at the Valley of the End had left an indelible mark on Konoha. Though Uchiha Madara emerged as the loser, the first Hokage's following death upon returning to the village marked the onset of an era unrestrained by restraint. Within a few years, the first great ninja war erupted. Madara Uchiha's notoriety stemmed from his mastery of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a pinnacle of dark, unknown power documented in Uchiha history. Tobirama Senju, his teacher, repeatedly asserted that those who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan descended into an abyss of darkness, forfeiting their humanity. Arrogance, extremism, madness, they'd commit actions defying common sense and unsuitable for the ordinary. Swift intervention was imperative to forestall a Konoha catastrophe. Presently, Hiruzen's concerns didn't lie there. Since Madara Uchiha's demise, the Uchiha clan had yet to produce another Mangekyo Sharingan user. No matter how gifted, Uchiha ninjas could only attain the Sharingan's third tomo at best. These 3 tomo Sharingan eyes didn't pose too much threat to a Hokage of Hiruzen's stature. 3 in the afternoon. In the company of the team, Shiraishi, Ruri, and Ayane returned to the village of Konoha after several days spent away. The peaceful and serene scene here stood in stark contrast to the tense and somber atmosphere on the front lines. This peace had been hard-won, the result of countless ninjas sacrificing their lives. Then, I suppose it's time to part ways here. At a fork in the road, Ayane suggested their separation. Neither Shiraishi nor Ruri objected. Now wasn't the time to delve into personal matters. The Uchiha clan's quarters appeared much as usual, neither bustling nor deserted. A group of children donning attire embroidered with the clan's emblem played on the streets within the Uchiha territory. They belonged to the new generation of the Uchiha clan, and they all seemed familiar with Ruri, the prodigious figure of the clan. They greeted her with a chorus of Ruri-sama in sweet, youthful voices. Ruri, in turn, shared some candy with the children, cautioning them to play safely. I'll head to the elders to gather information about the village's current situation. You should head back first. Ruri watched the departing children, then turned her gaze to Shiraishi and relayed her intentions. Understood. I'll just go back quietly, like the transparent person I am. Shiraishi had no qualms about that role, and Ruri acknowledged his sentiment with a nod. His contentment in this role had been a constant throughout his life. Whether he was scorned or disregarded by others, he retained an air of indifference. While I doubt the resolution of this matter will leave you entirely satisfied. Shiraishi interjected once more before leaving. Ruri's brows knitted in response, but before she could respond, Shiraishi had already walked away. He waved back at her and called out, "See you later." After bidding farewell to Shiraishi, Ruri set out alone for the Naka shrine. Upon arrival, she found Uchiha Sora, the elderly Uchiha, already waiting for her. Seated beside him was a young man, Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku greeted Ruri with a faint smile and nod, acknowledging her presence. Ruri returned the gesture with her own nod and greeting. Frankly, while both she and Fugaku were contenders for the Uchiha clan's heir, Ruri didn't enjoy interacting with him. Not because Fugaku was weak, being a candidate for clan head necessitated strong Genin prowess, and his Sharingan had even evolved to the 3 Tomo. It was Fugaku's conservative and gentle approach that irked Ruri. This was precisely the quality she found distasteful. Though she respected his formidable strength, she doubted whether his character was suited for the weighty responsibilities of a patriarch. After all, the Uchiha clan wasn't an ordinary ninja clan. A cautious and conservative approach would be akin to a slow-acting poison. This was Ruri's own perspective on the matter. Taking her seat, Ruri inclined her head respectfully towards the 4 Uchiha elders to express her deference. Elder Sora, regarding this recent incident. Before she could delve further, Elder Sora raised a hand to halt her, his tone less impulsive than she had anticipated. "I've been told of the situation by Hokage." "Indeed." Ruri responded in hushed tones, continuing her inquiry, "So, what decisions have been made by the clan?" Elder Sora refrained from disclosing their arrangements, instead inquiring about Ruri's stance on the matter. "What are your thoughts, Ruri?" Elder Sora didn't outline the clan's plan, opting to seek Ruri's perspective on the issue. "I recall, Elder Sora, you once informed me that Shimura Danzo, leader of the Root, was a disciple of the second Hokage, closely associated with him and a member of the Shimura clan." "That's correct. Given the strict organizational structure, subordinates wouldn't act without their superior's directive. I believe the other 2 team members weren't targets, the Root's focus is either on me, the Uchiha. This entire scheme is orchestrated by Shimura Danzo, aimed at the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, this amounts to an unjustifiable act of murder against a fellow comrade. I propose he be imprisoned in Konoha's detention facility to atone for his actions. By incarcerating the mastermind behind this scheme, any past accomplishments would be rendered meaningless. Political capital would evaporate, leaving him an impotent figure with no influence over the village." This was Ruri's envisioned retribution for the senior Konoha operative. As she spoke, Ruri produced a scroll, placing it before the elder. This scroll held irrefutable evidence, a tangible manifestation of the Root's subterfuge against their fellow ninja. Identifying this evidence would inevitably implicate the Root, with the ringleaders inevitably exposed. Elder Sora let out a sigh. He knew Ruri's response would be like this. Having watched Ruri grow up, he was well acquainted with her retaliatory nature. "It won't work. Did you kill the 4 Root ninjas?" "Without proof of their deaths, as long as Danzo refuses to admit it, he can deny any involvement. Besides, the Senjo clan is currently engaged in a major event, so it will take some time to process," he explained. Elder Sora was likely concerned that Ruri might present the corpses of the Root ninjas to the Yamanaka clan for identification. Whether this was a directive from Hokage himself or another high-ranking official, it underscored the Yamanaka clan's dedication to the task. She wasn't surprised, she had expected this response. Consequently, Shiraishi's careful treatment of the 4 Root ninja corpses had been in vain. After the war, the Hokage will reign in the Root and promise that such incidents won't recur. If Danzo acts against this, he'll face sanctions. Furthermore, Hokage permits you to revisit the Book of Seals and select 1 ninjutsu from it. That's certainly generous. But that's not what I desire, Elder Sora, Ruri retorted. Raising her gaze, her eyes, a mix of black and white, fixed upon the 4 elders unflinchingly. Not these. The elder assumed Ruri's demand would cease here. After all, having another opportunity to consult the Book of Seals and select a potent ninjutsu practice from it was a privilege most Genin could only dream of. It was undoubtedly advantageous for Uchiha as well. But this matter had not been addressed within the clan's confines, it had been discussed in secrecy with Hokage. No matter how formidable the sealed book's ninjutsu may be, it won't quell my anger. I seek the clan's power. Also, with all due respect, individuals like Shimura Danzo are exceedingly perilous. People like him will eventually bring disaster upon us Uchiha. We must seize this opportunity to expose him, even if it means compromising the vitality of Uchiha. Ruri's demeanor was icy, and a strong intent to kill emanated from her eyes. Fugaku appeared hesitant on the side, seemingly keen on diffusing the tension. The four elders, instead of being affronted by Ruri's strong words, wore disdainful smiles. Ruri, you're overestimating Shimura Danzo. The Shimura family and the root are unworthy adversaries for Uchiha. Danzo, the covered mouse, can only engage in manipulation and subterfuge behind the scenes. In the face of Uchiha's overwhelming might, these petty tactics are futile. Their implication was that handling people like Shimura Danzo would be a waste of Uchiha's energy. Keep this evidence for now. I can promise that the next time Danzo attempts such a scheme, we'll act according to your plan. But I doubt Danzo will have the courage to continue targeting us Uchiha. The four elders exuded unwavering confidence in Uchiha's power as they spoke. Ruri glanced at Elder Sora's self-assured expression, her head bowing slightly. I understand, Elder. I'll follow your guidance, she conceded, her clenched fists and fluctuating chakra aura betraying her inner turmoil. Elder Sora comfortingly patted Ruri's shoulder. He knew her reluctance and offered reassurance, Ruri, you still have much to learn. Politics involves continual compromise between conflicting parties. While your talent surpasses Fuyu's, in this aspect, it remains a glaring weakness. Is this all for the Hokage position? Ruri's voice turned cold. Elder Sora smiled with understanding. The Uchiha will strive for the position of the fourth Hokage. Now that you understand this, think about it. With that, he rose from his seat, and Fugaku followed suit. As they departed, Ruri remained seated, her gaze fixed on the floor. A somber and heavy atmosphere lingered in the room. This is truly tedious, she murmured. Though she recognized the elders' deliberation, their decision was far from what she desired. She vehemently disagreed with their stance. Uchiha wielded considerable power, but it shouldn't serve as a pretext for disdain. In this world, staying vigilant for 1,000 days only to be thwarted by a thief for one day was nonsensical. She stood up slowly, turned, and peered out of the room. The retreating figures of the four elders and Fuyu were still visible. Elder Sora, I don't oppose your choice, but I hadn't anticipated you'd misunderstand me from the outset. It was vexing. More than that, it was disheartening. Coming here had been a waste of her time. She'd have been better off returning for some rest. Ultimately, strength determined everything, whether for a clan head or Hokage. Similar to ninjas, absent the pretense of power, no matter how eloquent one's words, they'd fall on deaf ears. Should the Uchiha clan adopt the Senju clan's path to Hokage, would that mean they surpassed the Senju? It was self-deception. The moment the first Hokage fell, the Uchiha had already failed. Most of the Uchiha's present agitation stemmed from their pride in Seo founding Konoha with the Senju. However, unlike the Senju clan, no Uchiha ninja had ever become the Hokage. Unwillingness and envy had given way to obsession for the elder Uchiha, like the other elders. Ruri hoped this intense obsession of Hokages would not take root in the Uchiha. Without power, no matter how lofty a dream, it's but an illusion. A Hokage who doesn't punish those who frame comrades isn't worth believing in. I must find like-minded comrades within the clan. Chapter 66, Chakra and Natural Energy, 1. Tailed Beasts. Ancient, formidable creatures. They've symbolized natural disasters since time immemorial. Possessing power beyond human reach. The name itself derives from their varying number of tails, ranging from 1 to 9, giving birth to 9 unique tailed beasts. These creatures are formed through the materialization of immense chakra. Immortal, yet only able to be sealed. Shiraishi had been scouring various sources for information on tailed beasts, and all the texts he found portrayed these chakra entities as calamitous forces of nature. To prevent tailed beasts from rampaging, sacrifices in the form of human hosts, known as Jinchuriki, were necessary to seal these beings. Presently, each of the 5 major ninja villages had a human vessel for containing a tailed beast, including Konoha, where Shiraishi resided. Among the tailed beasts, the most potent was the 9 Tails. The 9 Tails was a colossal fox-like creature with, as the name suggests, 9 tails. It had once been under the control of Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan. However, after Madara's defeat by the first Hokage, it was deemed too malevolent and overpowering. Thus, the first Hokage seized the opportunity to seal the 9 tails, confining it within Konoha. The records suddenly ceased after this point, but the information was sufficient for Shiraishi's purpose. Tailed beasts were living beings born from the materialization of chakra, wielding the might of natural disasters. Recalling the rampage of the one tail, Shiraishi felt a sense of inadequacy and fear even from a distance. Hence, naming these creatures as symbolic natural disasters appeared appropriate to Shiraishi. Their power was indeed beyond human control. Equally noteworthy was that even when tailed beasts were killed, they'd randomly regenerate at different locations across the ninja world over time. As a result, the only recourse was to employ sealing techniques against them. Shiraishi observed the sealed glass chamber adjacent to him. Within, solid chakra emitted a lavender radiance. It is indeed chakra, though it seems to possess a unique combination of yin and yang attributes. Guided by his acquired knowledge and practical experience, Shiraishi understood that chakra was volatile. When chakra materialized, it eventually dissipated. This wasn't the case with tailed beasts, as they utilized physical chakra to maintain their forms, exempt from the normal volatilization process. At least based on current knowledge, tailed beasts didn't possess this persistent volatility. Could this be attributed to changes in the yin and yang properties? There's an unknown aspect to this as well. If I hadn't experimented earlier with natural energy, detecting this would have proven arduous. Shiraishi fixed a dubious gaze on the peculiar chakra. Its origin traced back to Suna's one tail. Shiraishi deemed this type of chakra to be of significant research value. Thus, before his escape, he had employed a chakra-absorbing experimental container to secure a sample. He had already conducted preliminary analyses of the tailed beast chakra. However, the matter held a deeper complexity, and avenues for exploration and decryption remained elusive. What's more, Shiraishi possessed proficiency in manipulating the yang attribute of chakra but not the yin attribute. Additionally, the spiritualization technique Ruri had bestowed upon him constituted a form of ninjutsu governed by the yin attribute. This technique bypassed defenses to infiltrate an adversary's spiritual realm for control and destruction. Thus, to unravel the tailed beast chakra's secrets, mastery over the yin and yang attributes was essential. Just as Shiraishi ruminated, the laboratory's entrance creaked open. Footsteps echoed, growing nearer. Descending the stairwell was a diminutive figure. Back already? You took your time, Shiraishi teased upon seeing Ruri. All thanks to you, Ruri retorted. Taken aback, Shiraishi rested his chin upon his palm, appearing deeply contemplative. So, the Hokage faction plans to utilize remaining interests to sway Uchiha from pursuing this matter. However, the Uchiha High Council rejected your proposal, as though the event never transpired. Upon the statement's completion, a handful of kunai hurtled toward Shiraishi's face. Expertly, Shiraishi pinched the blades midair, smoothly catching them. He twirled the kunai by the ringed handles, a grin playing on his lips. Leaning against the laboratory table, he quipped, "Your reaction is rather tepid. Didn't I mention? While the Uchiha clan as a whole benefits, the resolution might not align with your personal satisfaction. Politics necessitates a compromise between factions to maintain equilibrium. If one side disavows compromise, then bloodshed follows." This approach, however, was not intended by either Uchiha or Konoha's leadership. Your talent for pessimism is truly impressive. After all, you're an advocate of force. Power begets power, personal gain through political maneuvers isn't your style. For you, having power means refraining from compromise, whether it's seizing or protecting something. Profit is irrelevant. That's where our greatest disparity lies. Ruri regarded Shiraishi with a trace of disdain, as if she stood before a transparent being. You've got quite the insight. Your unwavering pursuit of power and your disregard for political gains define you, Shiraishi responded nonchalantly. Ruri's gaze lingered on Shiraishi, not veiling her distaste. It felt like he was peeling away her layers. Yet, I believe the Uchiha Council's decision is a form of strategy. The Uchiha clan isn't insignificant. Politics, economy, and military might constitute an inseparable triad. Politics is continually sliced into chaos. Spare me the long speeches. I didn't come here for a lecture. Facing Ruri's resolute demeanor, Shiraishi offered a helpless shrug, spreading his hands innocently to convey his surrender. All right, let's drop this subject. I want to change the topic. I need your assistance with something. Shiraishi had become adept at asking Ruri for favors, showing no signs of embarrassment. What do you need? I'm looking to gather information on tailed beasts. The Uchiha clan should possess more knowledge about this, right? Yes, that's what you want. Ruri's gaze shifted to the glass column in the adjacent detection instrument, containing a mass of tangible chakra emitting a lavender glow. Is that one tail's chakra? Ruri quickly grasped Shiraishi's intention. Yes, indeed. Didn't you find his power display that day astonishing? I believe that researching tailed beasts and my current studies share certain common elements. Accessing more information or chakra from tailed beasts could be invaluable. Shiraishi spoke openly, not bothering to hide the fact that tailed beast chakra held immense research value, even if he didn't explicitly mention its relevance to his current research. I can help you gather the information, but concerning things like tailed beast chakra, that's a core secret of every village. It's off limits to outsiders. Fair enough. Shiraishi wasn't disheartened, obtaining more tailed beast information alone would be satisfying. Nevertheless, his earlier statements hadn't eluded Ruri's sharp perception. The connection between chakra, tailed beasts, and his ongoing experiments wasn't lost on her, especially in relation to natural energy. Additionally, I require detailed information about the shifts in yin chakra properties. Could you help with that as well? After requesting tailed beast information, Shiraishi moved on to his second inquiry. The chakra of tailed beasts encompassed shifts in the attributes of yin and yang. To unlock the secrets of tailed beasts, understanding the changes in these chakra attributes was paramount. Ruri felt an impulse to step on Shiraishi's smiling face. Who did he think she was? His personal information retriever? Fine. Shiraishi's thoughts took another turn, prompting him to speak up. Ruri's brows furrowed in response. What else? Did you divulge anything about tailed beasts when you reported to Orochimaru Joinin that day? Preparing to employ tailed beast powers clandestinely isn't a joke. There was no need. If we hadn't known about Shikaku's presence there, the root ninja wouldn't have lured us. Konoha's frontline ninjas were already aware. Furthermore, if Sandian had detected that the pursuing squad had failed, there's a chance he'd tap into One Tail's power. After a brief pause, Ruri answered Shiraishi's query. I see, that's all right, then. In the aftermath of such an incident, the village will likely treat us with suspicion for quite some time. You'll have ample time for your research. Don't squander this period of respite. Of course. Speaking of which, I ought to extend my gratitude to those root operatives. A smile crept across Shiraishi's face. In the future, he'd be sure to offer them an extraordinary gift, a thought he tucked away in his mind. In line with Ruri's words, all but Hatake Sakumo, who remained engaged in his mission, were granted a leave of absence. Anbu's inefficiency resulted in a mission mishap. To jolt Shiraishi's trio, a 2-month hiatus was awarded for recuperation. This was the official decree from Naruto, albeit somewhat implicit. Shiraishi gave it a cursory glance before shifting his attention away. It provided him with ample time to tend to his research, a plethora of subjects demanding his attention. From delving into yin chakra attribute shifts to experimenting with magic, spiritualization, verifying chakra losses equivalence to death, and unraveling tailed beast chakra, his hands were full. These 2 months seemed too short for the extent of research Shiraishi needed to conduct. Thankfully, several experiments could be conducted concurrently without undue delay. Fairy magic experiments and assessments of the human body's chakra loss could run parallel. Simultaneously, he could hasten his mastery of the spiritualization technique, refining his aptitude in manipulating the yin chakra attribute. The trade-off was Shiraishi's sequestration in the lab, his days consumed by research, punctuated only by meals and sleep. Grasping the shifts in yin chakra attributes didn't pose a formidable challenge for Shiraishi. Mastering the yang attribute chakra properties changes had been swift, and achieving the same degree of mastery with the yin attribute proved equally feasible. Within a week, Shiraishi had acclimated to the intricacies of yin chakra attribute shifts. Following after, he petitioned Ruri for instruction in a basic illusion, the Narakumi no Jutsu. This technique facilitated projecting the most horrifying fears lurking within an enemy's mind, an introductory illusion. Shiraishi's pursuit wasn't combat-centric, rather, he aimed to acquaint himself with the spiritualization technique's fundamentals. In contrast, the higher-level spiritualization technique involved manipulation at the soul's level. Its mastery demanded considerably more effort. Thus, Shiraishi didn't anticipate swift success. After all, mastering S-rank ninjutsu at a glance wasn't feasible, and he wasn't deluded about his capabilities. Such a prodigious feat was nigh impossible even for a copy ninja of Shaker's caliber. After a few additional days, Shiraishi had finally breached the threshold of spiritual transformation. Even though he had only made slight progress, Shiraishi felt that he had reaped substantial benefits. The technique of spiritualization presented not only the capability to utilize one's spiritual form to manipulate an adversary's mind but also the potential to invade and dismantle another person's spiritual realm. With an extended range targeting and expansive perception capabilities, this technique could efficiently lock onto distant subjects. All Shiraishi required now was to form a seal and release his thoughts, allowing him to sense occurrences within a 20-meter radius. It seemed this ninjutsu granted him a deity-like perspective, bolstering Shiraishi's confidence for future tailed beast research. Shiraishi's objective was lucid, whether it was the rudimentary illusion technique or spiritual transformation, both aimed to unravel yin chakra attribute alterations, ultimately serving his research goals. During a moment when Shiraishi was seamlessly extending his consciousness to unrestrictedly perceive the external environment, a sudden sharp headache gripped him, accompanied by persistent warning signals. Reacting promptly, he disengaged his chakra, aborting the continued external perception. Only 11 seconds? As expected of an S-rank ninjutsu from the Scroll of Seals, it's not something I can employ casually at my current level. Presently, Shiraishi's perception of the external world was still rudimentary, he couldn't even remotely target subjects, let alone engage in spiritual attacks or manipulate complex enemy mental spaces. Such progress fell far short of his aim to complete bodily spiritual transformation, rendering complacency unwarranted. Furthermore, the spiritualization technique harbored a significant risk perception and spiritual attacks immobilized the body and impeded defensive action. Ergo, the successful execution of this ninjutsu hinged on the presence of secure and dependable teammates. Moreover, the farther the spiritual form ventured from the body, the greater the demand on chakra. Though potent, the technique proved challenging to apply. For the practitioner, it was a double-edged sword, powerful yet hazardous. Thankfully, Shiraishi's interest in learning this technique lay predominantly in further comprehending yin chakra attribute transformations and advancing research objectives. Even if the spiritualization technique held limited combat utility, its substantial research value overshadowed drawbacks. In that moment, a voice emanated from a particular spot. Shiraishi-sama, the experimental data has been updated. The 5 experimental subjects demonstrated remarkable compliance, dutifully following Shiraishi's directives. This seemingly implausible situation had transformed the subjects into individuals physically superior to regular humans, each capable of effortlessly overpowering a typical genin. Hence, these 5 subjects served as both Shiraishi's invaluable experimental participants and dependable assistants. While Shiraishi was delving into spiritual transformation, the 5 subjects were engaged in experiments meticulously outlined by Shiraishi. Collecting himself, Shiraishi approached the workstation. The computer screen displayed data concerning the senjutsu fusion, with the striking figure of 37% success probability. Despite collating physical data from Ruri's earlier immortality trial, encompassing the positive and negative impacts of immortal chakra on the human body, the success probability remained unsatisfactory. Though progress had undeniably been made compared to previous attempts, this probability didn't inspire Shiraishi to immediately embark on immortality practice. Ruri's immortality trial, a venture that could be perceived as either a success or failure, was a blend of achievements and failures. Success lay in her successful immortality art release, whereas failure manifested in the rampant chakra upheaval. While it offered a certain reference point, it wasn't an entirely accurate gauge. Shiraishi-sama, this represents the highest fusion result thus far. Noticing Shiraishi's discontent, an assistant offered an apologetic reassurance. It's not your fault. The steps were designed by me, after all. It seems I need to approach this from a different angle. Oh well, how about the results of experiment No. 2? Experiment number 2 referred to the endeavor examining whether chakra depletion equated to death. Upon Shiraishi's inquiry, another assistant in charge of experiment number 2 responded, the mice used in the experiment are nearly deceased. Yet, there's one mouse that's behaving rather oddly. Oddly. Shiraishi approached to observe a white mouse within a glass enclosure twitched spasmodically. Astonishingly, it persisted, even after chakra was withdrawn, refusing to expire instantly. Shiraishi regarded the spectacle with interest. While the mouse appeared somehow, it undeniably didn't succumb upon the removal of its chakra. What happened? One of the subjects scratched his head sheepishly, confessing, I made a blunder, injecting the wrong syringe with another substance into this particular mouse. As soon as he disclosed this, the mouse within the enclosure ceased its convulsions, falling lifeless. Shiraishi identified the syringe in question, which still bore traces of the mysterious substance. Gazing at the syringe, he murmured, a vitality potion. The potion contained a specially refined component capable of replenishing the life energy absorbed by living beings. Shiraishi's expression twisted in confusion. He had indeed contemplated substituting natural energy for chakra earlier, supplying it as life force to experimental rodents. However, this venture proved catastrophic, resulting in the death of all mice when their chakra was withdrawn. Subsequently, he hadn't employed natural energy as a replacement, opting instead to explore the connection between chakra and the human body. Now, Shiraishi pondered the implications. Chapter 67, Chakra and Natural Energy, 2, and Significance of Kimono. In the ninja world, countless examples exist of warriors meeting their demise due to chakra depletion from combat. Therefore, chakra can be seen as an essential energy element for the body's vital functions. If this energy is lost, the human body ceases to function and succumbs to death. Among the various causes of death, Shiraishi finds death resulting from chakra exhaustion particularly intriguing, though the mystery remains unsolved. Recent experimental outcomes, however, present unexpected results, opening a mysterious door to uncharted territory. By chance, a mixture of natural energy and a vitality elixir was inadvertently injected into an experimental mouse. Following chakra depletion, the elixir briefly substituted for the life energy that chakra provided, sustaining life functions for a limited time. To determine whether this was a singular occurrence or had broader applications, Shiraishi initiated a new experiment. He introduced 20 more mice, administering the same vitality elixir, and then extracted their chakra, placing them under observation in glass enclosures. Of the mice subjected to chakra withdrawal, 16 immediately perished despite the vitality elixir infusion. Among the remaining 4, one exhibited weak limbs, lying on the floor listlessly, its eyes fluttering before eventually falling still and succumbing to the cessation of life. The second rodent mirrored the first, maintaining a semblance of vitality for several additional seconds before similarly expiring. The third mouse, initially robust, abruptly weakened. It lay inert, mirroring the fate of its predecessors. Shiraishi's attention shifted to the fourth mouse, revealing an unexpected transformation. The creature's body expanded significantly after ingesting the vitality elixir. Its eyes blazed with intensity, emanating a sense of danger. "This is..." An experimental assistant voiced astonishment, riveted by the mutated mouse's spectacle. "The natural energy elixir's use is truly remarkable. It's akin to ingesting a tailored energy hormone, stimulating latent potentials within the body." Shiraishi offered an objective assessment. Evidently, the fourth mouse had embarked on an uncharted path of mutation, a trajectory Shiraishi found difficult to predict. He then refocused on the third white mouse. Once robust, it now languished in a state of weakness, mirroring the prior two before ultimately succumbing. Removing the sole surviving mutant mouse from the enclosure, Shiraishi cradled it in his hand for closer inspection. After a while, he discerned that the mouse's body was brimming with vibrant natural energy. Though the longevity of this mouse's vitality remained uncertain, for the time being, its life energy was abundant, devoid of any signs of failure. The experiment confirmed that chakra could indeed be substituted by alternative energies for life functions, and this energy source was linked to natural energy. Nevertheless, a question persisted. Shiraishi previously attempted to replace chakra with natural energy, only to witness the death of all experimental subjects. Yet, following specific processing and elixir preparation, the natural energy effectively fueled life activity. Thus, the loss of chakra didn't preclude the continuation of life functions. This experiment heralded a successful breakthrough. The only aspect eluding Shiraishi's comprehension was why raw natural energy couldn't fulfill the role of life energy supply, while a processed vitality elixir could. Returning to the crux of the matter, the cessation of chakra brought human life activities to a halt, while specially processed natural energy emerged as a viable substitute. Chakra isn't an external force, it arises from the fusion of human physical and spiritual energies, a processed byproduct of the human factory. Shiraishi felt elation at the experiment's successful validation. It signified a step closer to liberating the caged bird, an allusion to his overarching goal. Nonetheless, the link between chakra and natural energy perplexed him further. When he juxtaposed these two energies, an indescribable incongruence persisted. "I sense a crucial piece missing. Only upon discovering it will the enigma of chakra and natural energy be resolved." Regrettably, Shiraishi remained clueless about the nature of this missing element, leaving him with only random speculations and the continuous quest to establish its existence. Subsequently, Shiraishi delved wholeheartedly into research exploring the substitution of chakra with natural energy for sustaining human life activities. What initially appeared as a speculative experiment gained credibility following the serendipitous discovery. Shiraishi now believed that replacing chakra with natural energy for vital energy sustenance was highly feasible. Given the experiment's straightforward nature, Shiraishi assigned it to the 5 assistants, tasking them with meticulous documentation of the process. Meanwhile, Shiraishi persisted in mastering the technique of spiritual transformation, honing his ability to manipulate the nature of yin chakra. As August drew to a close, the weather turned progressively warmer. Nearly a month had passed since their return to Konoha. During this span, Shiraishi and his companions maintained correspondence with Sakumo Hatake, the frontline captain, exchanging information on each side's current status. Sakumo reported that Shiraishi's group had unwittingly fallen into a trap set by Sand Shinobi. After a grueling battle, they managed to escape but sustained serious injuries, necessitating a 2-month recovery period in Konoha. As for further details, Sakumo's letters were deliberately vague, masking any undisclosed information. Sakumo's communiques focused predominantly on reassurances and achievements. He had successfully destroyed a critical Sandian stronghold, tilting the balance in Konoha's favor on the front line. Konoha's morale was on the upswing, while Sakin's forces appeared to be flagging. The letters aimed to comfort Shiraishi's group, yet they remained aware that the situation on the front line was far from sanguine. Knowing that Sakumo was unharmed eased Shiraishi's and his companions' concerns. The village is much quieter than before. After having lunch, I went out with Ruri and strolled through the streets of Konoha. When I noticed that the crowds were noticeably thinner than usual, Shiraishi let out a sigh. Much of this can be attributed to the ongoing war. Konoha had recently endured back-to-back conflicts with both Yuyin and Sandian. Despite emerging victorious against Yuyin, the village's vitality had been severely compromised, necessitating a period of recovery and growth. However, Konoha's rebound had been relatively swift. In this state of vulnerability and tenuousness, Sand Village launched an aggressive challenge, compelling Konoha to swiftly respond. The clash with Sand Village had yielded mixed results thus far, with neither side achieving a definitive triumph. Sandian aimed to exploit the Land of Fire's resources for its own development. Konoha, on the other hand, sought to exert pressure on Sand Village, compelling them to enter into a peace treaty and end the ongoing conflict. This issue remained unresolved, and the outcome hinged on which side would falter first. Ruri didn't pay too much attention to Shiraishi's somber mood. "How's your work progressing?" During these days, Shiraishi had been mostly confined to the laboratory, rarely venturing outside except for meals. Ruri had her own tasks during the daytime, leaving her with limited opportunities to inquire about Shiraishi's progress. Understanding that Ruri was referring to his studies on immortality, Shiraishi responded, "The success rate has slightly improved, but the risks are not yet eliminated. Reckless usage could lead to a situation similar to what happened to you that day." Ruri nodded in understanding. On that day, she had forcibly fused the chakra in her body with natural energy to create immortal chakra, which she had then used to amplify her fire release technique. While it initially appeared successful, complications had arisen afterward. Her immortal chakra had spiraled out of control, plunging her into a deep coma. As such, the attempt at fairy magic could hardly be classified as a successful endeavor. Nonetheless, the sensation of immense power coursing through her body after the fusion of immortal chakra had left a profound impression on Ruri. The potential of immortality was undeniable. It could substantially transform a ninja, leading to a significant leap in strength. Furthermore, Ruri's Sharingan had evolved to its third Tomo state, approaching the peak of its capabilities. Further advancement along this path seemed unlikely. Ruri had 2 paths before her. One was to learn a method to unlock the higher-level Mangekyo Sharingan from the Uchiha elders, elevating her Sharingan's powers. The other path involved immortality. In Ruri's eyes, immortality was the more appealing option. While she had limited insight into the true potential of the Mangekyo Sharingan, she had personally experienced the potency of immortality. Furthermore, the first Hokage, who had defeated Madara Uchiha, the original wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, was renowned for his unparalleled mastery of the art of immortality. Immortality possessed a might rivaling that of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Despite her eagerness, Ruri understood the complexities involved in mastering immortality, and she refrained from pressuring Shiraishi, allowing him to proceed at his own pace. "Let's go over there and take a look. I want to buy some clothes." "Sure." Shiraishi had no particular shopping agenda, content to follow Ruri's lead. They entered a traditional clothing store, known for its high reputation in Konoha. Once inside, Shiraishi unexpectedly recognized someone. Uchiha, and Chiba-san. Wearing a Konoha forehead protector, a man in his 20s gaped at Shiraishi and Ruri as they entered the store. Fujimura-sensei. Shiraishi also recognized the man he had been their homeroom teacher from 1st to 6th grade, Fujimura Taiga. It was quite unexpected to encounter him here. Are you the proprietor of this shop, Chunin Fujimura-sensei? Ruri regarded Fujimura with a keen gaze. Fujimura's mouth twitched slightly, somewhat embarrassed. No, actually. He scratched his cheek, slightly flustered. This is my girlfriend's shop. She stepped out momentarily, so I'm looking after it for her. Oh, so Chunin Fujimura-sensei has a girlfriend. Shiraishi mused, his expression thoughtful. Fujimura inwardly groaned, wondering why they were adding a Chunin prefix to his title. Was it necessary? By the way, what brings you two to the village? If I recall correctly, your team leader was Hitaki Kakashi. Ah, due to certain circumstances, we're currently taking a break in the village. Is that so? Fujimura didn't delve further, instead launching into an introduction of the clothing store's offerings to Shiraishi. The store boasted a diverse selection, encompassing ninja attire, yukata, casual wear, sportswear, and more. Additionally, various accessories like elaborate masks and earrings were on display, all exuding a distinct allure. What do you think? The collection here is quite impressive, Fujimura chimed in with enthusiasm. It's all right, Ruri responded casually, her gaze fixated on a particular piece. It was a kimono, characterized by its style and color, which resonated deeply with her preferences. As for the price, it wasn't a major concern for her. Shiraishi also noticed the kimono and offered with a smile, you know, Ruri, I haven't really given you any gifts all these years. If you like it, I can buy it for you. Given that his research and living expenses were covered by Ruri, Shiraishi had ample funds to purchase such a kimono using the rewards he had saved up. Upon hearing Shiraishi's words, Ruri's calm exterior rapidly gave way to a deep blush. Observing Shiraishi's sudden blush, Fujimura sighed and explained, Chiba-san, you can't casually gift a kimono like that. For girls, when a boy offers such clothing, it's tantamount to a marriage proposal. Shiraishi stiffened, feeling a sense of impending doom. Chapter 68, The Arrogance of the Uchiha. The origin of this ominous atmosphere emanated from Ruri. In this moment, Ruri had regained her composure, taking a deep breath and directing a gaze at him, a look Shiraishi struggled to fully comprehend. Shiraishi felt a weight pressing upon him, an oppressive aura unlike anything he had experienced before. Indeed, the offer to buy her a kimono just moments ago must have compounded her feelings, making her mood even more elusive than usual. Of course, one would know, even without anyone saying it aloud, that such a statement would undoubtedly leave a girl infuriated and embarrassed. Well, it's a series of coincidences and misunderstandings. If the kimono carries a particular significance, then an illusionary sensation swept over Shiraishi, an intensification of the murderous aura emanating from Ruri. Though she had turned her gaze away, feigning nonchalance, Shiraishi knew that the sensation was real. At such a juncture, remedies were moot. The question now was whether they could exit the clothing store without any complications. Shiraishi looked to his teacher, Fujimura, seeking assistance. Fujimura chimed in with an air of authority, Chiba-san, you mustn't always rely on adults to bail you out of difficulties. As a qualified ninja, you should learn to fend for yourself, including securing your basic needs. Certainly not out of fear, and certainly not an expression of reluctance on his part. After all, no matter what Fujimura said, he remained a distinguished Chunin, repeatedly chosen as an elite instructor by the Ninja Academy. It was inconceivable for such a competent individual to risk his life for the sake of his students. Rather, this was an exercise in fostering self-reliance, yes, precisely an exercise. I like the color and the fit of this dress. What do you think? Unexpectedly, Ruri interjected, her demeanor now calm and focused, her gaze fixed on the clothing, a seemingly ordinary consultation. Indeed, I concur. It suits you very well, Ruri. How peculiar. This silence resembled an integral clue in a game's plot. Unless triggered, the plot would not progress smoothly to its next phase. Consequently, bluffing wouldn't suffice. Was this really appropriate? Capturing the unknown sensation that now swelled within him was a challenge in itself. A marriage proposal, perhaps? No, attributing such implications to attire seemed far-fetched. Maintaining composure was key. This was a mere testament of friendship. Yet, there lingered an unsettling pang of guilt. Had he known, he would have refrained. He had unwittingly boxed himself into a corner. Clearing his throat, Shiraishi indicated the kimono, stating, "Fujimura-sensei, please bring that kimono. I intend to buy it." Fujimura offered a smile, took the kimono Ruri had taken a liking to, and packaged it per Shiraishi's request. "Chiba-san, it's when a boy presents such clothing to a girl that it holds special meaning." "Oh, how vexing. Any more commentary from you would be too much." Shiraishi grumbled inwardly. Ruri's gaze toward Fujimura-sensei softened somewhat, infused with an air of contentment. Ultimately, Shiraishi and Ruri left the clothing store, clutching the chosen kimono. Young people these days are truly exceptional. "But, Chiba-san, if you're planning on getting married, might you be considering joining the Uchiha clan?" Fujimura sighed contemplatively. Ruri was an Uchiha prodigy, a member of a clan rumored to possess immense wealth. In the event of a union, it was likelier that the groom would join the bride's family. But that was still a distant prospect. Marriage wasn't exactly imminent. The following day arrived. Shiraishi emerged from a state of half-consciousness. Yesterday's events had kept him tossing and turning throughout the night, depriving him of restful sleep and fueling his embarrassment. Recalling the special kimono he had intended to buy for Ruri, a sense of guilt washed over him. Despite his self-assurances, insisting that it held no significant meaning, that it was merely a gesture of friendship, Shiraishi couldn't shake off the doubt. Could it really be so simple? Placing the item in Ruri's hands without even glimpsing her reaction, he had only registered her hasty retreat to the laboratory as she fled. His subsequent experiments had suffered, marred by lapses and errors. This inexplicable sentiment was confounding. Shelving his chaotic thoughts, he reminded himself of his paramount task work. Dwelling on the unrelated was unproductive. Nevertheless, the preceding day's events continued to gnaw at him. What might Ruri think? Could she be interpreting it as a proposal? How strange, both were barely 12 in terms of biological age. Was he coming across as frivolous? Would it breed resentment? Or perhaps an affectionate response? Could it be indifference? He sighed heavily, endeavoring to quell his racing thoughts. Thus, the morning elapsed in this state of bewilderment. Utterly exasperating. Just as Shiraishi wrestled with his thoughts. In the courtyard beyond, a maid approached Ruri, who was feeding the fish by the pond, murmuring something in her ear. Nodding in response, Ruri dismissed the maid. Not long after, the maid returned, accompanied by a girl clad in white. This girl possessed pristine white irises, her expression a mix of curiosity and awe as she beheld the sprawling mansion. It was Ayane. "You may leave." Ruri addressed the maid tersely. "Yes." The maid departed, leaving Ruri and Ayane alone. "Is this where you live, Ruri? I heard about it from Shiraishi-kun, but seeing it in person is quite the spectacle." Ayane remarked with a smile as she approached. "It's nothing remarkable, just a standard residence. I doubt it's as impressive as you imagine." Ruri continued to sprinkle fish food into the pond, observing the aquatic madness that ensued. "Moreover, spare me the fake smiles. I don't respond well to that." With blunt directness, Ruri leveled a pointed gaze at Ayane. "Ruri, I'm not sure I understand." As she was in the midst of speaking, Ruri vanished from her sight, her words abruptly truncated. Ruri maintained a stance as if she were gripping Ayane's throat, yet she couldn't carry through with her next move. Ayane's middle and index fingers lightly grazed Ruri's heart area. "Is this your reliance?" the gentle fist enhanced with natural energy. Ruri inquired of Ayane with keen interest. Over this past month in Konoha, Ayane had exhibited signs of growth. Though it remained impossible to specifically gauge the extent of enhancement to her gentle fist through the integration of natural energy, the prior Ayane wouldn't have been able to react with such speed, even if her eyes were open and able to capture the moment. "As I thought, you're the type I'd rather not tangle with. Not just in terms of strength, but also in temperament. We simply don't get along." Ayane's smile faded entirely, her tone carrying a note of resignation. "Mutual sentiment." Ruri withdrew her hand from Ayane's throat. Ayane retracted her fingers as well. While this skirmish seemed close, Ayano wasn't about to underestimate the situation. After all, her adversary was a person who had been outpacing her in terms of growth. Complacency based on this success would be an invitation for future trouble. On another note, observing Ruri's lack of interest in further engagement, Ayano relaxed and regarded Ruri with an odd expression. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with me? No, it's just that I'm curious. Is today a special day for the Uchiha clan? As the sole affluent ninja family, with the Byakugan flowing through their bloodlines, Ayano wasn't claiming an intimate understanding of the Uchiha, but if it were a special occasion, she'd have some inkling. Yet she couldn't recall any particular Uchiha-related occasion for today. Why do you ask? In response to Ruri's question, Ayano gestured to the light blue kimono she was wearing. Though her hair was down, her countenance seemed particularly solemn. Your attire? This? What's the matter? Typically, don't you wear garments like this for significant ceremonies or festivals? Ayano voiced her curiosity. However one looked at it, the sudden appearance of a kimono on this day seemed incongruent. It's none of your concern. Mind your own business. Besides, why should I explain anything to you? Ruri sat beside the pond, furrowing her brow and ceasing to feed the fish. You really are an ill-fit match for me. Ayano displayed no surprise at Ruri's notably frosty response. She seemed to consider this the genuine Ruri. During missions, the semblance of camaraderie was only upheld out of a sense of team responsibility. Now, amidst vacation, underlying conflicts emerged. Why are you here? Ruri questioned Ayano's presence. Naturally, there was no way Ayano had come here to seek her out. Consequently, her intent was evident. I'm just here to check on a fellow classmate and catch up a bit. Boring. He's in the lab. If you need him, find him yourself. Can I use my Byakugan? Ayano posed the question with a smile. You can give it a shot. Ayano's hesitation wasn't alleviated by Ruri's calm expression. Meanwhile, Ruri savored Ayano's helpless appearance as she was turned away. A sense of satisfaction welled up within her. All right, there's nothing more here for you. Go on. My family's been a bit tight on food lately, so I'm afraid I can't offer you lunch. Ruri began shooing Ayano away, her tone far from polite. Ayano scratched her head, offering a wry smile. Aren't you going yet? I already mentioned that I won't be providing you with lunch. No, Shiraishi-kun entrusted me with some crucial observational data. He requested to meet at the usual spot at 2 p.m. I'm to deliver the important findings personally. Give it to me. I'll pass it on for you. No need to meet elsewhere. I stored the document elsewhere and it's not with me now. Furthermore, I must hand it over to Shiraishi-kun in person for my own peace of mind. Ayano's tone remained unhurried. Ruri's dissatisfaction grew. You understand how vital my Byakugan is to Shiraishi-kun's research. Therefore, I ask you, Ruri, to relay this message on my behalf. Ayano offered a faint smile, then turned and departed without hesitation. Observing Ayano's exit, Ruri's gaze remained fixed on her until she completely vanished from view. She let out a sigh of relief. There was no need to get worked up over such a minor incident. Indeed, it was a trifling matter, wholly unworthy of dwelling upon. Yet, why did an unexpected surge of frustration pierce her heart? It seemed evident. It was that guy's fault. Noon. While Shiraishi and Ruri shared a meal, Ayano had earlier informed Shiraishi of her intent to hand over significant observational materials. I see. I did inquire earlier, but I didn't anticipate such prompt results. Truly the mark of the Byakugan's exceptional insight. Shiraishi sighed. However, sensing Ruri's intensifying, ominous gaze, her demeanor resembling an enveloping darkness, Shiraishi hastily switched gears. Actually, the most vital issue isn't that. What truly matters are the research funds and materials you've supplied, Ruri. That is of utmost importance. The impact of the Byakugan's enhancement isn't as substantial as initially speculated. In his rushed explanation, Shiraishi's tone underwent a dramatic shift, causing Ruri's piercing glare to soften slightly. Later on, Shiraishi caught sight of the light blue kimono adorning Ruri, a garment he had bought for her the previous day. He intentionally or unintentionally steered clear of discussing it during the meal, feigning ignorance. It's not for you. Ruri, noticing Shiraishi's attention on her attire, felt compelled to clarify, wary of potential misconceptions. What? Setting down his utensils, Shiraishi regarded her with surprise. Don't read too much into it. I simply appreciate the style and color of this dress. Moreover, I'm wearing it only now. I won't have it on for the new year. My apologies for shattering your hopes. No further words were exchanged. However, upon learning the kimono would not feature on New Year's Day, an inexplicable sense of emptiness settled within Shiraishi. As Ruri turned her gaze slightly away at this juncture, avoiding direct eye contact, could it be, she was embarrassed? Initially, he believed his embarrassment stemmed from gifting her the kimono yesterday, but perhaps Ruri was experiencing similar emotions? This perspective offered a modicum of solace, diminishing his vexation from last night and this morning. All right, I understand. It's good that you do. I'm full. Under Shiraishi's baffled scrutiny, Ruri placed her bowl and chopsticks aside, departing the room with a measured stride. As she closed the door behind her, Ruri leaned against it, lowering her head. Her hair partly concealed her facial expressions, yet not entirely. Her ears were tinged with a blush. Chapter 69, Rich Country and Strong Army. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. According to the agreement, Shiraishi went to meet Ayane. The so-called old place referred to Shiraishi's original home, which was only cleaned a few times a year. You're very punctual, Shiraishi-kun, Ayane said with a smile as she saw Shiraishi arriving on time at the entrance downstairs of the apartment building. Isn't this the 2 o'clock meeting you mentioned? Shiraishi asked. That's correct. Then why did you ask me to come out? I don't recall any important observation tasks assigned to you lately. Did something happen? Ayane could deceive Ruri with reason of observation missions, but not Shiraishi. Shiraishi knew best whether he had given Ayane an important observation task. Although Ayane had been assigned many observation tasks before, it was because the experiment was in its infancy, requiring genuine observations without prior knowledge. Now that the research was on the right track, ordinary experiments didn't require the Byakugan. Shiraishi believed Ayane had another reason to contact him. Can't I call you out without a reason? It's not that. It just caught me off guard, Shiraishi admitted. I happen to be quite free today, so I thought of inviting you to go shopping together. Both of us? Shiraishi protested. Just yesterday afternoon, he went shopping with Ruri, and now they were planning another shopping trip today. If you both need to go shopping, why not go together and save time? He suggested. What? Ayane looked at Shiraishi suspiciously. Never mind. I'm just complaining. If it's bothering you, Shiraishi-kun, you can skip it. After all, work is important, Ayane offered understandingly. No, work has been relatively smooth lately. I'm not too busy. I'm fine here. Shiraishi sighed helplessly. He didn't want to go back to work now, it would be too sad. Plus, there were temporary assistants in the lab, and as long as they followed the experimental steps, mistakes were unlikely. Really? That's good to hear. But do you need to buy anything? Yeah, recently I've been feeling a tightness in my chest. It's as if my clothes could suddenly rip apart, Ayane confessed, casually tugging at her collar. Don't say things like that suddenly. I might take it seriously. Each of their remarks worried him. He sighed helplessly. Then do you want to thoroughly check it out now, Dr. Shiraishi? Ayane lightly stroked the bangs on her forehead, the smile on her face was pure and charming. When she said this, she didn't seem to realize how powerful her words were for a boy. To some extent, Shiraishi thinks that Ayane is more dangerous than Ruri. When he first met Ayane, she was a cute girl with a pure heart and the same appearance. But since that incident, although the other party still looks pure and harmless on the outside, the inner essence is already rotten. If he had known this earlier, he should have educated her in another way. It is too late to regret now. I don't want that, Shiraishi replied, his heart racing for a moment. He shifted his gaze away from Ayane and adjusted his breathing. He knew he'd be in trouble if he took her words lightly. Like him, she was good at disguising and deceiving. It is completely different from the traditional ninja character of the Hyuga clan. Seeing Shiraishi's refusal, Ayane just smiled and didn't say anything. Next, Shiraishi followed Ayane's footsteps and wandered around Konoha village. For Shiraishi, accompanying Ayane around Konoha village was a relaxing walk, although he had no idea why women are so keen on shopping for no reason. But from the physiological and psychological aspects of men and women, there are very big differences between the two, so let's just take this as a meaningful behavior. The weather at the end of August is always so muggy. Although the hottest hour of the day had passed, the afternoon sun was still very dazzling. The Land of Fire is a country with relatively distinct seasons, and Konoha, which was situated in this country, is naturally the same. Because it was during the war, there were not many working ninjas that could be seen on the streets of Konoha. In addition to ninjas like Shiraishi and the others who temporarily stay in the village for special reasons, there are still some who really need to stay in the village to protect the safety of the village. From Shiraishi's point of view, Konoha's prosperity is actually very low, but compared to the general environment of the ninja world, internal peace is already a blessing. Ayuna's shopping list mostly consisted of decorations that Shiraishi found uninteresting. He watched her from the side as she carefully picked items. With skin as white as snow and straight black hair glistening in the sun, Ayuna was a lovely sight even in his peripheral vision. As Shiraishi gazed around, he spotted a grey and white cat resting lazily on a nearby wall. The cat seemed to have just woken up from a nap, lazily licking its paw. He paused for a moment, and Ayuna's voice came from behind him, "What's catching your attention?" Shiraishi turned his head and replied, "Ah, I was looking at the cat." "Cat?" Ayuna followed Shiraishi's line of sight, but there was nothing on the opposite wall, and no cat was in sight. "It's gone," he noted, bringing the conversation to a close. "Really, what's so appealing about cats?" Ayuna's tone sounded dissatisfied. "What? Do you dislike cats?" Shiraishi inquired. "I can't say I hate them, but I prefer dogs. If I were to keep a pet, a dog would be a better choice." Shiraishi nodded in agreement. He, too, leaned toward the idea of having a dog. The Inyazuka clan operated a ninja shop in the village, offering ninja dogs that were much pricier and more luxurious than ordinary pets. As a result, few ninjas bought and adopted them. Ninja dogs sound intriguing, Shiraishi thought. Their keen sense of smell could be quite advantageous when needed. Because dog meat is delicious, but cat meat tastes bad, Ayuni added with a note of research in her voice. Shiraishi promptly abandoned his notion of owning a ninja dog. He had a feeling that if he bought one, it would end up as Ayuna's meal. "Where to next?" Shiraishi asked. "I want to buy some new clothes. It seems like I need new ones every month. They're getting too tight. Even on my last mission, I felt my chest tightening," Ayuni explained with a wry smile, patting her already prominent chest. Shiraishi was left speechless. He had no choice but to accompany Ayuni in her quest to find new clothes. As they walked, Shiraishi had an inkling that something was off. This route, they had been on it with Ruri yesterday. Indeed, the clothing store he visited with Ruri was right in front of him. However, instead of being greeted by Fujimura-sensei, a woman he didn't recognize welcomed him. She was petite with shoulder-length brown hair, a pleasant figure, and an attractive face. Shiraishi remembered Fujimura mentioning that this was his girlfriend's shop. Could this woman be Fujimura's girlfriend? After a quick glance, Shiraishi didn't think much about it. "Welcome, take your time, both of you," the female shopkeeper greeted them warmly. "All right, thank you," Ayuni responded, and she began perusing the clothes in the store. "By the way, Shiraishi-kun, which color underwear do you think suits me better?" Ayuna suddenly asked. "Why are you asking me such things? Choose the color you like," Shiraishi chimed in. "Then, white or black?" Ayuna pondered, halting her search and appearing genuinely deep in thought. "I already said, buy what you prefer. My opinion isn't necessary," Shiraishi replied. "In that case, Shiraishi-kun prefers other colors like pink or white. Or maybe a brighter purple?" Ayuni inquired playfully. "How do you know I'm giving an opinion?" Shiraishi retorted, looking at Ayuni in disbelief. Blushing, Ayuni explained, "But us girls often choose clothing based on others' preferences." Her smile took on a suggestive edge. "Then white," Shiraishi offered his input straightforwardly. "That settles it, white it is," Ayuna confirmed. She requested the female shopkeeper to retrieve the set of underwear she favored and packaged it in an elegant bag. As Shiraishi gazed outside, he noticed the cat was absent this time. A moment later, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Ayuna was beside him. "Shiraishi-kun, are you daydreaming again?" "I was observing the cat. What about my suggestion earlier?" Shiraishi looked at Ayuna quizzically. "Suggestion? What suggestion?" He must have missed something while focusing on the cat. He looked genuinely puzzled. The clothes I wore for the new year last year were a bit snug. I wanted you to help me pick out some new styles. New year? Another kimono? Shiraishi sighed internally. Similar to the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan also held traditional values. Each new year, women donned formal kimonos, symbolizing continuity and new beginnings while participating in the annual clan celebration. Just choose whatever you like, Shiraishi advised. But it's an important event each year. I can't just select something randomly. However, I did find something I liked, so that's settled. Looking in the direction Ayane pointed, Shiraishi saw a white base material with a pink cherry blossom pattern painted on it. At first glance, he felt it would suit Ayane well. Shiraishi nodded and agreed, it's quite nice. Let's take this one. Even if it meant his own demise, he wouldn't voice any objections about buying such clothes for girls. Does Shiraishi-kun also like this one? Then it's settled, Ayane beamed, eager to ask the shopkeeper to retrieve the kimono. However, she suddenly clutched her stomach, her expression turning distressed. What's wrong? I had too much to eat at lunch, and now my stomach hurts a bit. I'm sorry, could I ask Shiraishi-kun to wait here for a while? I'll be back soon. Shiraishi agreed without much thought. However, after half an hour passed without Ayane's return, Shiraishi grew concerned. The female shopkeeper had already packed the kimono Ayane selected, along with the underwear, ready for payment. But why did the shopkeeper's expression seem increasingly odd? Did they fear not receiving payment? As Shiraishi wondered why Ayane hadn't come back yet, a passerby entered, handed him a note, and explained, "A young girl asked me to deliver this to you." The passerby departed after delivering the message. Shiraishi felt a pang of foreboding. Opening the note, Shiraishi read the message. Sorry, Shiraishi-kun, a clan member suddenly needed me back. I have to leave. Could you advance the money for the clothes? I'll repay you later. If possible, please give me the clothes during the new year. I'll wear them again so Shiraishi-kun can see. I've been fooled? That was Shiraishi's initial thought. When did Ayane's cunning become so difficult for him to perceive? Perhaps she should never have been disciplined that way to begin with. And now there's a predicament. Under the impatient gaze of the female shopkeeper, Shiraishi reluctantly handed over the money for the 2 pieces of clothing. The shopkeeper's expression brightened, "Please visit us again, and you'll receive a 10% discount." Shiraishi carried the bag containing the clothes, feeling their weight. It's not that he didn't understand Ayane or Ruri's intentions. Girls of their age were already entering the realm of first love, and it was natural for them to be concerned about things boys might overlook. Emotions were pure and straightforward at this stage. However, Shiraishi felt that matters of the heart shouldn't be rushed, but should unfold naturally. They also shouldn't be taken lightly, with consideration given to both beginnings and endings. Present good impressions may not necessarily indicate love, they might signify other emotions. This perspective might come across as a touch arrogant, but Shiraishi believed love was like this, unique in everyone's eyes yet fundamentally a common narrative replayed. In his view, he remained an ordinary person, even though grappling with such matters was rather embarrassing. He sighed inwardly. Before his struggles with such matters, he was indeed quite embarrassed. No matter how he looked at it, he wasn't just a typical 12-year-old. He's a matured soul, he had his own plans, and he possessed a deep comprehension of life. Yet these values might not align with Ruri's or Ayane's futures. He didn't want to disappoint those who treated him kindly. More importantly, he was too young currently. Certain things were out of his reach. Following conventions applied only to certain things. Cherished feelings were among those things that shouldn't be toyed with or trampled upon. Chapter 70, Future Plans. Perhaps because he had come to an understanding, Shiraishi found himself in a significantly improved mood upon returning. His enthusiasm for research had been rekindled, and he had no qualms about staying in the lab throughout the night. Setting personal matters aside, the research had seen substantial advancements over the past few days. The unexpected discovery had resulted in mice surviving with their chakra replaced by medicine infused with natural energy, effectively serving as life energy. These surviving subjects were larger than the average mice and displayed more vigor. Most importantly, there had been no instances of sudden death. Instrument readings indicated that this state of benign growth could accompany these mice for their entire lives. They wouldn't experience any sudden demise until their natural lifespans came to an end. The processed natural energy could take over the role of chakra as the life energy, enabling the creatures to carry out regular activities. This marked the prelude to a new phase of human experimentation. Indeed, Shiraishi's ultimate objective was not to transform the experimental subjects, but to apply the final stage of the experiment to the human body. His aim was to assist Ayane in freeing herself from the confines of her circumstances, so she could escape Konoha without being pursued by the Hyuga clan. While the mouse experiments had proven fruitful, a crucial phase remained incomplete, replacing chakra with original natural energy. With the core issue identified, Shiraishi brimmed with confidence and foresaw a swift realization of this stage. The upcoming phase would involve initiating a fresh round of human experiments. Unlike the merging of natural energy, this experiment was filled with dangers. The slightest lapse could result in death. Minimizing the risk was of paramount importance. In essence, Shiraishi's bottom line was to ensure the experimental subjects survived in the event of failure. This served as the initial challenge to overcome. Shiraishi found it perplexing. When it came to killing with his hands, he felt a certain detachment. However, when it came to human experiments, he hesitated. Perhaps this ambivalence stemmed from the sense of manipulating life, something he loathed profoundly. Yet, Shiraishi knew that this was the only path to true scientific advancement. Medical science and other disciplines frequently ventured into inhumane human experimentation, and it was through such means that these fields progressed. The same applied to medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, which had garnered recognition by making numerous sacrifices. The guidelines for human experimentation were merely there to assuage the mental well-being of the practitioners to some extent. Regardless, it was a game with others' lives. A wholly different psychological engagement compared to directly taking lives. "What's on your mind, Shiraishi-sama?" one of the experimental assistants inquired, noticing Shiraishi standing beside the experimental platform in contemplation. "It's nothing, just pondering some mundane matters," Shiraishi replied, shaking his head. Having considered matters extensively, he couldn't bring himself to abandon his current pursuit. Thus, the most meaningful and valuable course lay in minimizing the risk of the imminent round of human experiments. Suddenly recalling something, Shiraishi turned to the 5 experimental assistants working with him in the lab. He addressed them in a serious tone, "By the way, do any of you have an interest in becoming ninjas?" A hushed atmosphere settled over the lab. After a prolonged silence, one of the assistants stammered, "What do you mean by ninja? Does it mean to learn ninja skills, such as ninjutsu?" Shiraishi explained casually. "Can we?" The assistant's voice trembled with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. "Absolutely. Your current physical condition surpasses that of many active ninjas. If you specialize in physical techniques, you could attain the rank of Chunin within a few years, or even exceed it." The natural energy absorption techniques Shiraishi had devised were constructed on the premise of their compatibility with human development. He had formulated an alternative system that, despite being in its early stages and containing imperfections, held the potential to provide substantial benefits. "Are you truly willing to work on my behalf? I can offer you a degree of freedom, and even the means to lead better lives in this world. Even if you were once ruthless thieves, you still yearn to safeguard your parents, your spouses, and your children, right?" This statement, akin to a cutting blade, sliced through the hearts of the 5 individuals. One among them displayed a complex expression, as if recalling a less than pleasant past. "The 5 of us actually hail from a village. Our homeland lies in the land of rain. The one that was a major land during the previous war." Shiraishi was familiar with it, the region where it rained incessantly. An area often referred to as the Crying Nation. Caught between the warring powers of fire, wind, and earth, the grim realities of life in that land weren't lost on Shiraishi. "It is. A few years back, the ninjas who visited our village didn't slaughter us, but they stripped us of our livelihood, food, winter blankets, even requisitioning our homes at times. Yet, they endured and eked out a modest existence. In a world bereft of warmth, everyone fought to stay alive. When outsiders plundered your possessions, the natural response was to rob the weaker in return. All in the pursuit of survival. In the beginning, we were over 20 in number, but as our endeavors grew riskier, many of our comrades perished. We hold no resentment, each of us was striving for survival. We don't deem our actions as righteous, it's just a matter of fighting to stay alive." The speaker bore a sorrowful expression, the look in their eyes tinged with detachment. For those who lacked even the basics, those whose very country and families had been violated and despoiled, survival was the singular goal. There was no room for judgment. Oppressed by the strong and averse to death, they resorted to trampling the weaker to secure sustenance. Dying was a matter of unfortunate luck, a reality to accept rather than bemoan. So long as misfortune didn't strike, they lived on. The current state of the ninja world, it seems the book I shared earlier still holds some truth, Shiraishi remarked. Hearing his words, the five exchanged glances and offered a wry smile. Contrasting their initial fear, they now held more reverence for Shiraishi than fear. What's your decision? I have tasks that may not be easy for you, Shiraishi queried. We are willing to serve you, the five declared in unison, bowing to Shiraishi. Their choice was understandable. Struggling to survive, aspiring to live better lives, and with their thoughts fixated on the agony faced in the land of rain, aligning with Shiraishi was their best bet. If they didn't join his cause, they would continue to serve as experimental subjects. Yes, Shiraishi affirmed, I will remain in Konoha for another month. During this time, I'll assist you in establishing some groundwork and subsequently arrange for your relocation. There's a crucial task I need you to undertake. Collecting information from the outside. Especially from the land of ghosts and the land of iron. At present, Shiraishi required comprehensive future plans. In the ninja world, these two countries remained unaffected by the wars and stood as permanent neutral territories. The land of ghosts was particularly intriguing due to its distinct status, offering more security and discretion compared to the land of iron, while evading excessive attention. Before leaving Konoha, it was imperative to establish a steady base. In the ninja world, going solo often led to setbacks. With the natural energy system at his disposal, with enough time, he could easily cultivate a significant number of Chunin-level ninjas, if not Jonin level. And he was fortunate enough to have a very wealthy friend. In this world, monetary resources could address the majority of problems. Chapter 71, Organize and Go to Battlefield. Gaining the cooperation of these five experimental subjects went surprisingly smoothly. Despite providing them with limited choices, Shiraishi wasn't particularly concerned about their individual thought processes. Their bodies had undergone transformation through natural energy infusion, rendering them akin to superhumans. The extension of their natural lifespans and a significant slowdown in aging would set them apart from ordinary individuals. To simplify, even at the age of 60, with attentive self-care, their physical capabilities wouldn't wane significantly, enabling them to continue working. Presently in their 20s, these five had more than 3 decades ahead of them to contribute. This was just the beginning, more individuals would join in the future. The potential of natural energy was astonishing. Although it was still less versatile than chakra, natural energy surpassed it substantially in terms of physical prowess. Mass-producing body-type ninjas on a grand scale was plausible, with these ninjas reaching Chunin-level competency after a few years of systematic training. While their fighting styles might be relatively straightforward and seem less sophisticated than typical Chunin, it was sufficient. The unique utility of natural energy lay in its adaptability, transforming even ordinary individuals. Shiraishi believed this was the most terrifying aspect of natural energy. Ninjas wielded power through chakra, but it was a power that didn't extend to making most individuals stronger. Only a select few reaped the greatest benefits. Natural energy was different. It could elevate the lower limit of human potential considerably. Without a comprehensive understanding of the upper limits due to a lack of comparable information, Shiraishi refrained from claiming that natural energy surpassed chakra's ceiling. However, on average, natural energy outperformed chakra. Intent on making the most of the abilities of these five, Shiraishi didn't skimp on them. Physical training techniques, chakra refinement methods, and even some basic ninjutsu would be imparted. He wasn't concerned about the risks of exposing information. The natural energy within them hadn't been cultivated through conventional methods, it had been introduced via reagents, dramatically enhancing their physical attributes. This implied that they possessed the foundation to engage in physical skill training, although they couldn't naturally extract natural energy themselves. From the outset, Shiraishi had no intention of granting such abilities to his subordinates for usage. Perhaps in the future, but not at this stage. These five hadn't garnered enough trust from him. In light of this, he intended to leave special markings on them when they left after a month. Having hastily completed his laboratory tasks, Shiraishi consigned the five to their work. Satisfied, he emerged to the surface and returned to his quarters to rest. The following day, Shiraishi paid a visit to Ruri's room to discuss the matter of the five individuals. Establishing an organization. Ruri regarded Shiraishi with a quizzical gaze. Explaining his reasoning, Shiraishi stated, "Yes. It's an imperative plan. As my research expands, especially with my experiments involving the Sage Mode, there's potential for uncontrollable accidents. You're well aware of the destructive potential of the Sage Mode. Ruri nodded earnestly. She had first-hand experience of its repercussions. While the fortified underground laboratory could mitigate certain energy surges, it might still generate problems and draw attention if exposed to overpowering forces. Indeed, establishing an organization outside would allow us to conduct experiments when necessary. The village is too bustling, it's easy to attract unwanted attention, Shiraishi explained. Is that the only reason? Ruri questioned. Furthermore, your current relationship with a high-ranking figure in the village, it's far from harmonious. While Hokage assures that no further mishaps will occur, you can't truly believe such words, can you? In response, Ruri cast a scornful smirk. She held no faith in Hokage's promises. Formerly, there had been a change in the Hokage succession, yet now, it appeared some Uchiha clan members were overly naive. A pursuit of power rendered them disdainful of strategic considerations, leaving them vulnerable. Konoha wasn't the Konoha of old, and Uchiha wasn't the Uchiha of old either. Uchiha's contemporary might was attributed to the Sharingan's bloodline limit, not to individual prowess. Consequently, Uchiha's current prominence was because of the Sharingan, not individual ability. Given the situation, Hokage extended an alternative. Ruri could see the scroll of seals again and choose another ninjutsu. However, Ruri wasn't swayed by this generous offer. Had Shiraishi dissuaded Ruri from acting impulsively, and had she accepted Hokage's proposal and conditions, she might have reacted with greater fury. Ruri's nature didn't align with accepting mercy or charity. By agreeing to Hokage's proposal, the issue would be considered resolved, and neither party could reference it again. However, for Ruri, the matter wasn't over. Hokage's apology and compensation wouldn't clarify her thoughts. Instead, revenge at the core was the only solution. Shiraishi anticipated Ruri's decision. Revenge, not compensation, had always been her true motivation. An esteemed individual had once noted that, when thoughts aren't clear, one must strive to clarify them. For Ruri, this clarity wouldn't come from Hokage's apology and compensation. Only vengeance at its root would provide her the resolution she sought. At times, the fixation of power-hungry individuals was truly formidable. Absolutely, similar incidents could occur in the future without any guarantee. The dissemination of misleading information during missions emphasizes the necessity of establishing our own organization. Whether it involves gathering information or conducting other activities, the convenience would be considerable. Even creating a network of informants across the ninja world, discreetly cutting off the routes of external missions. I assume this would be of great interest to you. Both Shiraishi and Ruri now view the route as enemies, rather than allies. It's clear that the biased stance taken by Hokage is not convincing. Indeed, Ruri's curiosity was piqued by these ideas. Although she may not fully comprehend Shiraishi's motives, her desire for revenge against the root is evident. Another aspect is that aunt and uncle are often involved in business ventures, hiring other ninjas or samurai for protection. While these mercenary groups are well known, they prove unreliable during true crises. We can provide them with trustworthy protection personnel to avert such mishaps. Ruri nodded in agreement. Her parents, Uchiha Sosuke and Uchiha Miyoko, have indeed faced such predicaments. Shiraishi's discussion with Ruri revolves around the fact that she is trustworthy. Establishing trust could solve numerous challenges, and her substantial resources further bolster this. Recently, Shiraishi completed numerous challenging tasks, but the cumulative rewards amounted to only slightly over 1,000,000 taels. This sum is inadequate for establishing an organization capable of meeting his research needs, let alone Waves, which lacks sufficient funds. Food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and expansion costs would all necessitate substantial capital. Hearing Shiraishi talk about these things in front of her, Ruri just replied him lightly. Tell me, how much does it cost? Upon Ruri's inquiry regarding costs, Shiraishi hesitated and then cleared his throat. I'm not entirely knowledgeable about this area, but I estimate that the initial development phase would require an investment of hundreds of millions of ryo. Hence, it might be prudent to discuss such a significant financial commitment with aunt and uncle first. However, Ruri asserted, no, I can decide with the resources at hand. In the land of tea, I own several mines that could be sold or utilized. Shiraishi was taken aback by this revelation, unsure of how to proceed. Wait, you have mines? Why haven't I heard about this before? Shiraishi quickly inquired, surprised by this undisclosed asset. Ruri clarified, I didn't think it was something worth mentioning. Regardless, financing won't be an issue. After all, Konoha's annual military budget surpasses the amount required. Establishing an organization for intelligence gathering, research, and training personnel would demand a substantial budget in the billions. Though Shiraishi initially proposed the concept of an organization, he now saw Ruri as more adept at the organization's establishment. Shiraishi pondered and asked, have you considered where to establish this organization? It was crucial that the organization's base not be situated within the territories of the 5 major nations. These nations possessed significant power and would not permit unregulated entities to operate freely within their borders. Any such organization established in these nations would undoubtedly invite a swift and devastating response. Given this reality, the only viable course of action was to operate from smaller nations. Between the Land of Iron and the Land of Ghosts, which do you believe is more suitable? Shiraishi questioned, considering the options. A neutral country. While both the Land of Iron and the Land of Ghosts were relatively small, they could not be deemed major powers, of which there were only 5 in the ninja world. However, not all smaller nations were considered neutral. Countries like the Land of Rain, the Land of Rivers, the Land of Grass, and even the Land of Whirlpools, destroyed a few years prior, could all be vulnerable to attack by larger nations. Thus, among these smaller nations, the Land of Ghosts and the Land of Iron stood out as potential options, both possessing unique attributes. Of particular interest was the Land of Ghosts, a mysterious and unknown country. This nation's ruler was not a daimyo, but rather a figure known as a witch. It adhered to a belief in witches and exhibited a mystical nature. Ruri had heard rumors that the Land of Ghosts ruler, Miko-sama, possessed extraordinary powers, including the ability to foresee the future. Whether it is true or false, there is no unified generalization. Shiraishi and Ruri discussed these considerations, recognizing that the Land of Ghosts had some advantages. Shiraishi questioned Ruri, intrigued by her reasoning. Notably, the Land of Iron, located closer to the Land of Fire, seemed more practical in terms of proximity. Ruri explained, my parents conduct most of their business affairs there. Their professional ties have fostered relationships with influential figures in the Land of Ghosts, which could prove advantageous. Shiraishi recalled that Ruri had mentioned her parents as businessmen in a distant small country. The Land of Ghosts was indeed located far west of the ninja world. The chief concern, however, was that the Land of Ghosts was a considerable distance from the Land of Fire. Even with non-stop travel, the journey would take over 3 days to complete. While Shiraishi briefly wished for access to planes, he acknowledged the limitations of existing technology within the ninja world. Though there might be flying tools, they were neither widely available nor financially viable. Ruri confirmed, I don't possess knowledge about witches. I'll gather more information about the Land of Ghosts and witches in particular. Shiraishi agreed, that would be a valuable contribution. Despite the distance, Shiraishi was content with the unique attributes offered by the Land of Ghosts. He pondered the mysterious existence of witches, intrigued by their potential ability to foresee the future. 1 month had passed without them realizing it, it seemed neither long nor short. Afterwards, Shiraishi approached the Hyuga clan and invited Ayane to join. During their conversation, the topic of the organization came up. Ayane remained composed and said, I'll support your decision, Shiraishi-kun, no matter what. Sometimes, Shiraishi found it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of girls. Perhaps this was a result of entering puberty. Despite having kept the underwear and kimono hidden in his room, Shiraishi didn't hand them over to Ayane this time. He recognized that she wouldn't accept them just yet. Though she remained as well-behaved and obedient as before, Ayane had grown somewhat stubborn in certain aspects. Shiraishi found this growth intriguing. What would her future hold? After freeing the caged bird, would she distance herself from him, seeking the freedom she desired and forging her independent path as a self-reliant individual? After all, she had been trained as a ninja under his guidance. He indulged her somewhat, even entertaining her unreasonable ideas. He wished for her to remain by his side throughout her life, yet he also hoped she'd achieve complete freedom to pursue her desires, unburdened by her master's moods. These conflicting emotions weighed on his mind. As for the organization's preparations, they were proceeding relatively smoothly. The organization's base had been established in the Land of Ghosts, a distant region within the ninja world. Shiraishi didn't need to physically inspect the location, he relied on 5 operatives to act as his eyes, hands, and feet. His personal visit to the land of ghosts could wait for many years. Currently, his presence wasn't necessary for the operation's progress. After a month of basic training, the 5 operatives had acquired rudimentary ninja skills. Their next step was to apply these skills in real combat scenarios. 2 days before the vacation's end, their training concluded. Ruri was tasked with transporting them out of Konoha. Ruri's ninja cat would serve as the intermediary between the 2 groups. The operative's sole destination was the land of ghosts. There, they would receive further instructions. Meanwhile, the laboratory had returned to its deserted state, with only Shiraishi working there. Over the past month, Shiraishi had mostly resolved the issue of replacing chakra with natural energy as a life force. The outcome seemed improbable, yet Shiraishi had verified an unexpected answer: natural energy, in a certain manner, bore a striking resemblance to chakra. One could even argue that, after undergoing specific processing procedures, natural energy could be transformed into energy akin to chakra. According to computer statistics, the similarity exceeded 90%, a feat that defied Shiraishi's understanding. This marked the limit of processing natural energy. Any further advancement would necessitate specialized equipment that remained shrouded in mystery. Shiraishi speculated that this discovery might be a mere coincidence. Natural energy emerged from nature, while chakra manifested from the fusion of physical and spiritual power within a human body. In essence, they were distinct and unrelated, apart from their convergence in senjutsu fusion. This unexpected find might indeed be a fluke. Initially aiming to utilize natural energy as a life force replacement for chakra, Shiraishi's research unearthed inconsistencies and issues that defied logic. Something's not right, Shiraishi sighed, grappling with his dilemma. To be honest, Shiraishi felt at a loss. There was no need to continue experiments verifying the link between chakra and natural energy. For the purpose of resolving the caged bird issue, progress had reached its zenith. Additionally, he was out of ideas. The research had hit a dead end, a door firmly shut with answers concealed beyond. Shiraishi couldn't pry it open through force or other means. He reluctantly abandoned further exploration, as he couldn't conjure knowledge from thin air. Should new clues arise in the future, he'd resume the investigation. However, the present wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Soon, he'd return to the battlefield. In early October, the 2-month break concluded. Today marked their departure for the front lines. Shiraishi, Ruri, and Ayana gathered at the village's gate. A mysterious Anbu operative handed documents to Ruri and Ayana before vanishing. Chunin appointment letters. Shiraishi noted. The documents, identical in form, signified their promotion to Chunin rank. Ruri, already at Jonin level, found the Chunin position underwhelming. Ayana, on the other hand, received the letter with a smile, clearly unconcerned. Her strength nearly matched a Jonin's upon graduation, and 2 months of practicing natural energy had elevated her to Jonin level. Let's proceed, Ayane announced. The journey to the front lines would only include the 3 of them. Though higher UPS provided no detailed instructions, they urged the trio to rendezvous with their captain, Sakumo Hitaki, as soon as possible. Shiraishi couldn't help but feel a slight yearning for Sakumo, as it had been 2 months since they last met. Moreover, Sakumo's resolute and demeanor garnered his admiration. Sakumo consistently prioritized the safety of his team during missions, a trait Shiraishi held in high regard. Sakumo's approach during their battle with the Sand Ninja emphasized this. In Shiraishi's view, Sakumo exemplified a ninja who embodied the will of fire in its purest form. While Sakumo might lack the qualities of a future Hokage, he epitomized the will's core tenets. Shiraishi held a similar perspective, despite his mild indifference to the concept. Chapter 72, Scroll of Reconciliation. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Shiraishi and the other 2 arrived at the Konoha camp on the front line of the Land of Fire, where they were set to meet Sakumo. The camp hadn't undergone significant changes since their last visit. If there was any difference, it was the heightened tension in the atmosphere. However, their recent mission to disrupt the hidden sand supply lines had been a success on Sakumo's end. Despite Shiraishi's own troubles during the mission, Sakumo had executed it masterfully, destroying Suna's vital supply point and weakening their offensive capabilities in the process. In essence, as long as we make it through this winter, does it mean that Suna will weaken itself? Shiraishi inquired. With October's arrival, the weather was gradually cooling down. Winter, especially in December, ushered in the cold season for both the land of fire and the land of rivers. Suna lacked the resources to endure this winter. By early spring, their situation would become incredibly unfavorable. Generally speaking, that's correct. However, we can't be certain if Suna will truly withdraw. All we can say is that it's very likely, Sakumo replied. In their predicament, launching a final fierce assault to breach the Fire Country's defenses offered Suna a possible way out. With the third Kazekage leading the charge, they had to be thoroughly prepared. In such dire circumstances, the need for caution grew even more. Preventing the sand ninjas from gaining an upper hand was paramount. What's our team's assigned task? It remains the same as before, locate and eliminate the isolated Suna units to alleviate pressure on the front lines from the flanks, Sakumo explained. Aware of his limitations as a ninja, Sakumo lacked extensive ninjutsu capabilities. His strength stemmed from taijutsu and swordsmanship. Consequently, opponents with wide-ranging ninjutsu posed a challenge, yet his mastery of physical combat and sword skills was unmatched. The trio understood this well. Sakumo's strengths and weaknesses were clear, suitable for small-scale battles but less effective in larger conflicts. On the front lines, he had to navigate myriad threats, dodging kunao and explosive tags from unexpected angles. When comrades were in danger, the choice to intervene or not was a weighty decision. This complexity often dulled his swordsmanship's edge, preventing him from utilizing his full potential. Sakumo had no complaints. Assignments aligned with a ninja's strengths and personality. He was adept at these operations, much like the Sunin excelled in their own roles, incompatible with his own. Since you just arrived today, take a day to rest here. We'll commence our mission tomorrow morning. Understood. Before Sakumo left, he offered a suggestion to Shiraishi. By the way, Shiraishi, if you have some free time, consider visiting the medical camp. We're facing a shortage of medical ninjas here on the front lines. Lending a hand there would be appreciated. I'll keep that in mind. Shiraishi nodded and headed toward the medical camp. While it was indeed a way to relieve the medical team's pressure, Shiraishi understood that the extent of his assistance wouldn't drastically change the situation. Sakumo's words were more of a comforting gesture. Treating patients was a medical ninja's responsibility, and Shiraishi had no reason to decline. Nonetheless, he believed Konoha's shortage of medical ninjas was a product of the village's own recognition and execution strategies. Konoha did value medical education, thanks in part to Tsunade's medical reform proposal several years ago, which led to the training of medical ninjas. However, at the start, the village hadn't fully embraced the reform. In the village's eyes, investing resources in low-combat medical ninjas seemed less appealing than bolstering combat effectiveness. It wasn't until the devastating war in the Land of Rain that the consequences of neglecting medical reform became evident. The skewed allocation of resources to powerful ninjas led to high mortality rates, prompting the implementation of mandatory medical ninjutsu training in the Ninja Academy. Shiraishi belonged to the first batch of the medical ninja experimental class resulting from the reform. He was acutely aware of Konoha's lackluster efforts in training medical ninjas. Without Tsunade's reform proposal, Konoha might never have focused on training medical ninjas. Arriving at the medical camp, Shiraishi was greeted by the pained cries of the wounded. The mingling scents of disinfectant and blood permeated the air, mingling with the limited space of the camp. Due to the priority placed on tending to severely injured ninjas, moderate injuries were treated next. This was the protocol of the Konoha Medical Corps. Amidst this scene, Shiraishi spotted Tsunade administering medical ninjutsu to the wounded, but he didn't indulge in reminiscence. Shiraishi explained his intent to the deputy commander at the medical camp, who welcomed the additional medical help with gratitude. Having an extra medical ninja at this critical time meant that a few more wounded could be saved. Shiraishi was a specially trained medical ninja assigned to Sakumo's team. He was among the first batch of students in the ninja school's medical experimental class. His skill in medical ninjutsu was undeniable. Thus, Shiraishi was swiftly assigned over 10 moderately and mildly injured individuals, along with medical supplies. He was instructed to begin work promptly. Moving to an open area covered with mats, Shiraishi encountered dozens of injured Konoha ninjas lying there. He worked alongside 3 other medical ninjas, the eldest being in their 30s and the youngest a few years older than Shiraishi. Though all were medical ninjas, the pressing circumstances allowed little room for interaction, if any at all. Shiraishi focused on skillfully administering the healing technique, tending to the wounded with standardized movements. Throughout the process, he engaged in conversation with the injured, providing comfort and improving the treatment experience. I'm feeling much better already. Just need a couple more days to rest. I recognize you. You're a member of Sakumo's team, right? Your medical ninjutsu is really impressive. The healed Konoha ninja spoke kindly, praising Shiraishi's skill. Thank you, but I have many areas to improve compared to my seniors. Shiraishi modestly responded to the compliment. He recognized that he still had much to learn, especially in comparison to medical ninjas of Tsunade's caliber. Starting in the morning, Shiraishi continued his medical work until darkness fell. Despite most tents being allocated for the medical team, some wounded were left outside due to space constraints. Upon returning to Ruri and Ayane, Shiraishi found himself assigned an open space for rest. The following morning, well before dawn, the three of them were already awake. While some Konoha ninjas were still asleep, others patrolled the camp's outskirts, including sensory ninjas and members of the Hyuga clan. When Sakumo arrived to gather them, Shiraishi and his companions were prepared. They had stocked up on ration pills, antidotes, kunao, explosive tags, sealed scrolls, medical kits, and more. As the team's sole auxiliary medical staff, Shiraishi's role included supplying as many provisions as possible. He had even packed emergency food and water in his backpack. The Sakumo team's upcoming mission was notably unstructured. Encounter an enemy? Eliminate them. Encounter an ally? Provide assistance. Chance upon a convoy of Suna transports? Obliterate it. Their mission echoed the strategy Suna had used earlier by dispatching elite troops to create disturbances within the Fire Country. These acts distracted Konoha's attention and prevented the frontline ninjas from freely moving. Sakumo's team was tasked with a similar approach. They were to infiltrate deep into the Land of Rivers, and even into the Land of Wind, executing sabotage operations behind enemy lines. Their actions would be dictated by the situation at hand. The mission granted the Sakumo team substantial autonomy, underscoring its danger level. Shiraishi, Ayane, and even Ruri were excited about the assignment. Ruri's abilities in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu had grown significantly since their last battle. Her Sharingan had also evolved to the three-tomo Sharingan form. Sakumo was pleased with her progress and considered her a formidable force. He realized he couldn't underestimate her. Mid-November. Within the Land of Rivers, Suna Camp. With a gloomy expression, the third Kazekage looked at the information relayed from the field. Over the past month, reports had surged in, detailing frequent Suna team patrols in the Land of Rivers. These patrols, however, were obliterated by an unknown force. Konoha's White Fang. The third Kazekage's fist slammed onto the table, his eyes ablaze with anger. He didn't need to scrutinize the intelligence information to deduce who was behind these attacks. No Konoha Jonin other than White Fang possessed the terrifying speed of annihilation witnessed here. The speed was so fast that it seemed like a tornado. Wherever it went, no grass grew and it was uprooted. Whether they were Chunin, Jonin, or even Genin, no ninja squad was spared from this merciless onslaught. Aside from the renowned White Fang, the third Kazekage couldn't fathom any other Konoha Jonin capable of such devastation. Even his two most trusted puppet squads, elite units, had fallen victim to White Fang's team in the Land of Fire. The corpses remained in Konoha's possession. Suna's mobilizable forces were hardly superior to Konoha's. The only variable was the Kazekage himself, along with the unused trump card, Morizuru. The poisonous attack strategy created by Suna was defeated by the Konoha ninja Tsunade. Despite his prowess in direct combat, Sand Ninja's overall competence was inferior to that of Konoha's. Compounded by a shortage of medical ninjas, the mortality rate was higher than in Konoha. Now with the added menace of White Fang's raids, Konoha's next moves. It wasn't long before a Jonin entered to report changes within the Konoha camp. Almost 1,000 ninjas had set out from the camp, heading their way from the front. However, the moment these Konoha forces crossed into the borders of the Land of Rivers, they halted their advance. It was as if they had assembled for a parade. Yet the third Kazekage understood that Konoha aimed to pressure Suna on the front, thereby enabling White Fang's team to strike. If Suna desperately pursues and kills the White Fang team, Konoha's larger force would descend upon them from the front. Is that Jinchuriki still unwilling to cooperate? The third Kazekage fixed a stern gaze on a high-ranking Suna ninja. He's unwilling. Despite my attempts at persuasion, he refuses to use One Tail's power. He insists that you, third Kazekage-sama, value peace and cease hostilities for the sake of Suna. The Jonin replied. Is it for Suna's sake that he desires to stop the war? The third Kazekage turned his attention toward the direction of the land of fire. The third Kazekage shifted his gaze towards the direction of the land of fire. The land there was more fertile than the land of wind, and Konoha was home to many skilled ninjas, such as the White Fang, the Sunin, Kato Dan. The ninja clans included the Inyazuka, Sarutobi, Shimura, Abarame, as well as the 3 clans of the Nara, Yamanaka and Akimichi, along with other renowned ninjas. What was even more daunting was that Uchiha and Hyuga were also part of Konoha, ancient bloodline wielders of significant power in the ninja world. With such a formidable lineup, the third Kazekage felt a weight settle heavily on his heart. Now, if Konoha hasn't yet fully recovered from the war with Land of Rain, it could exploit the resources of the Land of Fire. But once Konoha regains its strength, reaping benefits will become incredibly difficult. As Konoha continues to grow in power, it exerts considerable pressure on neighboring countries and ninja villages. If this trend persists, with Konoha becoming increasingly dominant, soon as space for existence will continue to shrink. They'll have no choice but to further reduce military spending and the number of ninjas. Suna will be left watching as Konoha's ninja ranks swell and their military resources flourish, a situation unique in the ninja world. In that scenario, Suna would be completely overshadowed by Konoha. The third Kazekage didn't want to witness Suna's decline like that. Regardless of Konoha's strength, he was prepared to resist. As long as Konoha's power could be weakened, Suna might find some relief and glimpse a path to prosperity. Without a war, there is no glimmer of hope in sight. On the international stage, there is no justice or evil, only strength and weakness, gains and losses. He is ill-suited for this ninja world. While the Jinchuriki might emanate peace, if left untapped, its potential risk remains dormant. But this also means that Suna cannot wield this weapon. In a war, the inability to utilize weapons is the gravest tragedy. It seems a new figure must be found to take its place. Upon hearing the third Kazekage's words, the Jounin's expression showed surprise. Kazekage-sama, this. Don't worry, I'm merely discussing it casually. After all, the transfer of the tailed beast is of utmost importance and must be deliberated in a high-level meeting. Though the Kazekage offered this reassurance, the Jounin remained uneasy. What should we do next then? The Jounin's tone was tinged with helplessness. This was the most challenging aspect for Suna. In comparison to Konoha, not only was there an overall quality gap, but Suna also lagged behind in terms of elite ninjas. A single Konoha White Fang had given them numerous headaches. The Suna ninjas dreaded confronting such a formidable ninja, fearing he would wreak havoc. Lately, many Suna ninjas were reluctant to take on missions such as patrolling the river country. Facing the White Fang, many Suna ninjas had already begun to experience a sense of terror. I have a plan in mind. Here is a personal letter from Uegakure's Oniki to me. He has agreed to provide us covert assistance. You mean the Tsuchikage? Frankly, I'm not sure if it's wise for Kazekage-sama to collaborate with him. This is our sole opportunity. The Kazekage asserted. Having said that, he sat down at his desk and composed 2 letters. After finishing the letters, he handed them to his trusted confidant, the Jounin, and instructed, one letter will be sent to Konoha's leader Orochimaru, and the other will be dispatched to Konoha's White Fang through our patrol team. This is... The Jounin regarded the third Kazekage with disbelief. Just follow the orders. Yes. Although laden with doubts, the Jounin descended to execute the mission. All for the sake of Suna. The third Kazekage murmured softly, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. In the western region of the Land of Rivers, at the crossroads connecting the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers, Suna ninjas supporting the Land of Rivers from the Land of Wind frequently traversed this road. This location served as the site where the 4 members of Sakumo's team executed their annihilation strategy. Their approach was clear: obliterate every Suna ninja in their path without exception. Following the annihilation of one team, they would swiftly retreat, avoiding prolongation, finding a concealed spot to lie low, and then resuming their assault after a certain period. Sakumo's reputation had long preceded him, but the combined strengths of Ruri and Ayane, both functioning at Jonin-level prowess and possessing bloodline limits, amplified their destructive capabilities exponentially. Shiraishi's role was to provide minimal assistance from the rear, which included using poisonous smoke bombs and throwing detonators. During periods of non-combat, he used locally available materials to concoct medicines such as ration pills and antidotes. Given the highly toxic nature of Sand Ninja's puppet master weapons, it was crucial to guard against accidental contamination. This approach bolstered the Sakumo team's sustained combat effectiveness. In the morning, another team of 6 Suna ninja met their end. Though the numbers may not seem staggering, their team had been fighting ceaselessly for over a month, repeatedly eliminating enemies, amounting to hundreds in total. Their tactics involved opportune encounters with convoys entering the land of rivers from the land of wind. They would ignite the limited resources of Suna and create chaos with Ruri's large-scale fire escape technique before swiftly retreating to evade encirclement. For those who pursued in smaller numbers, the Sakumo squad would turn the tide, annihilating the pursuers. When facing larger chasing forces, they would employ their exceptional mobility to navigate the land of rivers in such a way that an encirclement became nearly impossible unless Sandian deployed a considerable force, which, if done, would weaken their frontal presence. If the third Kazekage truly adopted this strategy and divided his forces, Suna on the front lines would never be able to overcome Konoha, and their losses would escalate further. Shiraishi efficiently scoured the fallen Suna ninja bodies for scrolls containing jutsu information, combat tools like exploding tabs, and recovery items like ration pills and antidotes. His backpack was loaded to its capacity. He couldn't help but marvel at the relative ease of his assignment compared to the challenges Ruri and Ayane faced. The latter duo confronted hordes of Suna ninjas and navigated a relentless escape, all while evading the threat of being surrounded. Even though his own strength had grown considerably, Shiraishi knew better than to challenge Suna's massive forces head-on. Yet, the presence of Sakumo's team allowed them to confront smaller squads headlong, ensuring efficiency. When opposing larger groups, they resorted to a strategy of wandering, leading the enemy forces in circles within the land of rivers. The choice of whether to pursue or not must have been a vexing one for the Suna ninja. Chasing could spell death, while not pursuing allowed Sakumo's team to continue sabotaging them and attacking patrols and convoys. With Ayane's Byakugan, there was no need to fear a head-on encounter. In the face of larger armies, they would simply target the weakest point and break through. Sakumo's leadership and charging prowess rendered him a free-moving force within the land of rivers, offering the Sakumo squad remarkable versatility. All right, we've finished searching this area. On a white stone terrain, Shiraishi moved to a clean spot among 6 corpses, collectively sighing as they reflected on their progress. The bodies included 1 upper ninja, 3 chunin, and 2 lower-level ninjas. Though Sakumo had played a pivotal role, the combined efforts of the 3 were crucial, especially concerning the continuity of their supplies. With a nod, Sakumo signaled their next move. Following closely behind, Shiraishi and the others proceeded with alacrity, racing along the border between the land of rivers and the land of wind. Whenever fatigue set in, they would take breaks, consuming dry rations and water before pressing forward. Around 3 in the afternoon, Ayane's Byakugan detected a 4-person sand ninja team. Sakumo wasted no time and executed their customary annihilation approach against this squad. Something's amiss. Ayane voiced her concerns. What's wrong? Ra asked. One member of their team should be a sensory ninja. He sensed our presence but made no attempt to flee or prepare for combat. Ayane's words prompted thoughtful expressions from the others. It's almost as if they're waiting for us to pass by. Ayane stated with uncertainty. Any traps around? Sakumo asked. Ayane scrutinized the vicinity and shook her head. There were no traps, not to mention that these sand ninja hadn't even channeled chakra or readied long-range ninjutsu attacks. Approaching cautiously, a sand shinobi separated from the group, advancing toward them. At Ayane's signal, Sakumo halted, and Shiraishi and Ruri followed suit. In an instant, the sand ninja arrived before them. Surprisingly, he didn't initiate any action. Instead, he produced a sealed letter from his ninja pouch. White Fang-sama, this letter comes from 3rd Kazekage-sama. Please take a look. The Suna ninja presented the letter as if it were a business transaction. Nodding to Sakumo, Ayane confirmed that the letter contained no poison or chakra activity, indicating its normalcy. Sakumo stepped forward, accepting the letter and briefly scanning its contents. His eyes narrowed slightly. I understand. I'll personally confirm this matter. The sand ninja nodded and vanished from sight. Sakumo-sensei, what does the letter say? Shiraishi and the others gathered around, curious about the letter's contents. Sakumo didn't withhold the information, unfurling the scroll and displaying it for Shiraishi and the others to see. At the top of the letter, only 3 words were written, reconciliation letter. It appeared to be a communication from Sand Ninja's 3rd Kazekage, signaling their willingness to cease hostilities with Konoha. Can we trust the contents of this letter? I'm uncertain. We'll need to consult with Orochimaru. If he agrees, the war might end here. If he disagrees, we'll continue our mission. Until we receive official orders, we'll temporarily suspend the mission and abstain from attacking Sand Shinobi. Sakumo's final words hung in the air as he gazed into the distance. Chapter 73, Conspiracy. The war between Suna and Konoha had raged on for 2 years. Konoha was bearing the brunt of war weariness. Before even engaging with the Suna, Konoha had already clashed with Iwagakure ninjas in the Land of Rain. Many ninja were already physically and mentally drained. So, when the third Kazekage presented the terms of settlement, according to Shiraishi's estimation, there was a high likelihood that Konoha would accept. After all, this had always been Konoha's primary strategy. Continuing to engage with Suna would only benefit other ninja villages. Really, it's come to this point. We were on the brink of defeating Suna. Submitting these settlement terms without any fight feels like we're leaving the door wide open for a comeback in the future, Ruri complained as she sat on a rock. It had only been a little over a month since she had left the village, and she hadn't had the chance to spar with the Sand Ninja yet. If the war ended now, Sakumo's team's mission would also come to an end. You can't say that. Many ninja from various villages in the alliance are exhausted, and Suna is in a similar state. Ending this peacefully at this point is in the best interest of both sides. As for the future, we can deal with that later, Shiraishi explained, thinking like a true Konoha ninja. Great. I thought I'd miss celebrating the new year in the village this year. I've been looking forward to this year's festival, Ayuna chimed in with a smile. Shiraishi turned his head away as if he hadn't heard her comment. That's right, with the war ending soon, you can return for the New Year's festival. I also want to go back and visit Kakashi, Sakumo added, grinning. Kakashi. Shiraishi, Ayuna and Shiraishi were all intrigued by this new name. Ah, did I forget to mention it to you guys? Sakumo raised an eyebrow, puzzled. No, we haven't heard anything about this. Who is he? Shiraishi asked, shaking his head. He's my son, Hatake Kakashi. Although he's only 2 years old this year, I believe he'll grow up to be an excellent ninja, Sakumo proudly revealed. Son. Shiraishi, Ayuna and Ruri exclaimed in surprise, finding it hard to conceal their astonishment. There was no way to describe their surprise. Sakumo having a son was something they hadn't heard about. What's wrong? Sakumo looked at them quizzically. No, we just thought that, Sakumo-san, you were still single. We didn't expect that not only are you married, but you also have a son. Ayuna quickly explained. Shiraishi and Ruri nodded in agreement. In their minds, Sakumo had always had that kind of image. Sorry, I thought I'd mentioned it before. It's all right. We were just a bit taken aback when we heard it suddenly. After all, this is a personal matter. We hadn't interacted with Sakumo-sensei until we graduated from the Ninja Academy. So, it's surprising to learn that Sakumo-sensei has a 2-year-old son. Hatake Kakashi, it's a very nice name, Ayuna said with a smile. But deep down, she was thinking, what kind of name should mine and Shiraishi's child have in the future? Speaking of which, my father hasn't been very responsible. My child's birthday was in September, and I couldn't make it back to the village to celebrate. And now, it's already November, Shiraishi lamented. There's always next year, and I hope Sakumo-sensei will treat us then, he added with a laugh. Sakumo's expression twitched. Mentioning treating others seemed to trigger some unpleasant memories. He didn't want to be on the verge of bankruptcy on his son's birthday. Really? That's great. I'll come with an empty stomach that day. Get ready, Sakumo-sensei, Ayuna said with a smile, confirming the plan. Sakumo sighed, realizing his wallet seemed to be lost, and then he looked at Ruri. Don't look at me like that. It's your son's birthday party. It would be rude if I paid for it. After all, you are White Fang-sama. Ruri's ruthless rejection left Sakumo without any argument to save face. He sighed internally, saving face was no longer an option. 2 days later, Konoha and Suna formally concluded a settlement agreement and signed an armistice treaty. The weather was clear and sunny as Sakumo's team embarked on their journey back to the Konoha camp on the border of the Land of Fire. The armistice agreement had been signed at 9 o'clock in the morning, and now it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This meant that news of the truce with Suna should have already been relayed back to the camp and would soon reach the village. However, upon their return to the camp at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the 4 members of Sakumo's team sensed that something was amiss. It wasn't just a somber atmosphere, it felt more like a cloud of sorrow had settled over the camp. The four exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired. While they knew that the end of the war would bring about mixed emotions, this level of solemnity was unusual. Amid this gloom, there was an underlying current of anger and a palpable sense of murderous intent that hung in the air. What's happening here? Shiraishi wondered aloud. I have no idea. What could have occurred? Shiraishi added, deep in thought. Shiraishi stroked his chin, contemplating the situation. Could there have been an issue with the agreement? Did Suna have no intention of upholding their end of the bargain? These were questions racing through his mind as he attempted to make sense of it all. You, as a medical ninja, need to hurry to the medical department. They are in dire need of additional personnel. A Konoha ninja approached Shiraishi urgently. Shiraishi glanced at Sakumo, who nodded, and then followed the ninja to the camp's medical facilities. You two stay here and rest. I'll go find Orochimaru to gather information, Sakumo instructed Shiraishi and Ayane. At the medical camp, a scene of tragedy unfolded. Dozens of Konoha ninja lay within the tents, their bodies battered and bloodied. The agonized cries of the wounded were enough to momentarily overwhelm Shiraishi's senses. How had this happened? These injuries seemed recent, perhaps even from today. What had transpired? Shiraishi didn't voice his questions but instead followed a highly skilled medical ninja. All those injured required immediate surgery. Tragically, some were beyond help, and their lives were claimed by their injuries before they could be treated. The camp resounded with weeping and lamentation. Each medical ninja worked tirelessly, their faces drenched in sweat, leaving no room for idle conversation. 2 hours passed, and the initial round of first aid was complete. However, the brevity of the operation time was not due to success but rather because many had succumbed to their wounds even before surgery could commence. Some, despite surgical efforts, still could not be saved. Only a dozen individuals were pulled back from the brink of death. We did all we could, the attending medical ninja assured Shiraishi, patting him on the shoulder, recognizing the emotional toll such scenes could take on a young medical ninja. Thank you, Shiraishi managed to respond, still processing the tragic events. What exactly happened here? Shiraishi finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. The attending medical ninja knew that Shiraishi, as one of Sakumo's team, had not been privy to the events at the medical camp, so he began to explain, his expression heavy with sorrow. We don't have all the details yet, but we know that the team responsible for delivering the armistice agreement to Suna was ambushed by unknown assailants on their way back. By the time they returned here, they were in this state. But what about the armistice agreement? Was it the work of Suna? Shiraishi inquired. I can't say for sure. What we do know is that we suffered significant losses this time. I heard that even Jonin Kato was among the casualties, the attending medical ninja replied. Jonin Kato? Shiraishi was taken aback, recognizing the surname. Could it be? Tsunade-hime is deeply affected by the loss. Kato's sacrifice has hit her hard. Kato was formidable. How could? Shiraishi struggled to understand. Kato was none other than Tsunade's current boyfriend, Kato Dan. Although not as renowned as Sakumo, he was one of Konoha's elite jonin. In one-on-one combat, he might even match the legendary Sunin. Furthermore, his ability to manipulate chakra was nothing short of incredible, and his sensory perception covered a vast area, making it easy for him to identify weak points and escape danger. To protect his comrades and buy them time to retreat, he chose to confront the enemy alone. By the time reinforcements arrived, he was already gravely wounded. Lady Tsunade did her utmost, but she couldn't save Kato, the attending medical ninja explained somberly. I see. Shiraishi sighed, realizing the extent of the sacrifice. Despite not knowing Kato personally, he couldn't help but admire the selflessness displayed in saving his comrades. In this era, life was not something to be taken for granted, nor was death something to mourn excessively. This was the current reality of the ninja world. He could empathize with Tsunade's pain, but he couldn't truly understand it. The emotions of human beings were deeply personal and not easily shared. Shiraishi, seeing there was nothing more to be done at the medical camp, left to rejoin Sakumo and the others at their residence. The trio, including Sakumo, had been waiting there, engrossed in conversation. Sakumo-sensei, I'm back. What's going on? I heard that unidentified individuals attacked the ninja mission assigned to sign an armistice agreement with the Tsunagakuer. That's accurate. Not only that, Orochimaru sustained serious injuries. If it weren't for Kato's resolute decision to cover our retreat, there's a high likelihood that those of us en route to sign the armistice would have been ambushed, resulting in our entire force being annihilated. Sakumo briefly recounted the information he had received from Orochimaru. It's truly outrageous. Regardless of the circumstances, we must maintain the utmost vigilance, Ruri commented, her face marked by anger. She emphasized the importance of this situation. Drawing from historical lessons, during the First Ninja World War, when the Second Hokage and the Second Raikage of Kumigakure signed an armistice agreement, they fell victim to an attack by radical leaders from Kumigakure, the Gold and Silver Brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who led a large group of Kumigakure Jonin in a raid. The Second Raikage was killed on the spot during the signing of the armistice agreement. This event was a result of putting too much trust in their supposed allies. The past taught them to be more cautious when dealing with armistice agreements. Orochimaru, who led the mission, had suffered grave injuries, and less than half of the hundreds of Konoha ninjas returned. The greatest sacrifice was made by Kato, who, alone, fought to the death in order to allow Orochimaru to lead the Konoha troops to safety. Now is not the time to lay blame. Have we identified the enemy responsible? Shiraishi questioned Sakumo. Sakumo sighed and shook his head. No. Their ninjutsu techniques are highly intricate. One among them is immensely powerful and seems to be immortal, capable of resurrection after being killed. This ability led to carelessness among their companions, resulting in the death of several Jonin. Who is this individual? We have no idea, replied the trio of Shiraishi, their brows furrowed. It seemed implausible that such a powerful character would remain unknown in the ninja world, especially one with the ability to defy death. Perhaps a bounty hunter from the black market, speculated Sakumo. He wasn't entirely certain about the identity of the ninja who had led the attack on the Konoha mission, but suspected the involvement of a rogue ninja thriving in the black market. This world was a grim and treacherous domain, where the strong preyed upon the weak. It was home to numerous powerful yet relatively unknown ninjas. The ninja who had ambushed the Konoha mission fit the profile of these high-strength black market operatives. The underground black market? Investigating that avenue could prove quite challenging. Could Suna have hired them? Shiraishi, too, was acquainted with this shadowy world. The bounty hunters lurking in the dark corners of the ninja world, thriving in the black market, were often defectors or rogue samurai. Although some were mediocre, others possessed formidable abilities. The underground black market was a complex network, with each major village having its own branch deeply entrenched within the ninja world. It's a possibility, but we lack concrete evidence to substantiate it. Before we returned, the third Kazekage dispatched an envoy to condemn us for not adhering to the agreed-upon schedule and inquire about our intentions regarding this war. This revelation had incited anger among many Konoha ninjas. In their eyes, it was evident that the Sand Ninja had orchestrated the mission's ambush. If Orochimaru hadn't intervened, the Suna envoy would have likely met a grisly end at the hands of enraged Konoha ninjas. Shiraishi and his comrades were left feeling somewhat disheartened after hearing this. They empathized with the anger brewing among the Konoha ninjas. Given the current circumstances, it appeared highly probable that Sakakushi had turned traitor and was plotting a surprise attack on Konoha. However, these were mere speculations, with no conclusive evidence to substantiate Sand Ninja involvement. It was indeed a disheartening situation. What's the village's stance? Shiraishi inquired. The village has just received the news. Due to the gravity of the situation, the higher UPS will likely engage in lengthy deliberations, and it may take up to 3 or 4 days for a definitive directive to be issued. This was the most conservative estimate. The outcome, whether peace or continued warfare, hinged on the decision of Konoha's top leadership. Shiraishi harbored no objections to this. He had no inclination towards warfare and remained detached from how Konoha's senior leadership would manage the situation. Peace talks. 3 days later, the high-level order arrived: peace talks with Suna. This left many ninjas in the Konoha camp perplexed. However, the high-ranking officials provided an explanation: the ambush on the Konoha mission, which led to the failure of the truce agreement signing with Suna, was a conspiracy orchestrated by IWA. The unidentified ninja who attacked the Konoha mission had been hired by Iwhile from the black market. Currently, with Konoha and Suna still embroiled in war, continuing this battle would only play into the trap cleverly devised by IWA, alongside Suna. Therefore, it was deemed necessary to sign an armistice agreement with Suna in order to safeguard Iwhile. What's going on, Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked in a puzzled manner. Orochimaru produced another piece of information, saying, "This is crucial intelligence gathered by the Anbu. 2 days ago, a small-scale conflict erupted between Suna and IWA ninjas in the Land of Bears." Suna and IWA, they. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with confusion. Orochimaru replied, "After Sakumo destroyed Tsunagakure's supplies, Suna sought cooperation with Iwagakure, hoping for additional supplies. Iwagakure agreed to the request, but when transferring the supplies 2 days ago, they provided only 1/20th of the originally agreed upon amount. This sparked a conflict between the two parties." Jiraiya remained puzzled, sensing that something was amiss. Whether it's Iwagakure's Tsuchikage masterminding this or Kazekage plotting alone, or the two collaborating against Konoha, the specifics are no longer important. "How can you say it's not important? I risked my life to eliminate that guy, and. Don't shout here, too many lives have been lost in this war." Kato was simply judging him as a genuine ninja, nothing more, Orochimaru interjected, uninterested in Jiraiya's outburst, feeling deeply disturbed himself. Continuing peace talks with Suna is the unanimous decision of the high-ranking officials. After all, if we continue to fight, we won't just be dealing with the Suna but also Iwa. Although the words, "It's not worth fighting against both Suna and Iwa for one Kato," couldn't quite escape his lips, Orochimaru believed it to be the truth. The mastermind behind the previous ambush mission was likely Suna. However, Orochimaru was unclear about why they had attempted to ambush Konoha before the war's end and even recruited the Tsuchikage for this act, effectively preventing Konoha from moving freely. What is that Kazekage thinking? It's akin to a warm-up exercise before a battle, gradually building tension, Shiraishi explained. Warm-up? In the tent, Ayano looked at Shiraishi with a puzzled expression, not comprehending his words. The attack on the Konoha mission was undoubtedly orchestrated by that Kazekage, even if he didn't execute it himself, the strategy likely originated from him. Is there any evidence? The warm-up exercise concept I mentioned serves as the foundation. Before concluding this war, eliminating some of Konoha's elite ninjas would weaken Konoha. But, if the higher UPS decide to continue the war, wouldn't this plan backfire? Ayane inquired. That's why I involved Iwagakure. From the perspective of Konoha's higher UPS, Tsunagakure initially intended to continue fighting since they received supplies from Iwagakure, enabling them to sustain the war. However, after the attack on the Konoha mission, Iwagakure abruptly reduced the promised supplies. This left Tsunagakure unable to continue the battle. To Konoha's leadership, it appeared as though Tsunagakure had been outmaneuvered by Iwagakure, a hidden trap. But won't the high UPS see through such a straightforward strategy? Whether they do or not isn't crucial. What matters is whether they possess the capacity to wage war against both Tsunagakure and Iwagakure simultaneously. The Konoha executives have no intention of engaging in such a conflict with the two ninja villages concurrently. This is a blatant conspiracy. While Konoha had the capability, Shiraishi didn't believe the high-ranking officials possessed the determination to sacrifice Konoha's progress over the next decade to confront both Suna and Iwa. It was apparent that the two villages had already conspired together. Alternatively, Iwa may have been manipulated by that Kazekage. Iwagakure didn't cooperate with Suna, instead, Suna acted unilaterally to divert attention and shift the focus of the problem. Warming up? That's quite an apt description. Ayana thought the term warm-up exercise was fitting if Shiraishi's theory held true. Annihilating the Konoha mission and having Iwagakure cooperate was akin to a warm-up exercise for a more ferocious attack on the Land of Fire in the years following this war. In fact, Shiraishi had previously mentioned that after the conclusion of the Second Ninja World War, the Third Ninja World War wouldn't be far off and would center around the Land of Fire where Konoha was located. These revelations left Ayana deeply impressed. At that time, it truly seemed like the ideal moment to part ways with Konoha. In the Suna hidden camp, surrounded by his loyal confidants and Jonin, the third Kazekage's future development plan received high praise. It appeared that none could fathom the true intentions of Kazekage-sama. Konoha, Iwa, and even their own villages had all been manipulated by their respected Kazekage. Konoha faced an even bleaker situation, forced to sign an armistice agreement despite suffering significant casualties. It was clear that Iwagakure intended to utilize Suna to continue the war against Konoha. The reduction in the supplies originally promised to Suna wasn't a deception, it had genuinely occurred. This was just one aspect that the third Kazekage had skillfully exploited. Iwagakure secretly celebrated this development as the conflict between Suna and Konoha deepened. From Konoha's perspective, it seemed that Suna and Iwa had conspired against them, preventing Konoha from moving freely. Thus, signing an armistice agreement with Suna became essential to avoid a joint attack from Suna and Iwa on the Land of Fire. In the coming years, we'll utilize the abundant resources we've acquired from the Land of Fire to train more exceptional ninjas for our village. This will prepare us for the war that lies ahead in a few years. Together, let's strive to create a prosperous era for Sand, one that truly belongs to us. The third Kazekage rose from his seat, exuding confidence and seeking to inspire his subordinates. Yes. We'll serve to the death. The shinobi rose from their seats, gazing at the third Kazekage with fervent eyes. It seemed that in a few years, under Kazekage's leadership, they would once again exploit vulnerabilities in the Land of Fire to acquire more and better resources. The era of Suna's true ascent was fast approaching. Chapter 74, Introduction to the Protagonist's Abilities, Current. Some readers have expressed confusion about the protagonist's abilities, so I'd like to take this opportunity to clarify. In truth, there isn't much to boast about at the moment. The protagonist lacks any extraordinary skills that instantly convey a sense of power, resulting in a rather vague and ordinary level of strength. Name, Chiba Shiraishi. Age, 12. Gender, male. Abilities. Taijutsu, proficient in speed, strength, and neural response, surpassing that of regular ninjas, specializes in physical sneak attacks for one-hit kills, targeting human weaknesses. Medical ninjutsu, proficient. Natural energy, high proficiency. Senjutsu, incomplete, due to substantial risks, no attempt to combine natural energy and chakra. Illusion, average proficiency. Affinity, unavailable. Overview. Chiba Shiraishi is best suited for skirmishes on a smaller scale. He lacks the ability to deal significant damage to large groups, making it impossible to unleash unparalleled power on his own. Teaming up with allies is essential to compensate for his limited offensive capabilities. Chapter 75, Not the Battlefield of Carnage. The truce with Suna was just a few days later. This time, they had rearranged the location for signing the armistice agreement. The Konoha mission went unscathed, and the armistice agreement was executed without incident. Though the war had concluded, ninja presence still lined the borders of the Land of Fire. Furthermore, evacuating and returning to the village was a process spanning more than just a couple of days. They needed to count and store unused materials, tend to numerous wounded individuals, and verify and transport the bodies of the fallen back to the village. Sakumo's team found themselves with nothing to do with the time. The war was over, and they were no longer required to conduct sabotage operations behind enemy lines, as they had done previously in Suna Hidden Camp. Leaving aside the other three members, Shiraishi was kept busy due to his role as a medical ninja, assigned to the medical unit day in and day out. This ensured smoother recoveries for the wounded when they eventually returned to Konoha. In reality, the medical ninjas who participated in the operation were all seasoned and highly skilled adult ninjas. Shiraishi didn't protest, as it lightened his workload significantly. These days continued until early December when the Konoha ninjas on the front lines began dismantling the camp and returning to the village, marking the conclusion of Shiraishi's duties with the medical team. The journey back from the front lines to the village took 3 to 4 days due to their deliberate pace. They had to care for the injured and protect valuable, unused supplies. Rushing back within a single day was out of the question. Upon their return, Shiraishi experienced the recognition of a hero for the first time. The senior Konoha leadership, led by the third Hokage, together with a large contingent of Konoha ninjas and the villagers from Konoha, welcomed the returning ninjas. After a day's rest, Konoha held a grand memorial ceremony. Out of the more than 500 individuals who had brought back the deceased, less than 1/10 had returned with the corpses intact. Many bodies remained missing, were so badly mutilated that they couldn't be identified, or belonged to Suna's ninjas. The latter group was even more numerous. December's weather was already quite cold. On the day of the burial ceremony, the sky was overcast, with rare glimpses of sunlight. Sakumo's team donned pure black mourning attire and stood solemnly in front of the newly erected tombstones. This war with Suna had lasted for over 2 years, surpassing even the war in the Land of Rain in terms of severity and casualty rates. Suna's ninja formation exhibited a comprehensive level of skill far surpassing that of Iwagakure's ninja. "I don't see Tsunade," Ayane remarked quietly, looking around the surroundings. Shiraishi also looked around. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, among the 3 Sunnins, were present, and even Jiraiya's student, Minato, had shown up. However, Tsunade was conspicuously absent. Well, this war has directly taken two of her closest people. It's natural that she wouldn't want to attend this kind of funeral. However, once everyone departs, she will come here discreetly, Shiraishi explained. Tsunade didn't want others to witness her vulnerable side, so she would choose someone to visit the memorial in private. In Shiraishi's eyes, Tsunade's spirit had grown fragile. However, everyone has varying levels of inner strength and differing capacities for handling adversity. Shiraishi fully understood this. You three should return home. I'll go discuss something with Hokage-sama. After the memorial, Sakumo said this before heading toward the location of the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials. Shiraishi and Ayane didn't object. They exchanged glances and departed from the mausoleum park. It looks like this year's New Year's celebration will be quite somber, Ayane commented as they walked, sounding somewhat regretful. Upon hearing Ayane's words, Shiraishi and Ruri nodded in agreement. It was already December, and many families had been torn apart by the war. Although the festivities would go on as usual, it was certain that the usual liveliness would be lacking. It wasn't just the civilians, many ninjas from the major ninja clans had also made sacrifices. What are your plans now? The war's over, but it feels rather abrupt, Ayane continued. That's likely because our team hasn't participated in a frontline battle before, Shiraishi responded. You too, don't take it lightly just because the war is over. If something happens to you, finding a ninja who can keep up with my pace will be no easy task, Ruri warned. Shiraishi scoffed lightly and replied, Don't worry, my motto has always been safety first. The end of the war didn't render ninjas useless. In times of peace, ninjas still undertake missions, but these missions are notably less challenging compared to times of war. Shiraishi realized he hadn't attempted to accept a standard mission. All the missions he had undertaken so far involved combat with enemy ninjas. The lowest level of mission was categorized as a B-level task. Standard missions were A-level. Occasionally, he would accompany Sakumo on an S-level mission, dipping his toes into the military aspect. Considering that Ruri and Ayane in the team had both achieved Chunin rank, he, as the lowest-ranking genin in Sakumo's team, couldn't help but ponder when he might attain Chunin status. After all, it felt a little odd to be a genin in Sakumo's elite squad. After a brief chat, the three of them went their separate ways, returning to their homes. Speaking of which, are uncle and aunt coming back for New Year's this year? They will send them something. Really? Won't you feel lonely? Shiraishi inquired. It doesn't matter. It seems like it's another year of vigil for just the two of us. Shiraishi remarked casually, placing his hands behind his head. Yes, another year without any expectations. Ruri replied, her gaze wandering to the grey sky, lost in thought. December passed swiftly, and since Konoha and Suna signed an armistice agreement, the ninja world remained relatively calm. During this period, the Sakumo team only embarked on 2 missions, both of them relatively simple sea-level tasks. These missions involved suppressing a bandit stronghold in the Land of Fire and guarding caravans traveling to the neighboring lands. Compared to the peaceful time of the ninja world, Konoha village was undergoing some not-so-insignificant changes. Tsunade had resigned from her position at Konoha Hospital to dedicate herself to the business of training medical ninjas at the Ninja Academy. This decision puzzled many. Shiraishi, in particular, found it suspicious. With Tsunade's exceptional medical ninjutsu skills, she was unparalleled in the modern ninja world. Among the Sunin, she was undoubtedly the strongest in the realm of medical ninjutsu. In the eyes of medical ninjas, Tsunade represented the pinnacle they aspired to reach. Given her capabilities, she could have continued her work at Konoha Hospital and simultaneously trained medical ninjas at the ninja school. These two roles weren't mutually exclusive. Most of the routine medical cases at Konoha Hospital could be handled by other medical ninjas. Tsunade was only required for particularly complex surgeries. The higher UPS didn't provide any explanation for her resignation, simply respecting Tsunade's personal wishes. While she had relinquished her position at Konoha Hospital, Konoha's medical ninjas could still consult Tsunade for advanced medical knowledge. Tsunade didn't seem to mind. In the field of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade was the foremost authority. Her contributions to Konoha included developing numerous medicines, successfully countering Elder Cho of Suna's poisons during the war, and significantly reducing the poisonous threat posed by Suna's puppet troops with her own abilities. Furthermore, Tsunade's surgical prowess had saved countless lives during the war, earning her the gratitude of many Konoha ninjas. In Shiraishi's opinion, among the three Sunin, Tsunade was the most likely candidate to become Hokage in the future. She possessed excellent bloodline as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a huge support base, and had earned immense respect. However, Shiraishi's perspective was limited to his family. Konoha's political landscape was, well, to put it mildly, peculiar. Shiraishi couldn't find the right words to describe it, so he simply used special. Konoha's Hokage relied heavily on the power of Anbu, a direct subordinate unit. This power was split between Anbu and Root. The curious thing was that the control of Root didn't rest with Hokage, it operated independently under a dark veil. Uchiha controlled Konoha's military police force and held significant authority, surpassing Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu in some aspects. For example, Anbu needs the Hokage's order to arrest people. While the Uchiha were undoubtedly powerful ninjas, the police's headquarters was located in a relatively secluded part of the village, not at Konoha's heart. This arrangement didn't facilitate the garrison's effectiveness. Shiraishi believed that many fundamental issues needed to be addressed and changed. Although the first Hokage established Konoha, and the second Hokage created the development pattern of Ninja Village, there are also many regulations that cannot be adapted to the times and the things they left behind. If changes were made in the future, some regrettable tragedies will inevitably occur. However, he couldn't help but feel that his concerns were unfounded. The organizational framework was already firmly in place. The 5 individuals he dispatched were currently affiliated with the business group established by Ruri's parents. They had procured a sizable plot of land in the Land of Ghosts, where they planned to establish a base. Once Shiraishi decided to leave Konoha and embark on his own path, he would be ready for the next, more intense war. His philosophy and thought patterns were fundamentally at odds with the village. January marked the beginning of a new year. To avoid raising suspicion, Shiraishi and Ruri attended the New Year's festival together, a tradition they had upheld in previous years. Now that Ayano was part of Sakumo's team, they could openly enjoy the festival without drawing unnecessary attention. A squad, formed like a close-knit unit, was in many ways like a family. The bond among squad members was strong. Happy New Year! Dressed in a new white kimono adorned with pink cherry blossoms, Ayano waited for Shiraishi and Ruri on the street. She bowed slightly to greet them. Happy New Year! Both Shiraishi and Ruri returned the greeting with slight bows. However, Ruri didn't acknowledge Ayano. Unlike Ayano, Ruri wore a light blue kimono with a matching blue headband adorning her hair. Her attire was somewhat revealing around her neck and shoulders, displaying her snow-white and slender neck. The three exchanged red envelopes with each other as customary New Year gifts. Due to the war that persisted into the previous month, the New Year celebrations in Konoha were subdued compared to usual. It wasn't yet time for the evening festival, but festive decorations adorned the streets. Some houses displayed straw rope arrangements with pine and bamboo branches at their entrances. Children played on the streets, holding toys and laughing, their joy casting aside the shadows of war. Hearing the laughter of these children helped alleviate some of the war's sadness. Ruri, your kimono is lovely. Well, yours isn't bad, either. Ruri glanced at Ayana's kimono, which featured a white base with pink cherry blossom patterns. The kimono perfectly suited Ayana's pure and gentle demeanor. Yet, after all, it's the best gift I've received this year. Ayana replied with a smile. By the way, where are you two planning to go today? After hearing Ayana say those words, Shiraishi quickly changed the topic skillfully, afraid that she might say something unnecessary at this time. I heard there are some new shops in the village. We thought we'd check them out. Later in the evening, we'll join Sakumo-sensei for a barbecue. Ayana was eagerly looking forward to the evening's festivities and a sumptuous meal with Sakumo. Shiraishi and Ruri had no objections to the plan, as the highlight was the evening barbecue. To ensure they could fully enjoy the feast later, they had decided not to eat anything during the day. Shiraishi wasn't particularly interested in shopping, but he understood that for Ruri and Ayana, the thrill lay in the atmosphere, not necessarily in buying anything. Ruri, on the other hand, was an exception. Ayana came from a well-off family and wasn't obsessed with material possessions. Given her appetite, most ordinary households would have gone bankrupt long ago. Shiraishi, being the poorest among them, understood the value of frugality. During the afternoon, Shiraishi, Ruri, and Ayana strolled, evaluated various products, and shared opinions. The atmosphere was harmonious, almost like that of a family. Time passed quickly, and the sky began to darken. More people filled the streets. The light snowfall added a chill to the air, but with the increasing crowd, the cold became less noticeable. Ninjas, usually busy with their duties, had removed their ninja attire and donned fresh clothes for the evening festival. Gradually, the lively atmosphere picked up, and open-air performances entertained the crowd. Performers in unusual costumes and ghost masks enacted eerie ghost stories that captivated the children. Children joyfully ran through the streets, their laughter drowning out the voices of adults. "I'm not late, am I?" After their afternoon shopping, Shiraishi, Ruri, and Ayane waited at their designated meeting spot. After a while, Sakumo appeared, dressed casually. He carried a 2-year-old child in his arms, swaddled warmly. "No, there's still half an hour before our planned meeting time. Is this Sakumo-sensei's child? He's really cute." Ayane gazed at the child in Sakumo's arms, who, like Sakumo, had white hair. The child returned Ayane's curious look with bright eyes. "All right, you can come down, Kakashi." Sakumo set the child down. The child was already able to walk on his own. Once on the snowy ground, he stood there, looking puzzled. Ayane reached down to pick him up. Although he didn't cry, he sported a somewhat haughty expression, with the corners of his eyes raised. Shiraishi didn't think the kid was cute, believing the child must have some mischief in him. "This child is quite energetic," Ayane said with a smile. "Yes, he's always been healthy and will undoubtedly become an excellent ninja in the future." "Sakumo-sensei, it's a rare celebration today. Can't you hold back on the gloomy talk? We're trying to escape the weight of our usual missions." "Apologies, it's a professional habit." Sakumo had said that almost unconsciously, given his ability to see through the true nature of things. "Ruri, would you like to hold him?" Ayane turned to Ruri. "No, this kid's eyes are far too arrogant. They make me want to give him a good smack." Ruri, seeing Kakashi's eyes, felt a certain level of disdain. Shiraishi nodded in agreement. He had a similar impression. If the kid grows up, and that would undoubtedly make him a troublemaker. "No, I think little Kakashi's eyes reveal his spirit." "Where's the spirit in that? It seems Ruri doesn't have the potential to be a good wife and mother." Ayane seemed to tease Ruri with a proud tone. Ruri snorted and spoke disdainfully, "Overflowing compassion only causes harm to oneself and others." She then cast a sharp look at Shiraishi, as if seeking his opinion. "All right, you two. Let's enjoy the festive atmosphere." Sakumo intervened, sensing the tension. He patted Shiraishi on the shoulder as if to convey, "I can only help so much." It was indeed complicated for young people. With his perceptive eyes, Sakumo naturally detected the ambiguities within the trio's relationship. He sighed helplessly. Next, the four proceeded to a nearby yakiniku restaurant. This was the same place where the Sakumo squad had initially formed. Sakumo was nostalgic about this venue. A single meal here had cost him the entire reward from an A-level mission. "Take it easy with the food. Overeating isn't good for your stomach." Before ordering, Sakumo spoke seriously. "For the sake of our health, I'm not too concerned about my wallet. After all, I'm a renowned Jainin in Konoha. Just a few 100,000 ryo." Sakumo seemed a bit hesitant. "But we didn't eat a single grain of rice all day to prepare for this big meal tonight," Ayane said with an innocent look, glancing at Sakumo. "Is this the measure of Konoha's white fang?" "Quite disappointing," Ruri remarked with a smirk. "No way, after all, he's Konoha's white fang," Shiraishi chimed in, fanning the flames. As Sakumo found himself getting teased, he couldn't help but laugh. With the exception of Shiraishi, the others weren't overly concerned about the cost. Why should they burden his wallet when he had been so careful with his money? During missions, it was essential to take care of each other, not create conflicts over expenses. "Order everything on the list." After everyone had made their selections, Shiraishi called over a waiter to place the order. The waiter glanced at the ordered ingredients and their quantities, concerned about whether they could finish it all. However, upon recognizing Ayane as a familiar customer, he smiled knowingly. Not only had they selected the most expensive and finest ingredients, but they also ordered generous portions. They were indeed significant customers for the barbecue restaurant. 2 hours later, everyone had eaten and drank their fill. When it came time to pay, Sakumo looked at the sizable amount on the bill, his eyes turning slightly wide in disbelief. While it wouldn't bankrupt him, it did make him wince. He realized that if this continued, his wallet would suffer from his team's expensive tastes. Thank you for your generosity, Sakumo-sensei. As she gazed at the satisfied expressions on the faces of the three, especially Ayane, who seemed to have enjoyed the meal the most, Sakumo couldn't help but shake his head. You three should think of my wallet. But among our team members, only you are a Jonin. After all, you're the most powerful Jonin. Indeed, someone who cares for their teammates is a qualified Jonin. Thinking about it, you truly are Konoha's White Fang. Sakumo found himself in a dilemma as he heard the trio heap praises upon him. Their reactions had changed so quickly. Once, they used to call him Konoha's White Fang in a rather mocking tone. The shift was quite amusing. After some playful banter, Sakumo took Kakashi to another place to enjoy themselves, leaving Shiraishi and the others to their devices. By this point, it was nearly midnight, and the snow on the streets had piled up. The festival had transformed from a lively event into a quiet one, and many shops were closing up. This year's festival was happier than previous ones, thanks to celebrating it with my team. I hope we can continue like this in the future. Ayane walked slowly through the snow, her hands behind her back, her head lowered as she stepped carefully. Suddenly, she raised her head, smiled, and shared her thoughts with Shiraishi and Ruri. Of course, we can do this every year. We're teammates, after all. Shiraishi replied. Yeah, speaking of which, I really liked this year's gift, so I wanted to thank you, Shiraishi-kun. What? As Ayane brought this up unexpectedly, Shiraishi knew trouble was brewing and was about to divert the conversation with an excuse. However, Ayane leaned in and gently kissed Shiraishi on the cheek. Shiraishi, taken aback, froze in place. Even Ruri was left in a state of shock. While it's not my first kiss, this one is special because it's the mark I've left on Shiraishi-kun. It's quite memorable. So, goodbye. Ayane smiled shyly and then disappeared into the snowy night. While Shiraishi was still in a daze, Ruri, who was beside him, was flushed with anger. It was a feeling of having something dear to her heart stolen away without hesitation. This humiliation fueled her dark thoughts of wanting to destroy everything. Nothing else mattered. This. Shameless. Disgraceful. Vile. An evil woman. Ruri's face turned crimson, and she began forming hand seals, gathering chakra throughout her body. Go to hell. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Wait. Don't cause trouble in the village. Shiraishi reacted quickly, stopping Ruri from executing the fire release jutsu. It wouldn't be auspicious for Enbu to intervene during the New Year festival. Ayane, who was some distance away, had heard the commotion behind her. However, her mind was no longer on it. She touched her lips, where she could still feel Shiraishi's warmth. This year was off to a promising start. Mid-January. The 4 members of Sakumo's team gathered at Konoha village's gate. This mission involves suppressing an illegal organization in the Land of Fire's extinguishing kingdom. It seems there are ninja among them, making it a B-rank mission, but it could be upgraded to an A rank at any moment. While it's not overly difficult, we shouldn't let our guard down. As Sakumo explained the mission, he couldn't help but notice a strange atmosphere within the team. Ayane wore a gentle and innocent smile, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar mood. On the other hand, Ruri's piercing gaze directed at Ayane made Sakumo wonder if she was about to tear Ayane into pieces. Shiraishi, what's going on with those two? Sakumo turned to Shiraishi, the most ordinary and typical member of the medical ninja. It's nothing. It's just that girls have their monthly. Ruri stepped on Shiraishi's foot hard, making him blush and go silent. Sakumo-sensei said that this mission might be dangerous, so stay close to me. I won't guarantee your safety otherwise. Ruri's threatening words left Shiraishi with no choice but to nod in agreement. Since that day, Ruri had been looking quite fearsome. It was best not to argue with an extremely angry woman. Sakumo scratched his head. For some reason, the team's running in seemed to be becoming more difficult.